Janči. Spremna sablja.
Ej, čujem.
Ovdje neki lanci zvonskaju.
Možda je zombi?
Zajebava.
Hey, put it down! Drop it! Put it down!
Back off. Back off!
Get up! Don't do it! I'll handle this.
Onda su retardirani su tamo. Ha 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 ha. Onda nisu retardirani. 5.
Alien Gathering. Welcome to my channel. Looky for fun_bot_1. Welcome to my channel. Lila Tov. Welcome to my channel. Discord streamer community. Welcome to my channel. Irovera. Welcome to my channel. Nightbot. Welcome to my channel. Lurks. Welcome to my channel. Discord_for_stream. Welcome to my channel. Stream Elements. Welcome to my channel. Paradise_for_streamers. Welcome to my channel. Discord_for_streamers__. Welcome to my channel. Mariah_Anderson_USA. Welcome to my channel. Network. Welcome to my channel. Streamer. Welcome to my channel. Network_streamer_Discord. Welcome to my channel. Isebe. Welcome to my channel. Restreambot. Welcome to my channel. Streamers_growth. Welcome to my channel. 0x2. Welcome to my channel. Drapsnat. Welcome to my channel. Kata. Welcome to my channel. Free Kaibabed. Welcome to my channel.
Ajde. A šta ti sad uopšte s tim vidiš? Jebote Dix. Janči, nemoj zajebavaš. Janči. Janči, nemoj zajebavaš ti meni ovo. Ka? Janči.
I'm sorry, Lisa. I screwed it up. I ruined it.
This room is off limits. No one goes in. But in there, sir, I thought you saw wrong. Now check the other way. No. Yes, sir.
No, open it up to the side.
The sunset, the day is ending. Let that
Tek bio sam u WC-u. Pogledat ću kad završimo partiju.
I will hold you and protect
Ovo je to. A valjda je to, vidjet ću kad... Brate, mili, što me maltretiraš kad sam... Jer ne mogu. A sad ću me brzo. Eto sad ja nisam. Dog, gdje je health? Ne vidim. A znamo, treba piše procenat neki. Pokreni posle HV info jebo. HVA info ili kako. Pa samo ga instaliraj posle. To ti sve iščitao.
Scan of what it would mean. I had to be there for you. Your mom. No matter what. I couldn't.
Boga mi, ja sam ovaj običan SSD Kingston izrabio, on je na 91%. Ali imam ga već od 2017 ili 18. To je i više nego dobro stanje.
I had it all wrong. All wrong. Being a father didn't
Ilija,
make me scared.
Izvoli.
imaš tamo malo iznad, sinoć što sam cepao Atomic Heart, ako hoćeš pogledaj. Streamovao sam. Kako je zapetljana igra. Znači baš je mešavina i Dead Space i Residenta i sve.
Alicidra. Welcome to my channel.
Sam onaj žuti kontejner dogurao. Do insekticida krvario sam dok sam izmozgao kako.
Nije ni bitno da li igraš iz prvog lica ili iz trećeg lica. Stvar je tome koliko te nešto, ajmo da kažemo, izazove.
Ali ne, ali ovdje je dobro odrađeno prvo lice, ovdje se krećeš kako treba da se krećeš na prvo lice, a neko u RDR2 i u Residentu ko retardirana veverica, primjer, prvog lica.
To što ti pričaš, to se zove momentum. To ti ima jedan dio tih šutera i oni insistiraju na tome, developeri, da kad se krećeš, ne postoji, kad ti pustiš taster levo, desno, napred, on se ukopa u mestu. To ne postoji u Red Deadu, konkurentno. Tvoj karakter nastaje da se kreće još pola sekunde u tom pravcu. Isto tako u Resident Evil.
Čekaj da ga ja malo upalim prvo. Tek malo. Pa imam stan. Pa imam sekiru. Imam sekiru na ovom kurcu.
Šta si ti rekao, Boris, ono da ako Mila nastaje koristi shotgun, nećeš početi ti da igraš s Bomblansom, da pokažeš kako se to radi, Meli?
Sorry it took me so long.
Jesi mi to rekao juče?
Čekaj, ili ja ne čujem te mlatim asasina.
I'll make the same mistake. Be yourself. Be free.
Oh my God.
I need you to hand it over.
Shoot him, John.
Let it go. Please.
Shoot him!
No,
I gave you an order. Shoot him!
može. Ilija, kaži se
They told me.
Jesu li ono beše rekli, kad smo gledali ono par debakla Milanovih sa shotgunom i sabljom, da ono, efekt je nula. Da ako on nastavi da igra tako glupo, da će ti početi na kraju da igraš sa ovim Bomblansom. I uppercutom.
Hoću.
Pa imao bi više,
Konj negdje.
imao bi više kilova nego on, jel znaš? Znaš koliko je 2 metra sablje? Pola metra do metar. Bomblans je oko 1,5 metra. Jedno metar više, skoro.
Your name was Sam Porter.
Si me čuo ovo za stream tamo što sam bacio, pogledaš ako
Sam
hoćeš.
Bridges.
Da, jes.
Opet se čuje konj.
My son.
A čuo ste negdje, ne znam gdje, ne mogu da ocenim gdje je.
My bridge to the future.
Znam.
Without you, I was just like any other cliff. And no way forward. Nothing but an obstacle. Looking on at the world like you.
Negdje na 45. Na 45.
Inviting people.
A to je tako negdje.
That's the only thing I was ever good at.
Dolaze odavde. Milane, dođi vamo. Probat će kroz ovo.
Dolaze i ovi s whippingom.
Bring people together. You're on that bridge. The future. Mine.
Znam, nego.
Sam. Stand up. Is me.
Milane. Ne boj se, jel? Sedmostupni
01 Ella.
animacija.
Welcome to my channel.
Tak sam bojao ono što sam tu čekao, ko je retardio.
Oh God. Not BB2.
No. No!
Niko nije unutra.
Nisu ušli pod dinamitom.
Bacaj.
Come on, Lo. Wake up.
Tu je ispred, je.
Trade olis, trade olis.
Imam Vulture ako...
Imam i ja.
Ajde, uzmi.
Come on, wake up.
Go! Eto, bacio mi ono najveće govno dinamita koje postoji još. I lutovo.
Evo ga, ovdje još jedan. Ne, lootbox. Svi mrtvi. Nismo
Ma
jedini
rokali
od
su se ovdje, brate. A ovdje okolo nas su se rokali dok smo mi bili mrtvi.
toga. Da.
A bre.
Ugh.
To su se lepo rokali.
Evo ga ovdje još i dvojica.
Ajde, ajde. Evo. Misliš kao? Ne vidim ko je. Ne vidim, vidim Vincent. A, evo ga sad.
Da lutao mi je.
Čekaj da uzem pištolj neki, evo. Uzmi kako je. Peniko tamo.
Who's chopping onions? Huh? Living with French people, you just can't escape it. I doubt anyone wants me to talk about how each individual frame of that looked good. You guys saw what I saw. So this is meant to be the part where I come in like a jackass and tell you that nothing made sense. Well, I think it all made sense. Relative to this game, anyhow. Pressing question, how come Sam was able to walk in the rain with no hood? Looking at the rainbow, we've regained the blue, and it's now the right way up, so those Irishmen can take a breath. It's safe to say that the Death Stranding, this one at any rate, is over. It's fitting that finding a resolution for the conflict that started it would bring about the end. But from a logical perspective, I believe it has to do with Amelie's beach. She couldn't completely cut off her beach from the world of the living because she still held Sam's Kipu, a strong token of their connection. When Lou came back to life, what's being held? That same Kipu. I imagine Amelie repatriated the baby, sending it back with the Kipu, and in doing so, cut off that one last connection. The Death Stranding was ended. A possible problem here is that repatriating kick-started the Death Stranding, so why is this time okay? Well, almost every negative effect of the Stranding comes from Amelie's beach, right? So even if it did make things worse, the threat is contained to her beach, which becomes entirely disconnected the instant of Lou's repatriation. I'm betting that was Amelie's plan. The white BTs I don't think were BTs. I doubt anyone knows the exact mechanics of their apparition, but my theory is that they are the cars of all the other BBs. The end of the Death Stranding more than likely killed every BB alive, so now they have come to witness the life of the only survivor before they pass to the world of the dead. As for Cliff, how were we able to interact with him? Well, if Amelie was able to cross our paths 3 times before, I see no reason she couldn't do it again. I think Cliff had found some sense of closure in Vietnam, not yet realizing that Sam was his BB, but still believing that his BB was safe and happy. So in the 4th meeting, his beach was the loss in his life instead of the rage on the battlefield. He's no longer a man on a mission, he's just sad. There was no supercell this time, that's true, but I think it's clear we were still on his beach from the way we entered the second cutscene through the seam. Next, the baby dolls frequently seen throughout the game are representations of Amelie's guilt. Cliff has thousands because he is stuck in infernal rage over what
možda je
Amelie
neki
did to Sam.
koji gađa
Higgs has a doll in his
kao ti na
BB
brzinu,
capsule
onda se
because he is
bezbedno
working for Amelie and requires a connection to Amelie's beach. We don't know why Higgs is a repatriate, but presumably it's the perk of working for Amelie. You're simply thrown back into the seam like Sam was as a baby. That's also why Sam is a baby whenever he's reborn. Amelie gave Die Hardman his doll, they of course share guilt, and then the last doll we see belongs to Sam, which is a clear-cut representation of his connection to Amelie's guilt. The final point of confusion is the Luden's figure.
Šta da uradim da sklonim bicikl kod
Ja
lešnika?
sam ga pomjerila da ti gume ođe ne gore. Evo ga pod lješnicu.
Dobro.
Lou had the Luden, but we also know that Sam's pod had a Luden. This is a red herring. Igor and Victor had Ludens too, and remember, we got Lou from Igor. Lou's Luden was probably Igor's. So yeah, everything here actually makes sense. Understanding the meaning of My Fair Lady and having watched that cutscene, what can we take from it? It presents the BBs as what we sacrifice for ruthless progress, and in this case, the Death Stranding plays the role of divine justice. I believe this is inspired by MK Ultra, where it was said that some government-funded organization used children to communicate with extra-dimensional beings. Some say they succeeded, or that it never even happened, but no one knows for sure. It's Bridget Strand who plays God this time, and when a doctor performed a cesarean section on a brain-dead pregnant woman, he was met with a BT. Void out, and no one understood why. We know Bridget wanted to prepare humanity for the Death Stranding she would inevitably bring. The BB trials were concocted to that end. According to our newfound interviews, by using BBs to prove that BTs existed, that the demons were real, and that they were coming, the people might join together again instead of continuing to drift further apart. Even after the Manhattan disaster, the BB experiments continued. One of the most promising subjects was chosen to be the first sacrifice, but the man who oversaw the operation couldn't do it, not to him. Not to Cliff, couldn't forsake a personal connection to save the world. So it was Bridget instead, and for killing a baby boy in the arms of his dying father, and for daring to believe that mistake could be as easy to fix as forcing it back into the world of the living, the Death Stranding truly begun. Bridget was a slave to her fate. In the most ruthless ways she tried to save humanity, she always brought the end closer. We can't escape our fate. The universe will have its way. And yet, despite the restlessness of reality itself, Bridget never stopped standing up to her maker. All it was worth was getting a son to a beach at just the right time. But the human touch was all that was needed to delay our inevitable end. It's a story about how we're made human by our connection, and undone by our connection. For Bridget, forming that bridge to Sam damned the world. 30 years later, saved it. And for John, giving a father an opportunity to hold his baby boy.
Čekaj, što ti to pričaš? Taj gospodin s kim pričaš, on je inače doktor za hardware, on to zna. Ovo je samo test. Da vidi da li ti znaš.
Friko je otišao da spava posle HWA info.
HW info.
Ne, info je odvojen. Ej, čekaj, moram da telefoniram. Tirat ću se samo sad.
Gdje si, Milane, što činiš?
Zdravo, čarobnjače iz Močvara.
HV monitor, šta ti treba, ti Milane?
Nemojte vi njega da učite. On to zna. Samo proba da vidi da li vi znate.
Šta radiš ti? Ko šta radiš?
Popio sam kafu i nekakvu sodu, bikarbon ili tako nešto. I gledam nešto na drugom monitoru. Slušam dramu iz Hunt Showdown community. ako dođe čika Vlada, ne znam,
Da.
hoćeš i da pitamo njega, on je teo da igra nešto u multiplayeru i hoće da kupi novu igru. Pa ja nikako da ga pitam, Vlado, koji ti je, ne moramo ništa da kupujemo, ja znam da on ima onaj civilizaciju 6. Sam rekao da ga pitamo, da neće možda civilizaciju da igra s tobom i sa mnom. Znaš, Vlada taj jedan Terminator.
Dobre.
Taratam, taram, 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 pararararam.
Idem da skinem neki minimal da slušam.
Minimal?
Progresiji.
Šta je to?
Elektronska muzika.
Dobro, šta? Okej, morate. Trans?
Trans progresija.
Aha. Par mojih drugara to slušalo u srednjoj školi kad sam ja, još uvijek išao u srednju školu.
To ja i dan danas slušam.
Ne kažem da je loše, samo previše energično, ajmo tako da kažem.
Mene, brate, smiruje.
Ozbiljno?
Našao sam opet, znači dan danas postoji taj sajt već, znači pred 10 godina vidijač, skidao sam od njega muziku i još postoji.
Što ne postoji?
Ektoplazma. To je besplatno.
Aha. Evo rešenja.
Da slušam, neću da se skidam. Skinem i Jade, uzem ja da pravim malo. Da nađem na Kingwin koji ima ključ za EJ.
Da ti znaš onu staru aplikaciju, moj drugar je preko toga pravi ove lupove. Kako se ono zove? Fruity Loops.
I mi imamo ga, imam i Fruity.
To je
brate,
stara aplikacija.
Meni je Fruity mnogo...
komplikovan.
A ovdje već imaš sample.
Kad sam bio momak, kad sam ga probao, razumeš, i tad mi je zahtevalo nešto nenormalno, da se posvetim tome. Ajde bre, jebeni papagaju, dođi ti glavu razvalim. Baš u pičku materinu. To ruku slomio, majke ti.
A recimo na onaj, kako se zvaš, na traktor sam paradio drum and bass sam paradio na traktor. Bio i player i mikser, brate.
Da, ja se sjećam playera. Ne sjećam se da si imao miksetu. Ali dobro.
Dve, tri stvari. Dve, tri stvari, malo da smanjim tempo, na drugog brzo, vratim unazad, unapred i ispadne odmah neka glupost. Tad će ti za drum and bass ball. Ko to više sluša da nas svi slušaju? Ljubavi moja. Oni flangeri, brate.
Ja tebe volim više od svega, ti mene, a ti
A
mene.
ne, sve gluposti, brate, danas.
To je ona OnlyFans muzika. Kad vidiš one virtualne, one youtuberke, znaš što prave one soft pornice. To je moj jedini dodir, razumeš, takvom vrstom muzike. Razumeš, ne da uživam takav sadržaj, nego kad god čujem takvu muziku asocira me na industriju za odrasle, ono tako da kažem.
Da. Koji? HB monitor? Pa možeš. A ti ja imam HB monitor instaliran. CPU ID kao je monitor. Sve mi pokazuje. Če da vidim. Temperatura matična. Speci sranje. Nikad tačno.
A speci ti pokaže da imaš neidentifikovani procesor.
Znaš ti kad meni speci pokazao jebote neku nenormalnu temperaturu, ja si malo rekao leva odem pod svecom.
On ti pokaže temperaturu jednog jezgra ili sabranu temperaturu 2 jezgra, tako nešto retardirano.
Evo ti sad temperatura procesora mi je 33 stepena. Pa to što ti dao Boris, taj. A nemam ja link, brate, ja sam zaboravio naš. Od kad još od prošle godine to ne stavio. Prije. Šta mogu naći probamo? Monitor. Ne, a čekaj, zašto ti konkretno? Treba pratiš temperature. Evo ti njihov sajt. CPU ID, data sam je. može to nešto drugo što ti bori. Ja ovo koristim. Sad će mi koji kurac, veći kurac, kad je ovaj kurac ne koristimo za kurac.
Gdje si? Što se radi? Kad se treba spaš? Izaš sinoć? Nemoj da gasiš monitor. Jesi ti ugasio monitor? Ili si sam ugasio? Nemoj da gasiš monitor. Sam se ugasi. Zato što stoji na ovome nosaču i kad god mrdaš, tapneš dugme za paljnje gašenje, ovaj nosač se malo, ne može da se fiksira baš savršeno. Malo se pomerilo od desne i uvijek se monitor nekako. Samo ostavi, sam će se ugasiti, verujem. Znam da ti sad ali je, no need. No need. Šta je sad? Jebeni vuk. Dođi bre, mamuti, jebem. Ko te zvao? Vrš. Mi ti trebaš. Odjeti. Nekako me ubij. Kakve su smešno radili animacije. Ja ne mogu se setim, sad ću ti naći. Nemaš ti više oružja, misli to. To ti što ti. Imaš Guardian Shield, Leviathan X i Blade of Chaos. A u God of War Ragnarok, tu imaš, gleda sam koplje neko i još neke oružje. Znam da kao možda samo neš koplje pa kao bodeš, onako Spirit Spear. Čuti.
isto sad.
Možda čak skinu staru verziju.
Više. Ne vidim da ništa. Ne vidim. Nije to HV info totalno drugačije. Ne vidim. Kako tebi tako prikazuje?
Mabless.
Ne, stidi, ajde, čekaj, ajde ugasi ga. Pa ga pokreni da vidim. Stream, nemoj da mi gasiš stream.
Da, restartuj stream. Ugasi kompjuter. Obriši Windows System 32. Sve to.
Da, hoću da vidim kad ga pokrećeš, znači nemoj dok ti ja ne kažem šta da kliknem. Uključi stream. Imaš AnyDesk? Ajde, daj.
Ništa. Radi ti više.
Viš da hakuju. Jeli, šta se dešava? Procesor riknjava, no? Neće to umre.
Oj, ali nisi dobro ga uključio, nisi senzore uključio uopšte. Jel vidiš sad? Evo ti disku. Koji je to? 5. To je ovaj gore. 970. Remaining life. 98%. Evo, vidiš? Dobro je, to je to meni. Nije, to ti je, nisi ti to pokrenuo, sad si ga pokrenuo, to ti je malo prilikom pokretanja programa dostiglo maksimum 43. Ne, nije on zapamtio ono za vreme igranja. Pa to je sjajno. Evo ti tu grafika, GPU, vidiš, sve sva podešavanja. I ako imaš ikakve greške ovdje ti ih prikaže, gled, total error, dole desno, vidiš. A tu bi ti da imaš neke greške s memorije, tu ti prikazalo. Memorija kod procesora, puta 2, puta 4. Znači kad pokrećeš ovo, ovaj program, nije ovdje. Gledaj. Ne, evo, gledaj. Vidi, klikneš na njega, vidi, sensors only. I kad pokreneš, onda pitate ne, da li da ti proverava za update-ove ili ne. Jer to isključiš, jebi ga, i uradiš ovo i onda evo ti ga tu dole. Kad ga ugasiš, evo ti ga ovdje, vidiš. Pa ne treba ti šta pustiš šta da ti radi u pozadini, ti ne treba. Da, tu ti piše remaining life, to ti je ono koliko je jeban.
Ostalo ciklus.
Kažem, tu piše koliko je sjeban, znači da znam.
A nije sjeban, to ti je koliko je iskorišćen.
Da. Da. Okej. Šapo! Evo. Pa pazi, ja imam, gledaj, ja imam sad jedan od 512, stvari 480, ovo je SSD. 480, a ovo je baš 480, tako mi piše, i jedan od 1 terabajt. Evo ti, na ovom od 1 terabajt imam 385 giga slobodno, a na ovom od 480 imam 232. Ali taj SSD hoću da stavim samo za podatke, zato što je u kurcu, kaže. Imam ja šrafnete. Dobio sam ja spločan šrafove. Molim. Nije to isto, svako početi drugačiji strap. Mislim, nije za svaku, nego razlikuje se. Nešto što nije za svaku isti. Svaku isti.
On to zna, Boris, samo te testira.
Testira, a?
Da. Kad on nešto, slušaj, kad on nešto pita, to je uvijek test, znaš. On je već naš odgovor, samo gleda da li ti znaš. A ako ti ne znaš, onda on otvori i pročita s Wikipedije.
Vidiš đavola. Vidi vraga! Znači, ja ću klimu da upalim da mi hladi stan, jebo mater, znači kako je toplo. Samo meni daj! Aj! Kako ti izgleda Ilija na Atomic na YouTube?
Pa već sam gledao kako izgleda, samo ne želim sebi da spoilam igru. Ako si zapeo negdje, onda...
Nisam zapeo, nego onaj deo dok sam rešio, vratim ili ne znam, pogledam sada. Dok sam rešio onaj kontejner da doteram.
Ti...
Jebote, znači prokrvario sam.
Jesi ti igrao one igre na PlayStation Kids? Silent Hill, Resident Evil,
Radio Ebola. Welcome to my channel.
Boris, jesi ti zaboravio kako se vozi bicikl?
Da.
Sad kada te čovjek sedne na biciklu, ti bi zaboravio kako se okreću pedale, šta?
A imam bicikl, evo mi.
Ili recimo ako si u vojsci prošao obuku za vatreno oružje, znaš kako se rasklapa automatska puška, bili znao posle 5-10 minuta da...
To bi znao.
Pa znao bi i ja. Ali pre 15-20 godina sam imao vatreno oružje, ne računam vazdušnu pušku. Baš vatreno oružje sam imao rukama.
A ne, ali jebeno je, znači imaš neke platforme koje, imaš stine i one skretnice, ono što okrećeš na 90 stepeni. A...
Hello je bolo, what's up?
80% onih, onaj kontroler, ono, gore dole i za okretanje, znaš ono kao...
Da.
Dugme. Je na nemogućim mestima, jebote, znači... To isprovaljivo kako su popeti. I moraš tačno spremu da razvidiš kako da ih pokreneš, ono, te skretnice. A usput te još napadaju gol. Zaražene. Ali igra je preozbiljna. Odradili su vrhunski. Bio sam oduševljen sa onim Dead Space remake-om, čekaj mi sa onim remake-om, ali ovo.
A nisu oni puno menjali osnovne igre. To nije remake baš u pravom smislu. Samo je...
I ovo kažu da je prva igra od ovog studija, ovo što su radili u stvarno su im svake čast. I svaka čast Xbox pasu što ga daju za džabe. Svaka im čast što ga daju za džabe. Ima i ona neki horor igra, oni Hrvati, ko su oni, Skorn, to isto ima tamo.
Ne znam je li hrvatska igra, ja sam mislio da...
Ne znam da li je hrvatska ili naša, nešto, neki su ovih prostora svoje radili.
Boga mi, ja sam mislio da je tim iz Srbije, ali nije. Šta ću ti naći? Mislio sam prvo da je iz Novog Sada neki tim.
Ima i Skorn, ima i onaj Plug Tail Requiem, ono, što svi kažu da je pravi next gen. I to isto imaš džabe na Xbox.
Piše developer EBB Software, direktor Ljubomir Peklar, producent Mirko Božović, Florin Bejić, Lazar Mesaroš. Može biti da je iz Novog Sada, onaj tim. Dok sam bio na faksu... Dok sam bio na faksu pre 10-15 godina, znam da sam gledao na par onih tabli na FTN-u su tražili ljude koji se razumiju kodiranje. Može biti da su oni... Ne vjerujem da ima baš toliko puno timova koji se bave igrama.
Kaži Milane sad.
Serbian Game. Studio founded in 2013.
Kaži. Okej, neću ja tu da se mešam, ako neće on, samo mi javi da ti pustim na račun. Joj, ja si opsednut ili aj se pomirite više, lebati.
Ajde naguzi se da te opali pas, onda...
Kaže Ilija da...
Nema potrebe.
Šta kupuje, ali on želi da čuje, neće da sluša.
Nema potrebe da ja to znam. Šta ću ja s tom informacijom? Šta ću ja s tim? Osim ako nisu u pitanju naočara, ako su u pitanju naočara, obavestim.
Da. Kaže da mu javiš ako su naočari u pitanju.
Sve ostalo me ne interesuje.
Ja bi, Milane, da sam na tvom mjestu, znači spakuo flašu vina, 100 grama kafe i otišao da se pomirim, jer stvarno si debil.
Slušaj, Borise, tu se radi o tome da ja ne želim da se pomirim s njim, znaš? Jer ovako je super, znaš, ne moram da slušam njegovo hvalisanje, razumeš, svaki dan. Ne mora da dolazi kod mene na kaf, na što ga ja mrzim, nego to je ispiranje mozga svaki dan, znaš? Ispiranje mozga. Čovjek dođe random i samo... Da, uništite, razumeš, uništite psihički. Izbaci iz sebe to što je taj dan akumulirao, razumeš, te neke informacije nebitne u nečijem životu.
Jančika, kažu da traumiraš ljude, Jančika. Je li to istina?
Ne, ovako je super. Ovako on tripuje. Da ja imam nešto protiv njega. Nemam ništa, nego mene odgovara da mi ona dolazi u posjetu, jer je naporan za slušanje. A kad ukapira da, osim što sam popizdao zato što je, razumeš, pišao po sirotinji, razumeš, ono, to je bilo trenutno, razumeš.
Jančika bačika.
Dobra. brate. Počeli se da testerišu drone.
Kako je meni fascinantno da meni 11 bolje radi u 10 je povijete. Nerealno.
Što ti je tu naravno? Pa nije to 11, to je Windows 10 build 2023, 2022. Nije to novi operativni sistem, o ljudi, to je samo update.
Instalirao ga je ko novi, znači pobrisu mi je sve živo.
A, to je druga stvar što je on stavio nove fajlove. Okej.
Ali meni je drago što mi pobrisu sve sistemski nabagovane i što je to sad sve kako treba. I što mi sad diže lepo za 5-6 sekundi.
The fuck?
Izišao. Inquisition. Ono si ti neki inkvizitor. A što radi?
Njega najviše boli to što ne može da se hvališe više. Ili da sluša njegove izlive. Samo divljenje. A to mi ne nedostaju. Ne nedostaje.
Čekaj, kako zove se? Any decks, a? Opet me teraš da palim any decks. Evo. Sad si... Čekaj bre, ugasio si mi, treba da stigneš niks kako... Dobro, sada...
Sada krivim sudbinu, što je moju ženu. A sada krivim sudbinu.
Vidi, što... Čekaj, gde si to skinuo preko Xboxa? Aj upali control panel. Control panel. Gde ti je search, rubnika? Aj klikni sve.
Tako koji si ti možda njemu dao bio, on ga nije obvisao nikad. To su upalo samo da se vidi koliko ima frame-ova.
A ja sam.
Da proba da igra ako će, ali...
Tražim Dark Tide. Da ne, kako? Koja igra? Što si rekao?
Dark Tide?
Dark Tide, Vermintide.
Vermintide?
Pa ne, ovo ti je bre zakon ovdje skontro. A, slušaj. Pa, može li nam potrebe? To je Warhammer Dark Tide, valjda. Se ja dobro shvatio.
Jest.
Ali nećeš ga tu naći, evo te, gdje ti je, si ga našao? To si ga našao tu, ne tu bre, stani. Stani bre. Ali ne znam kako si tu. Kolika ti je veličina tog smeća?
To je malo poveće.
Kakaj šaki bre, ti imaš Xbox uopšte?
Kamel plutari.
Gdje ti je search ovdje?
Animal fat sack.
Kako nemaš?
Neko mu ga je disablovao. Koji bi to mogao biti? Aboris.
Kaže da si mu ti disablirao.
Da, zamisli. Disablovao sam u proces koji mu u pozadini drnda po hard disku. Kako se ja džukjela je, stvarno.
Toko je.
Zahvali mi se kasnije.
Toko je. Ilija, toko je.
Znam.
Bilo, tako čoveku da instaliraš neko.
Ne, zašto? Ti znaš da sam ja na Windowsu XP-u i na Millenniumu da sam redovno gasio onaj Windows Search. Znaš, onaj proces koji u pozadini uvek...
Zna.
Ok, znaš što vam pričam. U pozadini uvek radi indeksiranje po hard disku, jel tako, sam dobro rekao? To ti je kad upališ onaj Windowsu kao search, da on kao, pošto je konstantno ore po hard disku, izuzima jedan deo procesora, i kao on ti omogućava s dva puta tapneš dva slova, op, on nađe što ti treba. Kao da ja ne znam gdje mi je šta na kompjuteru i ne znam nekad. U tome je point.
Limeton Pop. Welcome to my channel.
Kurac, molim te onda kurac za ovo lepo obrišeš, formatiraš, i to ti je to, ništa ima da...
Nema tu šta? Šta je operativni sistem reknjama?
Nije mu. Kupuje neki gigatera, mega giga. Sad ne treba pa će meni da ga uvali, pa...
Hard disk, hoće tebi da uvali.
M2, onaj.
Čekaj, samo malo. Jel ti znaš da ja imam 2 terabajta M2? Već neko vreme. A nikom, ne znam sam kome rekao uopšte. 2 terabajta. Ne treba mi nešto posebno. Imam. I koristim ga. I ne vidim razliku. Nema razlike. Ako imaš SSD koji je dobar,
SSD mi je u kurcu nešto.
Neš ti vidjet. Nema te igre ili te aplikacije koju ti koristiš komercijalno. Osim neka specifična.
Ne, ja to znam, nego hoću da ga zabodim i na njega da prebacim sistem.
Okej, to može. To može.
Imam ja još jedan M2 i ovaj SSD na kom je sad sistem, obično. Mislim, radi, ali nije to kako bi trebalo.
Nenade, jučer sam neki štrik s Ćaletom nameštao. Tako da sam, zato mora da odem bez neke velike pompe.
Znači...
Mislim da si dobio 3-4 free level od mene.
Ja sam ti rekao kad mogu. U avgustu. 15.
Hoće pare da ti izbiješ da
Nemam
tamo.
da potrošio sam pare, nemam ni dinara.
Ajde Nenade, znamo da imaš, ajde Milane, ajde napadni ga, znamo da imaš ciganku, imaš pare.
Neću da
Nemoj od mene, ali možda pozaniš.
neću da menjam,
Evre.
da spavam, Grad sam primio platu što je prije ne potrašno. Bre, ako ti pašte. A eto, ne mogu piješ na jednu dana i će da imaš.
Šta hoće da ti proda? Hard disk?
Ajde, ne znam. A kako će naši ti potrošiš? 50 nešto je. A što bi kupio patike?
Kupit ću sam! Kralj!
Slušaj. Nije u redu da se nose iste patike godinu dana.
Ja sam kupio prve godine nisam i 3 puta oboji, što bi kupio nove sve.
Pa da imaš nove. Evo, dođi vamo, jebem li ti tetku.
9 je 11 i koliko koša? Ja sam ti rekao kad mogu. A čekaj, nije 980, jučer si rekao da je 980. A sad je 970.
Ne. Loše si ti čuo.
Pa jučer si rekao da je 980.
To je on mislio da ima 900.
On je rekao 980 minus 10.
Ne, to su... Slušaj da ti ja objasnim. Zeznuli su ga, znaš. I ja sam imao 980.
Koliko ima garancije još milijone?
Nema garancije. Ako radi.
Pa onda kupiš novu za 7000.
Tako je. Ili ga platiš Milanu za 5000.
Nenade, hoćemo malo huntujemo.
Čekaj, tek si stigao kući.
A znam da si tek stigao, ali ja planiram malo da legu 4, ovo su 7. Ja bih planirao malo leći, a sad pre nego što legnem, ja bih planirao malo huntovati.
Ne slušaj me Iliju, nego ti neće da se čekaš avgust. Vidi ga. Ja sam ti rekao, ako ti paše avgust može, a opet ne može. Vidi ga. Ne ti učiniš čoveku, ja tebi činim uvek. Milane, evo ti 980.
Hoćemo li koji hunt ili ne, ajde čujem.
Nov koša 4000. Može još.
Ištenem.
Viš ti kak je on prijatelj?
Pa nije on prijatelj, on je prijatelj za interes. Viš ti
kak je on prijatelj?
Slušaj.
500 gigabajta.
Ako on uzme grafičku karticu...
1-2.
Slušaj me, Nenade. Ako on uzme grafičku karticu za 500 evra, ti budi srećan za godinu dana što je dobiješ od njega za 350 evra laskavih. Zato što je on istunirao, znaš. On je to probao za tebe jedno mjesto i sad to radi brže nego kad je kupljeno.
Sad će ti nađemo i... Samsung 980 od 2 terabajta, sad će ti nađemo.
Even for a moment, taught Sam the lesson about fatherhood he will now pass down to Lou. Death Stranding's thematic commentary ranges from appreciable to weak. Its tertiary themes do enough legwork to be interesting, but the one thing it was desperate to say from one person to another is to connect one person to another. And it did so with such immense profoundness, both through this silly but beautiful story and through the journey you made as a player, that I will never forget it. It's only through this core theme, Cliff, Bridget, Sam and John's story, that the game almost never undermines itself by sacrificing any semblance of logic for the sake of art. The reason the Death Stranding was accelerated so much by Bridget's actions is that no one had ever been forced back through the scene. It's like forcing someone back through a one-way door. Something's got to break. Death Stranding is strange because it's a very rare thing for a game with so many writing issues to be so powerful. The ending's well done, but we've seen plenty of examples of the problems caused by Death Stranding. The biggest reason I wasn't so offended by the white BTs was that the game didn't try to explain it with contradictory bullshit that made everything worse. But now that the entire game is behind us, I'd like to address something that came to me in retrospect. Bear in mind that the game is 50 hours long, with something like 8 hours of cutscenes, and yet the characters do very, very little. The best stories I've seen are simply predicated on the idea that actions have logical consequences, and that takes the characters on a journey from beginning to end. There's far more to storytelling than that, but if you had to describe in only one word what makes the writing in Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad successful, it would be consequences. Despite how long Death Stranding is, where are the actions? Deadman, Die Hardman, and Hartman do one same thing and then repeat it over and over again for almost the entire runtime. There's no consequences for those characters because what logical consequence could come of theorizing, giving orders, and researching? That's not to say the story doesn't have opportunities for it though. Even in the story we've got, Deadman defied Die Hardman by helping you uncover the secrets of the EV program. Yet there's no consequence. If there was a punishment, then that could lead into resentment or a backlash or 1,000 other events that fill up a story. It would increase investment in Deadman. And again, Hartman constantly induces cardiac arrest. He has done so almost 300,000 times. That goes nowhere, the risk doesn't punish him and the effort isn't rewarded. Fragile serves as an example of what happens when this is done right, but also of the opposite. Remember how Fragile sacrificed her body to save the city from Higgs? That was beautiful. And the consequences of this is beyond surface level. She loses herself in a quest for revenge. She regrets her heroism. She develops a flaw, or at least an interesting quirk, as a result of her trauma. So it was really exciting to see how she would interact with Higgs when they next met. And we barely even got to see it. It led nowhere. It's fine that Higgs' story ends here, but Fragile just resets to the status quo. Instead of killing Higgs, she allows him to kill himself, which supposedly marks rising above her quest for revenge. After that, she's just normal old Fragile again. You could argue that the consequence for Fragile exerting herself so much is her coma, but this doesn't work for multiple reasons. Firstly, there's no other way for us to get to the beach, so she isn't going to die. But most importantly, it's completely undermined by how forced it is.
Pustio ti peo da ti izgoni čank od 25, a nakon toga si pustio da ti izgoni čank od 50. Ti si neznalica. Ti si neznalica, ne znaš da igraš.
Čuti, on čovjek ima 5000 sati, kako ko može da kaže da ne zna i dalje igru?
Dobro, hoćemo da pičnemo koju je lenju.
Jeli Nenade, kako objašnjavaš to?
Alo?
Ubijem čovjeka mene.
Alo, ljudi? Ajde da pičnemo.
Hoćeš da kažeš za 5000 sati nije shvatio kako health gori, jel to?
Te mene da sa long ammo trčim na čovjeka sa šotkom. Nisi spavio ni meću kao ono menjam, punim mosinku jebenu.
Pantiću, hoćemo pičnemo koju.
Posle.
Ne moš posle, sad, ja posle moram da spavam malo kad jedem.
Kad se prebudiš?
Aj jao, kakav si čovjek. Mora da igram Atomic Heart.
Je to dnevna doza Hunta, šta?
Pa moram da ispunim.
Ne znaš da igraš mi onaj to, ti to.
Hoćeš da kažeš posle 5000 sati i dalje ne znam da igra Hunt?
Mislim, premaši čovjeka 7 puta sa koliko?
Na metar.
Da, metar bilo je.
Na metar. Nije da ne zna da igra, nego ne vidi, Nenade, ne vidi. A dobro, to što ne zna kako health gori, to nije njegova krivica.
Lik me pita što idem do zida da se caknem da se healam. Pazi taj mozak.
Misliš, što ne stojiš na otvorenom, jel to?
Ja, što sam se nabio do zida kod njega i za kaveze da se nahealam, ej.
Nešto neprobojivo, a?
Pa ne znaš šta ti radi.
Jeli, Denuvo neka neprobojiva zaštita trenutno, a?
Pre je bio Secure On, a sad je Denuvo. To Samus.
Kažu da izgleda neprobojiva.
Ne, nego ljudi su glupi. Istina je da te kompanije koje... timovi tih hakera koji pokušavaju da probiju tu zaštitu, oni dobijaju mito, bukvalno mito. Mislim, samo kažu kao, ok, možemo da... Pa ozbiljno ti kažem.
Oni dobijaju mito i kažu, mi to ne radimo za džabe.
Da.
Mi to ne radimo za džabe.
Mislim...
Pa kako ti ne piše predvođač kad piše predvođač Samsung?
Ima Samsungov alat za to, znaš.
Pa evo piše predvođač Samsung, tip interni SSD, format M2, kapacitet SSD A 500 GB. Konekcija PCIe Gen 3x4.
Mislim da ide u ne ide u PCI Express slot, ja mislim. Nego ide...
A piše PC i malo E.
Milanov SSD. Na PCI Express slot ide.
Sve ima, šta sve, brzina čitanja 3100 mbps. Neupisan 2600. Tehnologija V na... Ti ne daš ni podatke da nađeš.
Ne.
Evo ti specifikacije, piše ti. Evo ti i naziv. SSD zemlje povrka Kina. Zagarantovana sva prava uplaca na osnovu zakona o kupovini. Kupovinom preko kredita 24 kamate, dobro, to.
U compagniette tu ti tatovi.
Mi scusi.
To je tako iskusno bilo.
Ne.
Čekaj!
Well, of course, we need to make the journey because Fragile was capable of teleporting everyone except for you, the only one who actually needed it. You could also argue that the entire story is a consequence of Bridget and Die Hardman having shot Cliff and Sam, but that's not something we get until the end, and it's not enough to carry the entire game. The characters in this game only work at all thanks to the acting performance, the beauty of their presentation all round, and those specific emotional moments we share with each one of them. Meeting Hartman, cutting Mama's BT cord, and Die Hardman's emotional breakdown were each masterful, and yet only a needle in a haystack. I wouldn't be at all surprised if over 50% of the spoken dialogue in this game was exposition, and if 10% of that 50% just made everything even more confusing. Perhaps it's an attempt to compensate for the characters having nothing to do otherwise. If it is, it fails. And I'd like to add that the game's nature, the walking simulator, is no excuse. If you've read Stephen King's The Long Walk, that shows beautifully how walking is the perfect opportunity to share one's thoughts with a fellow traveller. You can piss people off, you can fight, you can bond and form long-term relationships, especially in a world of fear and adversity. But everyone just stays silent apart from when it's time to deliver exposition. I suppose now is the best time to look back on Higgs as well. I haven't said much about Higgs's quality as a character, and that's because he never stuck out to me as particularly good or particularly bad. I suppose I was more distracted by how perfectly he was presented. The acting is impeccable, both voice and body. He's charismatic, he looks amazing, there's essentially nothing less than perfect here. He's even got thematics on his side, being something of a personification.
Da. Slušam te ja, reci.
Da se čekamo. Ja sam te čekao i poslije sam otišao da spavam.
Mene? Sinoć?
Da.
Ja sam sinoć sat vremena, to te bude 15 minuta po mom čaleti, sat vremena sam se jebao sa štrikom. Zato što ovi što su istovarili drvo u dvorište, nisu istovarili, nego su, razumeš, gde god istovarili.
Bacili sam da se...
Ma znamo, znaš.
Šta me to gađa, brate mili?
I
Jebote.
I onda sam morao da s čaletom vratim nazad kao žicu.
Znaš u čemu je ovdje fone, Gedinović? Ne javim se.
Tu je, čekaj, viš da je okupiran je rad.
Igram ovaj, ne čujem te, pola igram ovaj Atomic Heart.
Pojačano je previše to kod njega. Žurka je kod Borisa. Šta je fora, Nenad, reci meni?
U pitanju je da rade samo za rabat. Da nemaju nikakvu zadnju ovako, osim rabata.
Ti što pravi komponente, šta?
Ne, ovi što pravi, što su pustili ovoliko M2.
A, kupuju na količinu i samo na preprodaju zarađuju lovu, je li to?
Dobijaju robu samo što, cash samo što uzimaju robu od njih. Da tako kažem. Recimo ja mogu poručiti 100 litara neke kemije sad. I recimo ona košta 60.000 dinara. I rabat mi je 6.000 dinara. I onda kada uzimam sljedeći put robu, od ukupne sume odmiju 6.000 dinara.
Pa dobro.
Upalio sam u računicu samo da si ti pali. Nadao sam jom. Ti pukla računica sad, a?
Što si našao cenu? Je li to? Pa nije teško cene provjeriti preko interneta, znaš? Poenta je bila ti da ne proveriš ništa, razumeš, nego da samo... Ti u suštini pomažeš njemu, znaš. Kapiraš? Nije bitno da li ti imaš računicu, bitno je da on ne potroši puno para, da. Kapiraš sad? Neće on da zaradi te pare, ne znam, nego ono će da što manje potroši.
Kako bi meni život bio dosadan bez lovčinca, ja tek sad vidim.
Ako ti tako kažeš, okej, ali...
Vi ste fenomeni, majki mi.
Što? Da čujem. Hit me with an explanation.
Prepucavate se dan i noć.
Nema prepucavanja. S kim?
Zašto? Bravo, BC grupa i... Pa ovdje ne izbacuje ništa, ovo si prvi put dao da vidimo. Sad ćemo SSD M2 Samsung.
SSD M2 Samsung 970 Pro. Je li tako?
980.
980 ili 970?
980 operaje.
Pro ili obična verzija?
Ne, mi operaješ Pro ili običnu verziju?
Pro ima 10 godina garancija, to ti je kao doživotno u suštini. Ima razlike u ceni, znaš. E sad, jel... Čekaj malo, je li to NVMe ili je PC Express? Šta je sad? A? To je M2. To je M2, pretpostavljam.
Ovo ti je 1 TB, nije 2 TB. A ma opet si rekao 2 TB.
A otkud on zna? Ovo ćeš ti da uzimaš što nećeš.
Ma opet kažu da je 2 TB 10 i nešto, a sad je 1 TB 10 i nešto.
Mere se menjaju od minuta do minuta.
Svaki čas se menja.
Pa to boli.
Slušaj, 980 model ima 5 godina garancije, 980 Pro ima 10 godina. A to ti je u terminu, razumeš, tih NVMe diskova ili SSD, to ti je u suštini doživotna. Neće on toliko da otkuca. Jesi ovo gledao?
Neće on toliko ni da živi. A
neće. Mislim, imaš garanciju nenormalno, to je nepotrebno.
Sad ću da ti nađem i da ti kažem koliko si mogu da ih umanjiš.
Opet si plakala za njim.
Sve verzije je uzim.
To nije loše.
Znači ti kažem koliko si mogu da ga platiš po njih.
Ajme negdje da snimim poziciju, jeboti pas mater bre, više.
God of War ima kriminalan sistem za snimanje pozicije. Nikad ti ne snimi tačno gde si.
Ne, ovaj snimi tačno, samo što mi sad ne daje ni jednu vendor mašinu. Neći da snimim, a... Ako ovo treba krenem ponovo... Iz početka u pičku materinu.
1 TB NVMe 980. Ali ovo je samo da nađemo Pro verziju. Ovo je S.W.Frost.
Nema razlike u performansama, isto je sve skoro. Znaš?
Samo da nađem po njih na sajtu.
A cenu gledaš? Razlika ti je 30 do 50 evra, nije tipa duplo. Ako to misliš.
Nije to. Ti ne daje prodavac.
To daje Samsung, prodavac nijedan, ti ne izgleda 3 godine si, normalno ti. I 3 godine kad kažeš vata ih drhtavica sve. Znaš, mi uzimamo 2 godine, to je standard. A oni dobiju 3 godine.
Ti si je platio koliko? Evo, 10.907.
I bitno koliko si ti platio.
Tražena cena, stavimo recimo 8.000. Znači, pošto se to dobije automatski. To je to, 10.917, manje od toga ne može se dobije. Sad. Ko njih. Znači to nađemo polano.
A on tebi računa cenu polovnog maksa.
Da.
Maks.
Kao novo.
Jel ti znaš da kad sam ja kupovao par komponenti imaš tipa 250 evra do 100, od 150 do 250. Zavisi gdje gledaš. Znaš, kako se ko ugradi. Ili kako ko ima na lageru robe. Znači on sad uzeo maksimalnu cenu pa da onda kažemo, to je toliko. Ne nije. Svaki cigo svoga konja hvali.
Aha, evo ga. Opa! 64.
Znaš šta?
$64.
Znaš šta, Nenade, bolje ti uzmi novo. Znaš. Čim ti ga...
Koji ti iz dolara?
Shipping. Ne, neće. Ja sam platio ventilator iz Kine.
Sad Jimmy slika da vidim kako izgleda. A ja ne izdajem garancije pa ne znam kako izgleda, ja majko. Joj, Milan. Evo, 9.000 i više. Kad čitam ovaj komentar, mene boli glava što se ljudi pitaju.
Dobro.
Kati se. Samsung. Ma da, kako da ne. Kako da ne. Ovo je prva, 100%.
Šta to? Baci meni da ja vidim, volim prevare.
Ovo je čista prevara, figurica. Pa znam bez šta je be garancija, čovječe, izdavo sa garanciju.
Ne, nisi, Nenade, nisi. To ti samo misliš da si izdao garancije. O, Bože.
Sad ću doći. Idem se spustiti.
Of nihilism, but he never made me think, wow, Higgs is one of the best villains in media. I think it's because A, his motivation is hidden behind Death Stranding's trademark bewilderment. The game's constantly taking you for a ride with what he's doing and why. I barely even understand it now. I've literally drawn a graph in my notebook to figure this out. You gotta read his journal to get his backstory, and even that feels incomplete. Linked to A, B. Higgs represents nihilism, but he sure doesn't do anything to back it up. In no way did he ever challenge the rope ideals, or show that connection is more bad than good in a logical way. The best villains are meant to be the heroes of their own story, but we never see why Higgs thinks he's right. Even the Joker, who is kinda mental, challenged Batman's beliefs. Finally, we got C. Higgs is a Death Stranding character, so he defaults to one safe act, that being hurling BT bosses at Sam. Anything with actual lasting consequences? Nope, nada. The game hides it all in the past. I don't give a damn about Middle Knot. Place was a crater long before I got there. The game won't even let you fail the South Knot nuke delivery. Sam's greatest weakness is his attachment to BB. I think that's what Higgs should have targeted if Kojima really wanted you to hate him. I sure got excited whenever he showed up. Honestly, I still love him, but that's not because of the writing. Alright, babies and genital men, I regret to inform you that I am back on my bullshit. Time to talk about things that don't make sense. I didn't want to hurt the emotion of Amelie's beach, so I didn't bring this up, but Amelie mentions the concept of requiring Sam to make a final decision twice in total. First, when she states that all she can do is give you the choices, and second, when she says that to trigger the last stranding, which was the decision she had made, she needed Sam, a part of her, here. Firstly, these are two entirely different concepts of needing someone. In the first way, she needs Sam to make a decision for her. In the second way, she needs Sam there so she can enact her own decision. This confused the hell out of me at first, because they are contradictory. The only way to move forward without carpet bombing the narrative is to ignore the first one because it removes all agency from Amelie, by implying that she cannot make the all-important choice. Best to just assume she was being figurative. The big problem with the second, however, is that if Amelie needs Sam to trigger the last stranding, that kinda kills the whole Higgs versus Sam conflict. So look at it this way. Amelie wants last stranding, but Bridget's dying, right? In fact, Bridget's going to die before the Cupid is ready, so she can't finish the chiral network. She's gonna need Sam, a veteran porter and repatriate, to do it for her. So she finds Higgs and provides the homo demons with their power. To Bridges, it looks like Amelie's hands are tied. To Sam, it looks like Amelie's in mortal danger. Smart plan. She's got everyone where they need to be. Sam goes off on the expedition, and as he does so, Amelie starts shifting towards delaying the inevitable. Higgs isn't happy with that. He wants Sam's head on a plate, but this is where everything gets screwed up. If Amelie needs Sam to do anything, for whatever reason, Higgs's option was never really an option. Amelie couldn't have let him kill Sam. The entire boss fight, it seems, was just a way of getting Higgs out of the picture without making it look like he was in bed with Amelie. This removes character stakes from the fight since the game's rigged, and it removes thematic weight because Higgs has no influence over Amelie now. I've long since accepted this, but literally all it would take to make this issue vamoose was removing 2 lines of dialogue. If Amelie doesn't need Sam, then we're in a much stronger position. Now, you can try to explain your way out of it, right? You can say that if Higgs won the fight, she would have gone with his choice with or without Sam's consent. It's a stretch, but you could integrate it into your headcanon to reintroduce some thematic weight. Thoughtlessly and yet endlessly explaining the plot of Death Stranding is just a single form of how the exposition is the story's biggest problem. It's annoying at the best of times, and undermines huge swathes of its weight at the worst of times. We've seen so many examples of this, and we're yet to see plenty more. I find it bizarre that the game presents its disaster as unnatural, or at least not our fault. Misanthropy is boring and pointless, but the fact is our biggest threat is ourselves, not the universe having a conniption. That's not some pessimistic outlook on humanity, it's just the fact that the universe isn't all that threatening to humanity as a whole anymore. Asteroids can be redirected, and in the unlikely scenario something like a disastrous solar flare happened, there's no reason to assume it'd cause total extinction. Amelie directly tells you that the Death Strandings are a result of the mortality of all things due to the universe correcting a fluke. You could argue that not even Amelie knows the true reason behind the Death Strandings, that she's just trying to rationalize. But that puts everything back at square one. And you could also add that it was something she did that kickstarted the Stranding, but it was just a kickstart. It wasn't the root cause. Death Strandings can never be attributed.
Mogla si ga još slobodno staviti napolje.
Što? Suvo je potpuno.
Što čuo da režu drva tamo iza kuće?
Pa režu drva, pa ne mogu tamo, hoću da izvlačim, imam još robe, a ovo je suvo. Jer ne mogu da...
Neki izrežu sva drva pa ćemo ih služiti. Ne moramo.
Najmanji problem, složit će se. Šta sam...
Jes kad su isečene na...
Ali nema tu puno da se cijepa. Zato što su ove oboje.
Jel oni s onom mašinom seku ili šta?
Motorkama. To su krasnići i moji radnici bivši.
No, nema ništa protiv njih. Vidio sam da su doneli da te časte, čini mi se nešto juče.
A neku žena od ovoga jednog, ali to je završilo goli šećerić.
Pa više slatko.
Previše slatko, a tvrdo. Evo vič.
A možda je stvar u tome da... A to je sve do test, znaš. Ja znam, ne znam, ali koliko vidim...
Evo, pa ćeš ti ovo staviti. Jel ti, kao da ti je lakše u grlo od kad si onu popio?
Ne znam.
Pa ja osjećam ti po glasu.
Po glasu, dobro.
To human cause because it already happened 5 times before. The dominant forms of life then didn't have intelligence. They couldn't be blamed for anything. Where did the dinosaurs go wrong? Where did the spiral penis thing screw up? I can't say for certain that this wasn't deliberate, but it sure seems like Kojima wants to deliver a commentary. Now, instead of saying awful things happen when humans do X, he's saying awful things happen which are completely out of our control and we'll need to come together to stop them. Is that a commentary? Regardless, it's broken in its own way because it replaces the equivalent events with a metaphor for them, creating a massive separation between our world and theirs. What can Death Stranding say now? It can't be anti-war, can't be pro-environmentalist, can't say anything beyond connection good. I'm absolutely not pushing the game to say what I want it to say. That's awful, and I'll never play that role. But if Kojima wanted to deliver a commentary, and he surely did, the lore has rugby tackled it into the shadow realm. Sure, the central theme of connection still stands, and I understand that not everyone pays attention to the lore, but that's no excuse. Let's dig further. From a lore perspective, Death Stranding is rather pessimistic. It frequently promises that our days are numbered, and there's no escaping the end. Presumably, as long as there's life, there's beaches, so there'll always be Death Strandings, wherever humanity goes. BT's on a spaceship, now that's fucking terrifying. For the denizens of this world, there's still some comfort. According to Hartman, thousands and thousands of years from now, should intelligent life walk the Earth and find our fossils, they will likely conclude that Homo sapiens died out in the 6th extinction. Perhaps, if we are lucky, they may even find records we leave behind. Still, we cannot hope to guess how much they will understand about who we were. After all, their intelligence will not be like ours. Theirs will be a different understanding of the world, of the universe. Different forms of existence, different conceptions of what it is to be alive. These invariably lead to different conceptions of what it is to die. But it matters not if they never understand who we were. All that matters, in my opinion at least, is that they know we were here. Oh, that's nice. But here's what I don't understand. To correct the flawed survival of matter following the Big Bang, the universe appoints an extinction entity to destroy life on Earth with a Death Stranding. But what extinction entity exists for the rest of the matter in the universe? Why does it only outwardly attack life, but not everything else? Well, you could say it doesn't have to. The end is inevitable. Entropy will get you one way or another. In our world, we assume this applies to life too. We're still made of matter, right? But in perhaps a rare moment of optimism for the lore at least, Death Stranding appears to disagree. Life is special in this world, because no matter what the universe does, it always finds a way to stand up again and say no. It appears the game implies thermodynamics, or chaos theory, which Amelie references, somehow isn't enough for life. As beautiful as it is to show what makes life special, how do you back it up logically? My theory is that the universe is attempting to avoid the problems presented by our potential. If humanity could at any point be capable of manipulating particle fields like the Higgs field, the universe's rules don't count for shit. But I'm no Hartman, so that is just a theory. At this point, I think we're jumping the shark. Complex storytelling incites the assumption that there's depth and layers and meaning behind everything. You get English teacher syndrome, but given all we know about this game's lore and after thinking about it for so long, I have to accept that at this point, the deeper lore and themes are whatever you want them to be. Because when, ironically, you attempt to knot the finer strands of Death Stranding together, you end up in this situation. Either no one has figured this game out yet, or Kojima didn't feel the need to think this far. There are some dots that I just don't think were meant to be connected. BTs, is it a critique of British telecommunications and their shoddy connection speed? Is it Big Titties, a commentary on the trivialization of sex online? No. No, it's not. It's beach thing. Because there's beaches. That's it. Which I suppose is okay. Very few people are going to take the lore this far. It's disappointing, it would have been far better if it was logical, but it didn't have to be. It just needed to be human. And that's just it. Yes, Death Stranding undermines itself through awful contradictory exposition that it cannot resist spouting at every opportunity, and it curb stomps the believability of the characters to do so. The characters don't do anything and the pacing goes from extreme to extreme like a firework strapped to a snail. But what it gets right, it gets so right that I can only love it. We've been talking for quite some time now and we still haven't brought up what actually happens next. So, after the credits roll, you find out that Lou is in fact short for Louise. The drama and finality that this reveal is presented with didn't really make much sense to me on my first run, but I think it's to ensure players understand that BB-28 being related to Cliff was a red herring. Sam is male, Sam is Cliff's son, so there's no timey-wimey bullshit going on with Lou. She's simply a random BB who Sam has decided to raise as if she were the daughter he lost when Lucy went kablamo. And the only reason it seemed like we were viewing her flashbacks was because of that memory feedback loop Deadman spoke about earlier. After that cutscene, you were placed back in Sam's shoes 2 weeks before Die Hardman's inauguration. So Lou is still in her pod and the Death Stranding is still ongoing. It's a classic setup that games use to create an endgame. What is that endgame? You head right back into the wild and make it easier for everyone else. You build the roads, you build the zip lines, you go back and find Conan O'Brien and Jeff Keighley, who I didn't mention because structuring this video was already tough as hell. You continue being Sam Porter Bridges, you do orders, you never stop helping, and you'll constantly get rewards as you go. But to what end? I must admit, I would have been far more invested in the endgame if Kojima threw out a few new areas to explore. It's not an itch for new content, it's an itch for challenging content. I want a reason to master the systems, I want a reason to unlock all of the additional gear, to prepare and make the tough decisions that don't matter as much as they potentially could, even on hard. The mountain is the most difficult area in the game, and I was itching for more of that. Since the game had teased the moon, DLC perhaps? I hope so. I love playing Death Stranding, and I want any reason I can get. As much as a sequel has the potential to be a masterpiece, I'm not sure if we'll get one. Kojima has been itching to move to horror, and that's even if his next project is a game and not a movie. A DLC, on the other hand? Kojima's clear direction of almost every aspect of production combined with the Decima engine appears to have aided the speed with which this game was developed immensely. Perhaps a couple extra areas wouldn't be so tough to make. Nicholas Winding Refn has confirmed that Hartman will return, so all I can do is hope that it's in-game and not some kind of short movie. The future of Death Stranding is not certain, but the characters? For them, we get some closure, starting with Fragile. So, the UCA's prospects don't look too great, but I'm not going to stand by and let it fall apart. After all, it's a symbol of everything my father held dear. Freedom and community. It's bigger than any one of us, bigger than all of us still standing. We're only here because of those who came before, my father and everyone else back through the generations. I appreciate that more these days, I suppose, and I want to honor the people who made me who I am. That's why I've joined Bridges. I spent too long wrestling with the past, obsessed with getting revenge on Higgs, but the past can't be changed. All I can do now is build upon it and help deliver everyone a brighter future. Fragile Express is back in business. Fragile deserved a happy ending, so I'm pleased she got it. As for Deadman, I can't quite tell if his closure is tragic or beautiful. Supposedly, he doesn't have a beach because he wasn't born naturally, instead being the result of pluripotent stem cells and harvested organs. There's some additional lore that implies Deadman was actually a BB at one point, or at least that's what I assumed when he said he was raised in an artificial womb. His great depression is that he wasn't good enough to be alive. With no beach, there is no other side for him, no afterlife, just an end. But because he was able to visit the beach to rescue Sam, Deadman realized that they aren't close to him after all. Let's tactically ignore the fact that he already visited the beach via Fragile earlier in the game. He rationalizes that if anything, not having a beach simply means you're already connected to everyone in this world. Well, clearly that makes absolutely no sense, and no one can know if simply being able to visit a beach is enough to have one when you die. So maybe Deadman did catch a break, or maybe he's just desperate for validation. But whatever the case may be, it was enough to put an end to his worries. For Die Hardman, we can only assume he goes on to be the best president he could be. If you read the post-game logs though, we do get some additional information. Would you like to know what Die Hardman's first name is? John. We should know this, but would you like to know what Die Hardman's second name is? McClane. Yes, Die Hardman is called John McClane. I think we're walking that fine line between a reference and a cameo. Why didn't they just give Tommy L. Jenkins a mask of Bruce Willis instead? Hartman went on to find a woman, Samantha Spade, and gave up his quest to find his family. He realizes that it will change nothing, and that he must move on with his life. Warms the heart. We know that Sam goes on to be Lou's father, that's pretty clear, so I think it's a good time to finish the theory that Sam represents Kojima. After everything, Sam is forced to break ties with his former life, Cliff and Amelie, in order to bring new life into the world and focus on Lou. Kojima of course has to break ties with Konami and Metal Gear to focus on Kojima Productions. The 5 creative mode ghosts on the beach would be the 5 installments of Metal Gear Solid. They're present and connected, but still out of reach. Finally, Cliff represents Hideo's father, who also died at an early age. The talk of going to the moon is similar to how Kojima always wanted to be an astronaut. With all the similarities we've covered now, and the fact that this is Kojima's style, I'm sold. I think assuming the game is actually about Kojima is the wrong move. Rather, Kojima probably used his emotions as a center point and spread out from there. I never felt like I was playing as Kojima, because though there are certainly distinct parallels between Sam's life and his, they're also representations of things that could happen to anyone. We all lose people we love, and we all do what we can for those we love. We all face adversity for our friends and family. Sam was specifically intended to be the player, that anyone could project themselves onto him, and that felt clear to me. Death Stranding is for anyone who is wary of the internet and wants a simulation of pre-internet human connection, when we had to be considerate of each other's feelings. It might make you think deeply about what it means to be connected to someone else. Your response to it will vary, I'm sure, whether you decide to visit family you haven't seen in some time, or are just a little nicer to the delivery person the next time they drop off a package. Hideo Kojima. Humble goals. This game isn't trying to change your life. Death Stranding is a game that dared to be different, and that'll leave some people behind but others tantalized. It's a game that all of us will remember for one reason or another. For me, it was happiness, and happiness is like a candle. It'll never decrease by being shared. Death Stranding is a beautiful, silly, different, dumb, poorly written, and yet utterly engrossing mess of a masterpiece. That was, for me, just the engine of positivity I needed at a time I had never felt less connected. And that's exactly what Kojima intended it to be. Whether you decide to visit family you haven't seen in some time, or are just a little nicer to the delivery person next time they drop off a package. No matter how many fleeting moments of resentment I had towards Death Stranding, nothing will change its power. Connect to save the world, and connect to save our souls. It actually holds the Guinness World Record for being the most convoluted way of saying we live in a society in human history. Thank you all for watching. I genuinely have no idea how long this video is as of writing. You might say it got a little bit out of hand. It's been a real tough year, so I really wanted some kind of huge fuck-off video to end it on. I had just played Death Stranding and I thought it'd be the perfect game to launch a new commentary format on. More laid back and far more detail. As of right now, I'm of two minds. This is either the most boring piece of crap video I've ever made, or it's good enough to strongly appeal to its niche audience. Kinda like Death Stranding. I have absolutely no clue how it'll perform or how it'll be received, but if you've made it this far, thank you. Thank you so much for entertaining my bullshit for 4 hours. Or maybe 5 hours. Or maybe 6. God knows. Scripting this beast was one hell of a task, and by God I don't think it's perfect. Now I've got to edit it. It's gonna be very light editing, but it will be a lot, so release date? I guess I'll go for a preemptive strike. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Birthday, Happy Easter, and happy all the other seasonal holidays. This video will come out near one of them. I do hope to see you next time. Please don't delete my...
In this land, magic is as natural as the soil we walk on.
Okay.
But mages are not free.
Put them in jail, it's smart. That way they ain't casting
In
spells
the
and
kingdom of Demacia, mage seekers hunt for those with magical abilities, locking them in the dark.
So we gotta delete some wizards.
Silas of Dreadborn, recruited by the mage seekers as a child, was born with the power to sense magic.
Nice. So just go get him.
He saw the truth, that magic is everywhere.
Oh.
It's hunk time.
The mission objective takes priority over everything else. Holding to that principle is why I have never failed a mission. The death cannot die.
Deadly and lethal, with a tenacity for completing the mission by any means necessary, this fan-favorite character from Resident Evil certainly deserves some more recognition. This incredibly powerful agent of destruction was first introduced to us in Resident Evil 2, and has appeared sparsely throughout the franchise, including Resident Evil 4's Mercenaries mode. Although his appearances are quite limited, that doesn't diminish his lasting impact on the series, as Hunk is a major player within the Resident Evil universe that has left an indelible mark on the franchise. From his earliest known origins to his latest sightings, join me as we take a closer look into what makes Hunk the Grim Reaper himself, Mr. Death. It's Hunk time.
Ima koga?
Halo?
Si vidio?
Ne znam što si stavio. A to si
U
za
Dano
mene,
Expressa.
to si za mene bacio link. a?
Mhm.
Mm, 991 PHP. Šta je to? Jesi ti to preveo? Koliko je to par?
I Jaro je nešto dinari.
To radi uopšte.
Is not NV me, but
Bar su napisali.
Znaš kako, jako je dobro sve što ima ovih ko review i može da vidiš sve. Bez da se je babuš i to. Lepo pročitaš da li je istina, da li nije istina. I uvijek gledam recimo ove negativne. A fake. Šta ne očekuješ za 10 manje. Vidiš ti po kvalitetu izrade da je to cool.
Možda je napravljeno da liči na pravi proizvod.
I jesi vidio šta je? Geografska ponuda.
Pa on tako trguje sa mnom već godinama, znaš. Zato ja i on ne trgujemo više. On meni nešto ponudi. I ja to sa smeškom prihvatim i još mu se zahvalim što me je opljačkao. Znaš.
Ajde, da sam mu susjed za grafiku, trebam mu pare da kupi.
Ne, to je uvijek priča, znaš. Uvijek njemu treba novca.
I ovako, brate, više.
A ne, uvijek. Kako da ja najmanje para potrošim, a ti da mi budeš još zahvalan što sam ja tebi uradio uslugu.
Vidiš kako sve znaš.
Jer ti ne plaćaš, ne plaćaš 50% od cene. Ti plaćaš 70% od cene koju on smatra da to vredi, da. I još plus ti on, znaš, on ti istonirao, znaš, on je probao robu i on zna da to radi, znaš. to je overclockovano na max, sve je to naštimano i tako. Oh my. Kupio sam staru matičnu ploču. Staru matičnu ploču njegovu i stari procesor. Ja se sjećam vrlo dobro, dok je to bilo kod njega, da je on ima problema sa tim da se desi ponekad, kad nestane struja, da isključi hard diskove, znaš, isključi ih. I onda moraš da ugasiš računar i da zameniš mjesto onim SATA konektorima da bi to radilo. I ja njemu objašnjavam da je falična ploča, on kaže ne, to je, kaže, neki bug. Ta ploča dođe kod mene, po cijeni koju on tražio, ja mu dam kintu, zahvalim mu se naravno. I posle kažem, ja imam isti bug, on kaže nemoguće, to je kod mene radilo. Ja kažem nije, zato što znam da nije, niko tebe nije radilo. Ne, ti to nešto nisi dobro napravio. Dobro. I tako.
Pankirka 2 godine potkradao klijente u Novom Sadu.
Šta je?
2 godine krala klijente banke. Ukrao 16 miliona dinara. Idi ruku.
O, brate, koja bolest ovo je? Koja bolest?
Da ti verujem.
Podijeljeno sa 116. 137.000 eura. Ovo 140, idi u kuću.
Sad će biti s kućom. Ne rade. Ne rade.
Gledam neka baba pokrala 140.000 eura.
Gdje je onaj preprodavac? Polovnik, hard disk.
Nove lampe za stare.
Gdje je preprodavac?
Čekaj, moram to. No, lampe za stare.
Pa neka ide.
Nove lampe za stare! Nove lampe za stare!
Stare lampe za nove.
Samo da znam da čitam turski previše.
A imaš prodjec.
Gdje je preprodavac? Preprodavec!
What does hunk mean? Is it an acronym for something?
Hey,
Što
Well,
ga
no one
odbijaš?
knows as to how Hunk ended up getting his name, nor can I tell you much surrounding the character's upbringing nor his real name. Of what information we do have brings us to the year 1996 on Rockford
A
Island,
da,
an island
ali da li je taj
Ali to
novi
nije to.
testiran? Nije,
Clouds.
razumeš?
Welcome to
On
my
je-
channel.
On je
Bro,
testirao...
what are you playing? It looks garbage.
It's a 10-year-old game.
Brate mili,
Let me
kako
show
je
you.
jebeno zajebano.
Oh man, it's like a Minecraft.
Jel igraš, streamuješ ga dinamički?
Sad ne, sad sam izašao.
Moment, momci.
Brate.
Yeah, let me show you. This game is like 10 years old. Let me show you. Let me show you how the game looked when I first saw it, when I first bought it, when it was made for the first time. If you have a time, you know.
Welcome back to another evolution video. My name is Fiber and today we're going through the evolution of 7 Days to Die. Before we get started, let me know down in the comments if the math of a nuclear Third World War that destroyed an extremely large part of the world, except for some areas, which is a fictional country of Navesgate located in Arizona. The player is a survivor of war who must survive by finding shelter, food and water, as well as scavenging supplies to fend off the numerous zombies that populate Navesgate. The Windows Alpha version of the game was released on August 16th, 2013 for people who pre-ordered the game on either Kickstarter or PayPal. On screen right now is the earliest footage that was released of the game. Only those who bought the alpha, beta and full game, who then asked to have access to the pre-alpha, were the only ones that could play this. You can clearly see that this is the bare bones version of the game. It's almost like Minecraft, but on steroids. As they were developing the game, it had gotten insanely popular. On Greenlight on Steam, getting 75,000 yes votes, 8,000 followers and 87,000 favorites after only 23 days. It was #1 on Steam Greenlight. After seeing this, the developers decided to speed up production and release the alpha, only to those who had paid for it, of course, on the 13th of September 2013. This was known as
By the way, I tried alpha because it got leaked on a torrent. And then I played on torrent, and when the game came out, I bought it.
Alpha 1.1, Alpha 1.0 being the pre-release version. Alpha 1.1 saw the addition of a few new crafting recipes and items to help out players build a more solid defense line, as well as a bunch of new biomes. There was the nuclear fallout zone, the
like
burnt
shit.
forest, the forest,
Not gonna
which
lie.
sounds pretty plain after hearing the burnt forest, the plains.
Those fake ads really drive me mad. The game looks so fun in the ads, but when you download it,
it doesn't look even fun.
The desert, the wasteland, rural areas and a bunch of cities which are scattered around the map. Multiple variations of zombies were also developed to switch it up, make it so that the player doesn't see the same plain old zombie again and again. The plague nurse and infected women were added, just to name a few. Furthermore, a bunch of new weapons were put into the game, including various clubs like the Spike Club and the Iron Reinforced Club, as well as actual guns like the pistol, sawed-off shotgun and sniper rifle, but the main one being a freaking rocket launcher. You can round up the zombies and blow them away in one lethal blow, which is pretty insane. Alpha 2, 9th of November 2013. A huge number of items and fixes were introduced within this update, the main ones being multiplayer. You can now join your friends online and play various different game modes in-game, such as the Horde mode, Deathmatch, as well as adding different maps into multiplayer games like Wasteland and Forest. Talking about maps, a new large wasteland city called Gravestown was added. I believe it's the largest city in the game. Gravestown is distinct for its large number of multi-story structures.
Yeah,
there are large holes in the streets and many buildings are destroyed,
Like a fucked up
suggesting
town.
that Gravestown was probably bombed. The The spider zombie and zombie dogs were also implemented into this update. The spider zombie being able to climb walls and the zombie dog being faster than the typical zombie. The AI in the game for all enemies improves further and further with each update, making the zombies a harder enemy to fight against. Over time, the HUD and graphics of the game also improve, giving the player a more realistic feel to the game. Jumping over to Alpha 5, 7 Days to Die was finally released on Steam as an early access game on December 13th, 2013. Since it is in early access, the game was far from being finished. This update focused on optimizing the game fully for Steam and better for multiplayer. Only a few recipes were added. Alpha 6, 15th January 2014. This was a huge update for 7 Days to Die and probably one of the biggest so far. All new systems were added. A metal forging system and a weapon breakdown system. A huge range of different things to craft with various different materials were put in as well. Glass doors, tungsten doors, concrete. These would aid players in building a more solidified base to prevent all types of enemies from invading. A new snowy biome was put into the map, home to the new frigid hunter, frozen lumberjack and frostbitten worker, as well as multiple points of interest in the new snow biome. There's 2 new gas stations, a huge ski lodge and a sawmill containing a bunch of different loot for the survivors. Alpha 7, you're now able to claim land on the 7 Days to Die map. New players are awarded 1 land claim keystone, which is about 41 by 41 blocks. You can get more claim keystones by killing players and stealing theirs, or you can go mining, and if you're lucky you may come across a few of these. Place these down to confirm that this is your ground and no one can trespass on your area. As the updates go by, the main enemies shift from zombies to enemy players, which is of course in an apocalyptic world more realistic. People tend to become extremely possessive and only fight for themselves and who they care about. One of the biggest updates in 7 Days to Die was finally added. Hats. You're now able to look stylish and fashionable as you take down bases and fend off those pesky zombies. Alpha 8 and 9 were pretty much only bug fixes and graphical improvements, and overall bettering the...
Da li bi igrao Hunt Showdown iz trećeg lica? Zašto? Ne, ne bi rekao.
A bolje je od Residenta 100 puta.
Ne, ne bi igrao zato što taj mod igre treće lice ne bi funkcionisalo u Hunt Showdownu.
To ti kažem, to jednostavno nije igra za treće lice, Resident jeste.
Ne možeš ti da se šunjaš okolo i da imaš kameru preko ramena i da možeš da vidiš iza ćoška ko je. Da te neko čeka iza ćoška, ne možeš da imaš tako.
Resident nije za prvo lice.
Jeste. Ne, jeste. Zato što jedini način na koji ti kažeš da se igra iz trećeg lica je sa onom fiksnom kamerom koju su imali Resident Evil 1, 2, 3 na PlayStationu. Fiksna kamera, fiksni uglovi kamere i kako se ti krećeš ne vidiš šta će biti na sljedećem ekranu. I to stvara tenziju, to stvara onaj element horora kao šta će biti na sljedećem ekranu. A kad je iz prvog lica, ne znam. Moderno treće lice, mislim, igrao sam Resident Evil 4, on je od svih možda i najbolje urađen. I remake i original. U njemu funkcioniše, ali nije neophodno da imam baš treće lice. U Resident Evil 7 ne funkcioniše treće lice, jer je kuća mala. Imaš kuću i par imanja okolo. Nemaš potrebe za tolikim pregledom, razumeš? Da ti sad treba treće lice, ćeš ti igraš kolo. Ja se izvinjam.
Volim Milane.
Quality of life in game. Nothing extremely game-changing occurred. Alpha 10, 22nd of November 2014. The main add this update being a brand new character creation system, complete with a custom face, body morphing, and a fully visible clothing and armor on your character. With it, you can customize your character and make him or her look like whatever you'd like. Also included in this build are a ton of new lootable or craftable clothing, including Kevlar helmets, SWAT helmets, bandanas, goggles, sunglasses, denim jackets, pants, boots, and tank tops. Alpha 11 was released on April 2nd, 2015, where developers updated to Unity 5, which includes many graphical improvements, a new quality range system for guns, weapons, tools, and armor, and a new zombie called Feral. This zombie is pretty different to other zombies. They are not affected by daylight, and they're a lot taller, stronger than most zombies, making them very difficult and dangerous targets. Because of their strength, they pose a huge threat to player-built structures. If you place a wall down, they can easily destroy it with great speed. There were a lot of bug fixes and changes made, but not a lot added into the game. The devs at this point are still refining the game and the vast amount of tasks that you can do. Alpha 12 was released on July 3rd, 2015 and added a new vehicle system with a mini bike. This helps players travel across the map and escape from zombies and enemy players. But there is a downside to this. In order to craft the bike, players must first read a mini bike book, then you have to assemble all of the different parts separately. So the handlebars, then the seat, then the wheels, then the battery, which in all honesty is fair. It just adds to the survival aspect of the game. Alpha 13 was released on the 10th of December 2015, adding temperature survival elements into the game. So going into a desert will cause you to be more thirsty, or entering a snow biome will make you feel cold and you would need to warm up. The difficulty of the game had just increased a lot, but in a good way. It's one step closer to a fully survival game. Alpha 14 released on March 26, 2016, so the addition of a multitude of new locations to Nave's game, including the new largest city, Perishton, a bandit-like shantytown. A bunch of new brand new locations were also added. Hidden snow cabins, Indian ruins, a waterworks, cell towers, boat docks, banks, islands, handmade caves, car lots, diners and cemeteries. Nearly 100 new locations to discover. You legit won't recognize the map. It was also in this update that the game was announced to be on PlayStation and Xbox One, published by Telltale Publishing. A couple months later, on June and July 2016, the game was finally released on console, giving a larger range of players access to this insane survival game. Jumping nearly a whole year later to June 6, 2017, they introduced Alpha 16 with a bunch of new items, the main one being electricity. Various traps including electric fences and spinning blades were implemented. These seriously make it so much easier when holding down a base. Multiple zombies would be taken out with ease without having to waste any precious ammo. Jumping again nearly a year and a half later, on November 19th, 2017, 7 Days to Die finally dropped another big update, Alpha 17. And this saw the addition of a few vehicles, a bicycle, a quote-unquote badass motorcycle, a 4x4 vehicle, and a gyrocopter, I think, which allows players to own the skies. You can now fly and travel a lot faster without worrying about any zombies. Furthermore, a brand new quest system was put in place. You can receive these by simply talking to the trader and looking at his offer jobs and accepting a quest. Again, another year later, on October 2nd, 2019, Alpha 18 was released, which pretty much optimized and balanced the changes made from Alpha 17, with the addition of a few new things. A new infection system. Infection is easier to contact when you have low health than high health. 1% is barely infected and 100% infection straight out die. Stage 1 lasts in real time an hour and up to 14% has no side effects. Stage 2 lasts 3 hours up to 57% and has minus 25% stamina recovery. Stage 3 lasts 3 hours and is minus 35% stamina recovery and minus 1 to all attributes. Getting hit by zombies can increase the infection level. As well as this, a few new weapons were added, such as a spear, a junk turret, a stun baton, an M60, brass knuckles, just to name a few. Now onto the most recent huge update, Alpha 19, released on June 27th, 2020. Through these updates, there has been a lot of graphical improvements and small changes to improve the game, like adding small new locations. I had skipped over these as a few were added in each update, a few being the same buildings as well. Repeating it would be a waste of time. In this update, they reworked the critical hit system, making it have a larger effect in your actual game. For example, a sprained arm lowers your reload time, or a broken leg decreases your mobility. These could easily lead to your death. Personally, I think the devs are doing a great job at making the game as realistic as possible while it's still being playable. It becomes way more immersive this way. A few new weapons were seen in this update as well. An auto shotgun, a desert vulture which is a magnum pistol essentially, and an impact driver. This is the fastest way to harvest mechanical items and strip cars in seconds. It saves so much time for the players and lets them loot a lot more in a shorter amount of time. The most recent small update was 19.3, which is inside the Alpha 19 update, released on December 21st, 2020, which is pretty much server fixes and bug fixes. Let me know down in the comment section down below what you think will come to 7 Days to Die in 2021. And while you're at it, you may as well leave a like.
So we jump.
Anyway. Yeah.
In the South Pacific, taken over by the Umbrella Corporation to accommodate Umbrella's growing paramilitary. Rockford's Island is also the setting of Resident Evil Code Veronica. Our first known history of Hunk dates here on Rockford Island, where he received training at the military training center under Umbrella. This is where Hunk got his codename as an operator for the USS, an abbreviation for Umbrella Secret Service. It was on this island that Hunk carried out a number of successful operations, in which he was often the only man left alive. The rigorous training he received while at the military training center shaped Hunk into a nearly unkillable machine of murder, in which he was usually the only man left standing, earning him another nickname, Grim Reaper, or simply Mr. Death. Because of his incredible prowess and accomplishments, Hunk soon became the leader of the Alpha Team under Umbrella, a team that would face incredible challenges 2 years later in 1998. The night of September 22nd, 1998 is where Hunk was first seen thrown into the spotlight, and the events that unfolded that night resulted in one of the worst catastrophes of mankind. These very events shaped what came to be Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 in Raccoon City. To better get the context behind Hunk and his legendary status, we need to first go over the events that transpired that eerie night in Umbrella HQ, in what is known as Operation Nest Wrecker. The operation was a mission undertaken by Hunk's team as the first USS squad, part of Umbrella's elite security force. The Alpha team was tasked with infiltrating Umbrella's nest and stealing the G-Virus from Dr. William Birkin. Why was the retrieval of the G-Virus necessary, you might ask? The G-Virus is the code name for Golgotha virus, and was a bioweapon developed by Umbrella USA to surpass the Tyrant virus, or simply known as T-Virus. Whereas the T-Virus causes more minor mutations to human hosts, like zombies and tyrants, the G-Virus causes incredible mutations to the human body, often being able to mutate into forms unrecognizable to their initial human hosts. While the T-Virus was quite infertile, the G-Virus was highly fertile and could reproduce with ease. The T-Virus causes necrosis of the body as a side effect, of which refers to the death of body tissue due to illness, injury, and infection that can cause serious harm to one's skin, bones, and organs. The G-Virus, on the other hand, was considered one of the greatest threats to not only mankind, but the world if an outbreak were to happen of this virus. That's where Operation Nest Wrecker comes into play. The man behind the creation of the G-Virus was Dr. William Birkin, the lead scientist behind that strand of virus at Umbrella. See, Umbrella became highly suspicious of Dr. Birkin because the company believed that, even after having canceled the project, Dr. Birkin was still secretly developing the G-Virus. A correct suspicion indeed, because Dr. Birkin had continued the research of the G-Virus, defying orders from Umbrella HQ for him to be removed from the project. To try to get away with his research in secret, Dr. Birkin ordered his staff not to respond to emails from Umbrella headquarters. There were some spies that leaked some of the G-Virus information to Umbrella HQ, of which Birkin promptly dealt with by executing those disloyal to Birkin's project. Umbrella spies within the US military quickly learned that Birkin was in talks with the military, offering to sell the G-Virus as a bioweapon. Umbrella HQ sent a direct order to Birkin, demanding he report to Umbrella within 24 hours. Of course, William Birkin never responded. Umbrella HQ thus prepared to take over the G-Virus by force. It was at 11:45 p.m. on the night of September 22nd, 1998, that Hunk and his Alpha team infiltrated the lab with their orders to secure the G-Virus and to make sure that Dr. Birkin was alive. The clip you are about to see covers the perspective of Agent J. Martinez as the squad infiltrates Dr. Birkin's lab, with Hunk at his right. In this scene, Hunk is the only one talking, along with Dr. Birkin.
This is my life's work. I'm not handing over anything.
We have our orders, Dr. Birkin. I'll ask you one more time.
What the fuck were you thinking? Our orders were to bring him in alive. We're in, sir. But we had a snafu. Target resisted. We had to take him out. That's correct, sir. Roger that. Just the sample, then. Let's move.
William Birkin clearly resisted the orders of his force, and upon drawing his handgun, the doctor was quickly shot down by Jay Martinez, and was scolded by Hunk, as the goal was to secure the virus with Birkin alive. Regardless, the case containing the virus was unscathed, and was taken by A. Kirkpatrick. Little did Alpha Team know upon leaving the scene that Birkin had barely managed to survive the attack, and with what little energy Dr. Birkin had left in him, injected a sample of the G-Virus into his bloodstream that Alpha Team failed to recover. It was this very moment that changed the course of the night in the few days left of Raccoon City as we knew it. William Birkin's wife, Annette Birkin, had suspected that William had injected himself with the G-Virus as a last-ditch effort to stay alive, but regrettingly did not pull the trigger on him when she had the chance. Instead, William, already partially mutated from the G-Virus's incredible growth, stalked the halls and eventually caught up to the members of Alpha Team and slaughtered every member of the squad. Every member other than Hunk, that is. In this footage here, we can see through the perspective of A. Kirkpatrick, the one that retrieved the briefcase containing the G-Virus, was fatally struck by William while in the sewers trying to escape. Unfortunately, Kirkpatrick was unable to close off the case to prevent the samples within from leaking out, contaminating the sewer rats, which then infected the drinking water of Raccoon City, leading to the downfall of the entire city. There were some samples of the T-Virus in that same briefcase, and is responsible for the zombification of the majority of the residents of Raccoon City, and a dying Kirkpatrick even became infected with the T-Virus, as we are able to see him here, zombified in the sewers as we navigate Leon through the sewer system in the campaign of Resident Evil 2. But what happened to Hunk? Well, Hunk, the last man left alive of Alpha Team, was alive with a G-sample in hand, surviving on his own for several days, as he finally became rescued in the early hours on September 30th after navigating the now completely contaminated sewers and Raccoon City Police Department. Hunk's mode, the fourth survivor, as part of Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 2 Remake, is a recount of Hunk as he navigated from the zombie-infested sewers through the Raccoon City Police Department, even encountering the Tyrant. As a surprise to Hunk, Nighthawk, the pilot of the helicopter responsible for securing Hunk with the G-Virus, was awaiting Hunk just outside the RCPD. Upon asking him why he waited for him, Nighthawk sarcastically replied he, quote, wanted to meet the Grim Reaper.
Why'd you come back?
I wanted to meet the Grim Reaper.
Hunk then delivered the G-Virus to Umbrella after his survival of the Raccoon City incident. Hunk's The Fourth Survivor mode is intense and challenging, and is well worth playing to see just how badass a character Hunk is. Ever focused on the mission with an undying will to see every mission through to completion, Hunk has very little invested in the survival of his comrades and only desires to see his survival and success of the mission at hand. We are able to relive this very moment of Hunk briefly in Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil The Umbrella Chronicles, and Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City. Not much else is known about Hunk following the events of Raccoon City, other than he was positioned back at Rockford Island and was assigned a mission to transport a special container from Umbrella's transport terminal in the Antarctic back to the island. Having been denied knowledge of what exactly was in the crate that needed transport, Hunk made it clear that he and his crew would be unprepared to tackle such a dangerous mission and would cause serious problems. This bout was with the island's base commander, Alfred Ashford, a key figure and player in Resident Evil Code Veronica. Later on in 2003, after the demise of Umbrella, Hunk created the fighting style CQBZ, abbreviated for Close Quarters Quarantine Battle Zone, which came with it a variety of gear and firearms to handle incredible swarms of zombies. You can see from this CQBZ fighting style, as shown in Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 4 Remake's Mercenaries mode, Hunk's savage neck-snapping ability with incredible prowess with submachine guns. Little else is known about this iconic warrior, as he is currently out there in the world, living at large. Perhaps we will see Hunk one day in a game of his own or featured more heavily in a future Resident Evil game. I don't know about you, but I'm itching for some more Hunk content in future Resident Evil installments. But what about you? Would you like to see more of the Grim Reaper? Are you enjoying playing as him in the Mercenaries and Resident Evil 4 Remake? Let me know down in the comments. If you enjoyed the compelling history about Hunk, consider hitting the like button if you enjoyed it, and subscribe to the channel if you loved it. This is the second video of exploring Resident Evil 4 Remake's characters, and you can watch the first one here on your screen as we took a closer look at the tragic story of Luis Serra and his struggles to escape the demons of his past. Let me know in the comments what characters you'd like me to make a video on next. Thank you all for the awesome support, and I'll see you real soon.
30 Sabanked. Welcome to my channel.
We have to do. Then come, Sancho Panza. Let us rescue the Princess Dulcinea.
You can hurt yourself.
Hey, that was my lance.
Ah, Luis, the jubilant, charismatic, and mysterious hombre we've come to know and love from the original Resident Evil 4 all the way up to the recent Resident Evil 4 Remake. As important to the overall narrative as his lust for some truly spicy señoritas, Luis is an essential component to the story and survival of both Leon and Ashley as they attempt to get out of this twisted Spanish countryside. While Luis was certainly a special and likable character in the original game back in 2005, the character has been tweaked to play an even more important role in the game's story in the recent remake. And this character's new revelations have impacts far beyond just this fourth mainline entry. Luis's heroic deeds towards the end of his life paved the way to redemption over his previous tragic missteps, and is ultimately remembered as one of the most significant and enjoyable characters of Resident Evil's incredible supporting cast. Of course, big spoilers ahead for Resident Evil 4 Remake, so if you haven't finished the game yet and don't want to get spoiled, come back here when you're ready. To better get an idea behind this enigma of a character, we need to first talk about Luis and shed light on the horrific tragedies he went through as a young boy. Luis was born into the very village we have come to know in the Spanish countryside in the setting of the game, and lost his mother during childbirth. His grandfather assumed the role of Luis's guardian and took care of the young boy as they often spent their time hunting within the land's remote areas. Intuitive and with a deep thirst for knowledge, Luis was particularly fond of stories and fairy tales, more significantly, those of Don Quixote. The two would often hunt and grow to be a remarkable pair out in the wilds, until one day, Luis's grandfather was bitten by a particularly ravenous wolf. Upon making it back to their cabin, his grandfather knew that something was wrong with him. It was no ordinary bite. Rather, he had been succumbing to an illness that was about to change the village and its inhabitants forever. In Chapter 4 of Resident Evil 4 Remake, players are able to retread their way back to the location in which Leon had first encountered Luis, and in that exact spot rests a red gemstone ring and the old man's journal. A journal that was of utmost importance to Luis, the very journal of his now deceased grandfather. The journal reads, 3 years ago, my beloved daughter passed away shortly after giving birth to a son. Since then, the boy has grown considerably. He is a very curious child and has a true thirst for knowledge. He even tries to follow after me when I go out hunting. I can't take my eyes off him for a second. Whenever we walk in the forest, he always asks me to tell stories. He's very fond of Don Quixote. Although he's still small, the boy's observant and smart beyond his years. If he weren't stuck here, he might have become a scholar. I was a careless fool. I could have sworn I shot clean through the wolf's head, yet it lunged at me. I was able to make it back to the cabin, but my wound is swollen and discolored. I cannot bear seeing the boy's worried eyes. My body moves on its own, and I can hear voices inside my head. Am I going mad? I can't die now and leave the boy behind. Dear God, please protect me. Hauntingly, players are able to find Vitores Mendez's telling of the events when players access the upper areas of Mendez's home during the night with Ashley. Within the attic, players can pick up the file titled Records Volume 1, of which contains haunting passages recounting the events of Luis's ailing grandfather and likely the events that changed Luis forever. The boy's grandfather has fallen ill, and his condition worsens every day. The boy worries terribly about it, and there are murmurs of a madness among the villagers. As I took my leave, the old man pulled me aside and said, "If anything happens, you know what to do." I could only nod in response. It was a terrible night. Everyone stood around the cabin and watched as it burned to the ground. The boy looked on without saying a word. Even as dawn broke, he didn't move a muscle. The next day, he was gone. Just like that, Luis had ventured out of his cabin for seemingly just a moment to catch some fresh air outside, and upon returning back to the one place he called home, he found his lone sanctuary engulfed in flames with the one man he cared most about caught in its blaze. The fire was said to have been brought about by Luis's grandfather, attempting to prevent the spread of his infection, and with all lost, Luis turned to a different path in life that would take him far away from the remote village he was born into. Luis would go on to obtain a degree as a biologist and quickly rose to the top as a decorated professional within his field, attracting the attention of Umbrella Pharmaceuticals. While with the company, he created numerous over-the-counter medications and became a highly important asset within the company. Due to his success within Umbrella, he held a spot within Umbrella Europe's 6th laboratory, which was the team that researched and procured the Nemesis T-alpha parasite. If that sounds familiar, then that's because it is. Luis was part of the team that brought Nemesis of Resident Evil 3 to life. Twitter user Jill Valenfield96 did an excellent job tying these files from Luis's lab at the end of Resident Evil 4 Remake to some files from Resident Evil 3 Remake, detailing the connection Luis had with his time under Umbrella Europe's 6th Laboratory Division. This Nemesis T-alpha parasite was engineered to take control of a victim by taking over the host's nervous system. A mighty similar correlation to the Las Plagas, don't you think? Upon realizing that Luis was working with a shady organization that would be of great harm to the world, Luis resigned from the company and did his best to leave no trace of him ever having worked there. During the events of 1998's catastrophe in Raccoon City, involving the leaking of the T-virus from Umbrella's lab from within the city, Luis was nowhere to be found. In fact, he was thousands of miles away back in the village in Spain where he grew up, smartly having left to avoid any prosecution from the government as it clamped down on Umbrella. With no way to track down Luis and with his whereabouts unknown, Luis, now back in the remote village in Spain, found the village had changed significantly since he was gone. A strange cult by the name of Los Illuminados had taken over the village, with its leader Osmond Sadler serving as its lord. A cult worshipping a parasitic insect found from within the village, Sadler had a goal: to infect everything around him, including powerful figures around the world to do his bidding. Sadler wanted to rule the world. He wanted ultimate power, but made sure Luis wasn't aware of his intentions. Sadler hired Luis and took him to a private island research facility where Luis helmed the genetic research of the Las Plagas. As found in several files from within Luis's lab in the island, Luis remarks about his time finding ways to remove a Plagas infection. Sadler, of course, wanted to know if and how the parasite could be removed in order to engineer an even stronger Plaga that could withstand any surgical operation to remove it. Under the orders of Sadler, and unaware of Sadler's sinister intentions, Luis engineered a way in which to remove the Plaga without killing the host, and in fascination of his parasitic quality, engineered the development of such abominations like El Gigante and the Regenerator. With more research into the human Plaga hybrids, this resulted in the creation of creatures like the Novistaros, Verdugo, and U3. You three, you are missed. In time, Louise realized the true intentions behind Osmond Sadler, and feeling an overwhelming guilt of the amount of research that he and his team had undergone to procure such vile creatures only to assist Sadler, he resigned yet again. He couldn't just escape though. I mean, he was the biggest asset to Sadler with his genetic research of the Las Plagas. There was no way Sadler would simply let Louise escape. Knowing this, he reached out to a fellow colleague he met during his time in college to help assist him with his escape via email. Well, as it turns out, Ada was the one that intercepted Luis's email and promised an escape for Luis so long as he turned over some amber in which the Plaga are born from. We see the amber firsthand late into the remake, when traveling with Luis via the mine tunnels. This thus completes the most crucial timeline of events that happened with Luis before the game takes place. From a researcher and engineer for both Umbrella and with Los Illuminados under Sadler, Luis was trying to escape his horrible memories, both from the scars of his childhood and the scars of the damage he had inadvertently caused to the world. In planning to escape from the village, Luis ends up getting caught and is seen where Leon first finds him in a tunnel underneath the wreckage of a house. This very house, presumably the same cabin in which he grew up in, where the player can find a picture of a young Luis with his grandfather. Presumably held captive to torture Luis, Leon comes to his rescue, only to find the village chief Mendez, now under the influence of Las Plagas under Sadler, subduing Leon. From here, Luis assists Leon with breaking free of his chains when transported to the facility by the valley, but Luis mysteriously vanishes without much of a trace, other than telling Leon that Ashley, the president's daughter, was being held in a nearby church. Leon of course runs into Luis again as they become under siege by the bombardment of Ganados, and upon narrowly escaping, Luis reveals that in order to remove the Plaga from within Leon and Ashley, that they need to get it surgically removed. Luis, showing his scar regarding such a procedure, instills some confidence in Leon and Ashley that Luis may have an understanding of what is going on in this crazy village.
Why are you helping us? This next one. Let's leave it at that. Contact you later.
This is of particular importance, and one that keeps occurring throughout Leon's interactions with Luis. Immediately after the scene, Luis bumps into Ada, as she reminds Luis that she will only rescue Luis from this village so long as he retrieves a piece of amber from the Plaga's hide. Of course, Luis accepts Ada's request and sets off to the hive to retrieve a shard of amber, his ticket out of there. Fast forward a bit when Leon survives his encounter with Verdugo, Leon meets up with Luis in a mine that leads straight to the amber. Here, Luis gives Leon a suppressant, able to slow down the infection of the Plaga within Leon, buying him more time to get the Plaga surgically removed from his body.
You didn't answer my question. What are you after? I just want to feel good about myself. Make amends. Or something like that.
Again, after bringing up the fact that he used to work for Umbrella, Luis mentioned that he wanted to make amends, to right the wrongs of his past work. After an incredible minecart thrill ride, Leon can't help but bring up how he doesn't understand Luis risking his life to help assist Leon and Ashley.
I don't get you. Why risk your life like this? You don't know us. I told you. Makes me feel better. Be straight with your friends. Los Illuminados. Yeah. I was working for them. See, there you go. Helping the two of you doesn't make up for it. I know that. But still, I don't want anyone else.
It is here where we unfortunately see the demise of Luis at the hands of Jack Krauser. With every last ounce of energy left, Luis assists Leon in the fight by fending off Krauser, while Luis utters his last words.
Not looking good, eh, my friend? And such a loss to the ladies of the world. Don't talk. Take these. The key to my laboratory. Go there and remove those damn parasites. Help. Ashley.
And people can change. Even though Luis was mere moments from securing his ticket off the island with the Amber, Luis is the embodiment of hope with his playful energy, illuminating a very bleak world. It comes as a reminder that no matter how jubilant or joyful someone may be, we may never know what's really going on behind the smiles and playful attitude. Whether a coping mechanism to keep pushing forward, or trying to see the light in even the worst of times, Luis is a character whose loss leaves a profound impact on the events that unfold both before and after Resident Evil 4. With Luis's lab key in hand, Leon sets off to his lab in the island to rid the Plaga within Ashley, who then assists Leon in ridding the virus once and for all. Within Leon's lab, in the final chapter of the game, we get to see the workings of the inner genius of Luis with his time at Umbrella and under Osmond Sadler of the Los Illuminados. Seeing his connection to Nemesis of Resident Evil 3 is quite an incredible revelation, a tie-in that further connects RE4 with the titles that came before it, with Luis's handprint firmly imprinted on some of the most significant events that took place within the Resident Evil franchise. As a longtime fan of the franchise, having more time to learn about Luis in the Resident Evil 4 remake has only elevated the experience more, and I hope this video does the same for you. Luis, may you march on, cowboy.
Hey, that was my dance. Okay, hurry, I get it.
Do me a solid by pumping that like button if you enjoyed the video, and subscribe to the channel if you loved it. Want me to make another video like this about other characters? Leave me a comment below. Make sure to check out this video detailing all the changes coming up to the upcoming Mercenaries mode, and I look forward to seeing you all in the next video. Peace.
I thought something would happen. Rock and roll played for the first time in Public Middle School 4, but not a damn thing happened. Hello everybody and welcome. I'm CG and it's an absolute delight to have you here. Today we're taking a deep dive into 20th Century Boys by Naoki Urasawa. Your eyes do not deceive you, this is a long video, and I'm using the space to take my time to go through this series. That flows through to the introduction as well. I understand not everyone enjoys consuming content this way, or might just want to jump straight into talking about the series, so here are the different sections of the video. If you want to take it a chunk at a time, or just jump straight ahead, go for it. Timestamps are in the description as well. My only recommendation would be to watch through the biases and bases section first, so you understand the context and the scope of this analysis. Also, there are other series that we're going to parallel to later on, and I would be remiss not to notify you of what they are. I would hate for you to dive into a section only to be met by spoilers for another series. I also want to cut off anyone who's come here without at the very least trying the series for themselves. If your plan is to watch this and then go read the series, please don't. I'm going to be pretty straight up with the things that happen and the reveals, so you'll miss out on a lot of what makes 20th Century Boys a beloved story. For example, I'm going to tell you who Friend is well before he's revealed in the series. Please don't ruin that for yourself. There's your forewarnings. This project differs to a lot of other content on the channel currently. Normally we slice off a certain part of a manga to look at a time, whether it be a certain arc, a certain perspective on an arc, or just trying to find the overall themes and messages of a story. The closest we've come to something of this magnitude was looking at Another Monster, the sequel novel to Monster, also by Kurosawa. However, that was more an attempt to catch people up on and presentation of the content rather than a proper analysis of the content. The latter is what we'll be doing here today. We will also be going through the story as well, so for those who haven't read it in a hot minute, you're going to get a pretty extensive catch-up. What we want to do is look at and discuss the various strengths and weaknesses of 20th Century Boys, praising it for the things that it does well, but also acknowledging the places where it does suck. Already, this should ring some warning bells for you on the whole dreaded objective-subjective debate, whether a piece of art fails certain objective metrics, or if the only thing that matters is how it resonates with its individuals as its audience. In any sort of long-form criticism, this is an idea thrown around quite often, so I thought it would be a good spot to insert some perspectives from videos of other creators that I watch.
I need y'all to understand something. The only thing that's objective when it comes to anime and manga is what happens in the series and what the author says about said series. Whether this series is better than another is completely subjective. There is no math equation, there is nothing that goes into it that you can say, oh, this factually makes this series better than another. because at the end of the day, that's all based off of interpretation and regardless, enjoyment.
So yes, objectivity and subjectivity. At this point, the concept has practically drawn a line between two types of critical analysis. The issue is that many content creators will blend the two ideas and then hide under the banner of subjectivity to avoid criticism. It's a fantastic tool for the modern analyst. It's like a free pass. You don't have to do any work on your script at that point because it can't be wrong. It's all just an opinion. How you feel may remain with you, but that doesn't mean you should stop listening to other people, exploring the content with any depth, or allowing yourself to experience even more.
That's Masked Man and Mauler, respectively. Their links will be in the description, and I can happily recommend their content. I want to follow on from their comments. This analysis will be based around my own reading of 20th Century Boys. I will be doing my best to make my points with relevant, objective references to the manga. If I do miss things that contradict my points, please do not hesitate to point them out. I don't want to present an unfair analysis. On top of that, much of the discussion around how well elements of the series are achieved will be inherently subjective. We each have our own preconceptions coming into a series, our own experiences both in life and what we've read. I know for myself, my opinion on this series has changed considerably since the first time I read through as an early teenager. I had changed coming back to this series, and as such, found that it hit differently. Different moments were suddenly far more real. Moments I may have previously brushed aside were suddenly getting an emotional reaction from me. Likewise, problems that I had ignored were suddenly obvious, and I went through the series looking for answers. All that to say, you come to a series as yourself, and I'm not here to claim my opinions as facts. Neither am I here to change your mind on the series. Rather to simply lay out my thoughts on 20th Century Boys, and why I have come to those conclusions. On critiques broadly, one of the downfalls about shorter videos on a topic is that they generally create a narrative and then try to spin it. E.g., this manga is a masterpiece and here's why. Or, man, this certainly didn't live up to the hype and here's why. Then the whole video comes at the series from that angle. Now, I'm not trying to be some enlightened centrist here. It's much easier to break up discussions like this, and I do it myself. Generally, these come from quite a kind and honest place. The series has evoked a strong reaction from you. You've had a strong experience and want others to share it. I only want to say that these can lead to a hyperbolic message that can end up doing the exact opposite of what you wanted. I know for me, when I first read through Hunter x Hunter, everyone and their mother was telling me that this was the best thing since sliced bread. It set unrealistic expectations and made my first read-through of that series an absolute disaster. A series that I now actually enjoy was completely spoiled by being overhyped. I know for one of the friends of the channel, they had the same experience with Monster, and that sucks. As a big fan of that series, it's disappointing to see the passion of the community backfire. Again, I'm also no saint in this. Sometimes you get passionate about the things you love, and you need to express that. My point is this: you can love a series, have a deep, life-altering experience reading it, but please never assert that it's flawless. Recognize that the series may have been perfect for you, but flaws can always be found with someone coming at the series from a different angle. Recognizing the flaws in the things we love doesn't need to weaken our appreciation in the series overall. Rather, it helps create a more realistic view of said series for people to draw their own conclusions. That's my intention here today with 20th Century Boys. I want to praise it for the things it does well, but also to discuss its shortcomings. Whether or not these positives outweigh the negatives or vice versa is up to you, but as fans of manga, we shouldn't be afraid to acknowledge the triumphs of series we dislike and the missteps of those that we love. Let's get back to that menu and lay out the video. This is the introduction. Shortly we're going to break into setting the stage, the core background of 20th Century Boys, and the general opinions on the series as a whole. Then biases and bases. This is included to give you a guide of where I'm coming from personally with the review and what the analysis will be based upon, including the other Urasawa stories that we'll be referencing. This all broadly makes up part 1 of the analysis. Part 2 is a recap of and dive into each part of the series sequentially. These will be broken up by the major arcs. Firstly, the Book of Prophecy, the first 50 chapters, quickly going through those plot beats and then looking at why it works, taking the time to look at world building in particular. Then the new Book of Prophecy, chapters 50 through 169, taking this part more sequentially, commenting on things as they come up in the story. And then the End of the World, chapters 170 through 249, including 21st Century Boys. Again, taking the same approach. Part 3 is picking out some broader topics to talk about. Namely, we're going to roll straight into discussing the ending in 21st Century Boys, then magic, friend, and the ending. These topics all sort of bleed together just due to the kind of series that this is. Since we're putting friend in part 3, we won't talk about him much in part 2, likewise saving a lot of that ending discussion as well. Finally, part 4 will be my honest thoughts, summing up the series as a whole, and then wrapping up the video itself. It should be noted that when it comes to analysing this series, there is one aspect that turns the task nightmarish. This story is 249 chapters long, plus 21st Century Boys, all chock-filled with content. So much of the story is relevant, so much sets up plot beats later on in the story. So many concepts are thought through, so often are we treated with character interactions that seem so fleeting, that are actually really important for the development of the characters later on. As such, there will be things that I miss, or pieces that I will overlook for the sake of brevity. You can tell from the length of the video, that's really important to me. I will be focusing on what I think are the real core aspects of this story, but simply due to the series' scope, it will not get close to comprehensive. I hope you understand. I'm also going to be keeping a list of iconic scenes and my favorite scenes, just because there happens to be a lot of moments to sit back and say, yeah, that was awesome. I want to finish this introduction by saying this is a big project for me. Thank you for supporting me with it. There is so much in this series that at times it gets hard to balance it all. I hope I can do it some justice. From here on, the spoilers start. Now let's crack it. 20th Century Boys is a seinen manga written by Naoki Urasawa between 2000 and 2006. It totals 249 chapters and led right into the epilogue series 21st Century Boys, released the following year in 2007. The story revolves around a group of friends who have a childhood connection to this ominous figure known as Friend. Friend is doing some dodgy stuff, so the main cast are forced into action against this shadowy figure. The story jumps in time between the main narrative that we're following back to the characters' childhoods. Each time, the flashbacks giving us more information around what's happening or developing the characters further. As the series continues, we also jump forward in time, picking up with the narrative years later after some really massive societal changes. The series was met with a lot of love. Urasawa had already proven himself a master of the craft in his previous work of Monster, and 20th Century Boys was likewise very well received. The series was quickly labelled with a lot of 9s and 10 out of 10s by both reviewers and readers at large, some even heralding it as a masterpiece of manga. It also managed to sweep up some manga awards, both locally in Japan and internationally. Its popularity led to a series of live-action movies, released between 2008 and 2009. Despite manga live-actions having a particularly bad reputation, Urasawa's style is rather cinematic, so it wasn't a hard one to adapt. Good chunks of the movies are shot-for-shot remakes of the original. However, when it came to reviews, the live-actions were not nearly as beloved. The movies make a lot of changes and removals from the manga, some for shortening length, and most that actually do hurt the impact of the series overall. It also, I believe, unintentionally relies on having read the manga to understand what's happening, with valuable context moments having to be removed for the sake of time. So the movies were met with fairly low reviews and mostly forgotten. The last major piece of 20th Century Boys came in 2018 with the perfect edition of the Kanzenbans being released. This made the manga widely available and easy to get your hands on. Urasawa is notoriously in favour of hard copy releases only. The perfect edition is essentially a cleaned reprint of the complete edition of the series, something that the publisher has been doing with other Urasawa stories. Though, that complete edition also does something that I'm honestly shocked more people aren't talking about. But we'll come to that later on. Let's change tack here and talk about the state of reviews for 20th Century Boys. So yes, reviews for 20th Century Boys are overwhelmingly positive. Many point to the strong core cast of characters, the mystery surrounding the villain, and the rich narrative that stays cohesive across 4 different timelines as its main strengths. The main thrill of the series is the mystery of Friend, and that's highly engaging. The twists and turns in the mystery come at a good pace, and they keep you on the edge of your seat. Though I would be remiss not to note that the majority of reviews are spoiler-free, taking a general or entry-level perspective on the series, rather than how its latter chapters affect the series overall. Digging a bit deeper, you'll find few have taken the form of a spoiler review. When discussing the ending with spoilers, still the majority of people hold the series as brilliant. However, there is a sentiment that the series falls in quality the longer it goes on. While still a very good series overall, it fails to relive the highs of those first 50 chapters. This extends to the ending, which seems to be the main point of contention. The final reveal of Friend's identity is probably the most polarizing part of this series. Some find it disappointing and out of left field, while others praised it as a thematically appropriate bookend to the series. Urasawa endings have always been rather contentious, and I have no doubt that they will continue to be. Monster's ending was also felt to be rather underwhelming compared to what the series has built up. Urasawa's next series in Pluto met a similar response, likewise the series after that, Billy Bat. 20th Century Boys is no different, and the final reveals are part of the reason why I've had to break the ending discussion into two parts. Despite those criticisms, 20th Century Boys is still generally viewed as a masterwork, a series that tells a compelling story and uses the power of the medium to great effect. The art and the story going hand in hand to deliver something both entertaining and impactful, a gripping story that is not quickly forgotten. I think this is a crucial step in providing context for any long-form review. Knowing where I'm coming from, what I focus on, what I want from my manga, will give you a good guide to set your responses from. Oh, he cares a lot about world building and I don't. He'll probably be more critical about things that I'd consider unimportant. This also works the other way around. For things I care less about, like thematic consistencies, I might let things slide that are real sticking points for you. Hopefully, this section will help explain a bit about where my opinions are coming from. I am an Urasawa fan. I sadly can't say I'm a big fan yet, because my dive into Urasawa has been purely his big series, plus Another Monster and the start of Asadora. But I am a fan nonetheless. Monster was the manga that got younger me into a world much bigger than shonen, much bigger than the Dragon Ball, Narutos, and Shaman Kings of the world. I hold everything I've read by Urasawa in really high regard, and he is one of, if not my favorite mangaka. I find his art and paneling style incredibly engaging, and I think he makes really strong, character-led journeys. As far as his series go, I will admit I am a little protective over Billy Bat. I think that series is much better than its current perception, and I'm disappointed seemingly so few people have actually read it, so I will most likely be praising Billy Bat in comparison more than is fair. I will do my best to keep that in check. Characters are generally my main focus in a series. I would rather a character have strong internal motivations rather than just following the whims of some theme. It's not to say a character can't do both, but I focus more on individual journeys rather than the overall message. The better developed a character is, the more invested I become in a story, and the longer that story will stay with me. I think one of Urasawa's biggest strengths is quickly establishing strong characters, which is a major reason why I enjoy his work so much. I also do care a lot about world building. You can do anything you want with a world, go crazy with it, as long as it's consistent. I don't need brandy, sandy levels of world building, as long as the rules are established and always applied. If your world is completely new, establish the rules that the world abides by. If your world is Earth with some changes, make us aware of what the changes are and how they fit. In this case, besides from those changes, we should expect things to flow like our own history. Good world building helps us understand the greater context of a story. Without this, events can feel incredibly contrived, like the author is just making things happen and you have to accept that, which can lead to some incredibly awkward moments.
When you go to ask Fox to stop the purifier from exploding, he tells you that this is your destiny. Like legit, this guy is immune to radiation. He cannot die from this. And he tells you, now you gotta do this, man. This is your destiny, dude. You gotta do this. Like, the ending cinematic even goes, but the Vault Dweller did not follow in his father's footsteps. He was not brave enough, and instead sent in a true hero to stop the purifier from exploding. My guy, the true hero is immune to radiation. How does this make me less of a hero? It just makes me smart. Next you'll tell me that I've been in a coma for 60 years and my son is now the bad guy.
If you don't properly set up the world, important moments like this can fall completely short. What about length of a series? I'm of the opinion that a story should be as long as needed to appropriately tell your story. Some stories are intended as really long and they indulge themselves in that length. Hajime no Ippo is a good example of this. It's a really great series that happens to be incredibly long, but such is the style of the story being told. For the most part, I'm more inclined to praise a series that effectively communicates its story in as few chapters as possible. The longer something goes on, the more chance the reader has to lose interest. Likewise, the more chances you have to start fumbling the story that had been crafted so well. Finally, art. This analysis will generally be more concerned with the story, as there's only so many times I can say, oh, look how good Urasawa's art is. There will be times that we go into looking at iconic shots, but for the most part, the underlying assumption is that the art and panel compositions are just really well done. Urasawa has this nice cinematic style, and at no point does the series stray from his usual quality standard. In preparation for this video, I have read 20th Century Boys through completely 3 times, including 21st Century Boys. The first time was a genuine reread of a series that I hadn't picked up in a long time. The second, slowly going through, having the full context of the entire series, and finally, a third time after writing the bulk of this analysis to pick up anything that I might have missed in the previous 2 passes, as a form of checking my own work. Also, a quick couple of rereads through certain sections just to get a better context of those scenes. Please also note that the majority of this video is based upon the original edition of the series. Most of the changes, whatever and however many they may be in the perfect edition, we are not looking at today. For the sake of comparison, I've also gone through Urasawa's other most popular series. This included a full reread of Pluto, a series that I hadn't gone through in a while, and quicker passes through Monster and Billy Bat. I'm comfortable doing quicker rereads of those series because I'm a lot more familiar with them. As we go through this analysis, I will be making references to those series without regard to spoilers. I would highly recommend reading each of them if you haven't already. They are each very good, and a fan of 20th Century Boy or no, you will most likely find some value in them. I also went through the 3 live-action movies and will be making comparisons to them as well. There are some really key moments, particularly near the end, that are changed. This gives us an interesting comparison point because we can directly compare how a scene would have played out should it have been done like the live-action version. Let me preface this next part by saying, yes, the movies are a wholly inferior way of telling this story. However, there are changes that could be considered improvements on the manga, but we'll get to them. Likewise, some moments are easily elevated from the manga simply by having the musical accompaniment. That's all for context. It's time to get into the meat and potatoes. So sit back, relax, grab a snack if you'd like, and let's crack in. The opening chapter of 20th Century Boys is one of the most detail-laden openings I've ever read. The story opens in 1973 with Kenji taking over the school radio to play rock and roll. He thinks something will happen, the power of rock and roll. But nothing happened. But nothing is shown to us to have happened. Immediately, we timeskip ahead to the year 2001, with the UN praising a group of people for saving the world. Then we jump again to Kana waking up to the robot outside her window, saying, "Not that, again." We don't actually know yet, but this is another time jump. Only after all of that does the series really start. Urasawa has just set up some sinister threads before even giving us a main character to follow. Let's lay out all the major plot points that this first chapter sets up. A group of people save the world in the year 2000. There's a giant robot-looking thing that's going to happen, and then happen again. There's a deadly virus outbreak in the news. Kenji's sister left her baby with him and his mother and then ran off somewhere. A local robotics professor has gone missing. There was this familiar symbol outside the professor's home. Kenji is now suspicious because of seeing that symbol. The same symbol was made up by Kenji and his friends when they were kids. And there is a man known as Friend using that symbol, leading a group of people and can quote-unquote float. I promise we're not going to go through every chapter like this, but chapter 1 is important. First impressions matter and can make or break for some readers. It also gives us insight to how well the series is planned out. How much of the series can we already see from just these first pages? So much is established in this first chapter. Besides the major plot points, we also get our first look into our main character, Kenji. We see he's working hard in a very typical life, just a real average Joe trying to provide for his family. We see some history leading his gang of friends. It also sets up this time-jumping mechanic that the series will be using, jumping back into the character's childhood to help explain and explore what's happening in the present. It's a good microcosm of what the series will be like. We're following a mystery around Friend. There's going to be a world-ending threat, we're going to jump backwards and forwards in time, and at the heart of it all is our regular, everyday, normal guy. Also, some neat tidbits. Urasawa has actually mentioned a few things around this opening chapter. That shot of the UN thanking a group of people for help saving the world is actually the basis of the entire series. Urasawa said that he was watching TV in the bath one night when he caught a similar line being said. That gave him the idea, which would eventually work itself through into becoming this series. For that shot of Kana in the opening, that wasn't planned. The panel was included, but Kana's timeskip design hadn't been created yet. Urasawa, as he kept drawing the characters, figured out later that the girl from the opening was Kana, calling it as much a surprise to himself as it was to the readers. Anyways, let's move on. We go on to meet the rest of Kenji's gang, Yoshitsune, Mon, Maruo, Kiryu, Fukube, most reminiscing on their time hanging out as kids. Meanwhile, that overseas virus starts killing people inside Japan, and Friend is repeating lines from the flashbacks, essentially confirming him as connected to Kenji. Then our real inciting incident happens. Donkey, one of the childhood friends, dies after sending a letter to Kenji with the symbol on it. This gets Kenji far more involved in finding out the truth, and leads to the gang unearthing their time capsule to find their symbol once again. Sometime later, we meet Yukiji, the assassin guy, God, Manjom, and me, I'm just realizing this whole video is going to be me struggling to pronounce the names. I'm going to be using shortened versions for some of them. Anyways, things start to really change when a Friend defector comes to God's community. He confirms that there is a big conspiracy by Friend to reenact their childhood plans. Kinji goes to assassinate Friend, but it turns out he's Kana's father. Meanwhile, Friend's followers try to steal baby Kana, which leads to Kenji's convenience store being burned to the ground. Among the ashes, Kenji uncovers the Book of Prophecy and confirms the choice to fight back. This is where the series cuts to Ocho's backstory until he makes his way back to Japan. This follows a time skip of 3 years, where the Friend party had gained political power and made Kenji out to be a terrorist. By the time the new year starts to roll around, Kenji calls his banners. His gang stands united as a mysterious airborne virus starts attacking places around the globe, and a giant robot starts attacking the city. And it time skips. What a power play by Urasawa. Imagine you're writing a series building up to a climax, you've moved all the pieces, you've got tension high, and then you skip right past it. What a bold move, but let's talk about what just happened. This part of the manga is the widening diamond. We start with Kenji in the convenience store and then move out from there. We widen the cast, bringing in all these old friends. We widen the plot, showing how much power Friend has and how devoted his followers are. We widen the world. There's this disease affecting different countries, and apparently magic exists. What Urasawa has done is constructed a wide base from which to build the story from, essentially turning what we thought was the main plot into just the prologue. As its own self-contained story, once again Urasawa has outdone himself with his characters. I think the strongest aspect here is that they're relatable. While there's this main plot around the discovery of Friend, concurrently runs this really interesting take on growing up. The main cast are young adults getting closer to that 30 milestone and struggling with their place in the world. When I first read this as a teenager, a lot of this went over my head, but now a bit older, this becomes a lot more real. We follow Kenji, so let's take it from his perspective. He's getting close to 30 years old, running a convenience store to support himself and his mother. There's nothing particularly special about him. We get a first look at his discontent at Carrion's wedding. As he's belting out karaoke, he thinks, "I'm fine like this. My life is just fine." You could believe him here if you like, but this seems more like Kenji is trying to convince himself of this very thing. We know that this was never Kenji's dream. In college, he wanted to play music to a full Budokan, and back further in childhood, he wanted to one day save the world. Now it seems like he's trying to convince himself that what he's got should be enough for him. It betrays that those dreams are still there, just smothered by the responsibility of the real world. Later on, he gets caught up in the mystery of who this Friend could be. Let's skip ahead to where the team uncovers the time capsule. There's a line here that perfectly sums this up. "I wonder if we're the adults now that we dreamed of being back then, or if our childhood selves would laugh at us if they saw us now." This is basically Urasawa hitting us over the head with the theme of these early chapters. The characters have settled for an ordinary life. They're not the hopeful, dreaming kids they used to be. While growing up is generally perceived as a good thing, sometimes we forget things we shouldn't along the way. Some of the kinda innocence killed off by a need to survive in the world. This comes through with Kenji after Yukiji enters the scene. Now these two have a lot more history than what is shown to us yet, but even now we can see that there is a strong historical connection there. This builds into my first favorite moment of the series. Yuki offers the next clue to Kenji. There's a group of parents attempting to sue Friend over him luring their kids into his cult. Meanwhile, Kenji's essentially boss has shown up to audit what he's doing. There's this clear moment of Kenji choosing to stay working instead of going to the lawyer. He chooses his responsibilities to his family over the mystery and the intrigue. You could see this as a self-serving action, ignoring those affected parents who he could presumably help. I think this is more a case of Kenji choosing the life he's found himself in and not being willing to chase after this bizarre fantasy. Anyways, Yuki returns and asks why he didn't show, and this is the moment. Yuki starts internally begging that Kenji won't make excuses, that he hasn't changed from the hero that she remembers. And then he does. Yuki makes this comment just beforehand. What always happens when you meet people after so long is disillusionment. You wish you hadn't seen them after all. I find this a really compelling character journey. It's like an inverse coming-of-age story. Rather than becoming older, maturing, and growing into a new identity, it's breaking off the callousness of growing old and embracing the core identity of your youth. This hits its climax after Kenji meets their Friend defector and gets the confirmation on what Friend's up to. Friend definitely killed Donkey and plans to go through on all these childhood plans to destroy the world. It's here where Kenji makes the choice to go after Friend. He goes home and he breaks out his guitar. 20th Century Boys is full of iconic moments, those parts which stick with you well after reading it. This I would consider the first of those moments. This is Kenji re-embracing his past and confirming his choice to oppose Friend. And it lands. We spent all the previous chapters seeing Kenji choose his modern convenience store life. Now he's intentionally changing. This is the equivalent of going like Sailor Moon or Super Saiyan. It's Kenji's power-up moment, purely from a character standpoint. You could also see the guitar as emblematic of his weapon for the rest of the series. It's with his guitar that he will eventually make the biggest impact on the world. But that honestly might be pushing it a little bit. Let's compare how the manga lands the scene with the movies. The movies move this scene to after the attempted Kana kidnapping and the convenience store burning down. This is a significant change. It changes the whole intention around the scene. In the manga, it's built upon a character decision. There is something to lose by going against Friend, but Kenji can't sit idly by. Moving it to after the store burning, it means it's less about choice and more about obligation. There is no longer a place to return to. The boats have been burned, he'll have to push forward regardless. Though the movie does a great job making this moment a montage. It works really well with Kenji just jamming over a recap of the plot. Let's switch tacks to talk about another character. Let's talk about Ocho. He doesn't actually come into the narrative for a while. For most of the early chapters, he's built up as Friend. He's a key person in the group who we haven't seen in the modern day, and he even made the symbol. We learn that he's actually become this bounty hunter-esque figure in Bangkok after fleeing to Tibet. He used to be a successful businessman until the day his son died, his son's death being his major character trigger. What I love is that the series paints it as 100% Ocho's fault. The son mistook another man for his father and ran out into the road after him. The son mistook another man for his father. Ocho was so absent from his son's life that the son couldn't even recognize him. It's this moment that completely changes and defines his life going forward. He has nothing left to lose, and when Kenji calls him in, he goes. Let's take a diversion to talk about how Urasawa sets up his side and particularly minor characters. A lot of them are built upon a certain strong emotional moment in their lives that becomes their defining characteristic. I think this is best seen in Monster. Quite often Tenma will run into a character whose purpose is to push him in a certain direction. Let's take the bird watcher as an example. His moment? He used to love watching birds. The birds used to come and rest on him until one day he shot and killed someone. The birds have never been near him since. His purpose? To dissuade Tenma from shooting Johan. It's a short and effective character conversation that achieves its purpose. But this doesn't always work. Let's take Detective Cho as an example. He's a detective looking into Friend. Actually, he figures it all out within the first 20 or so chapters. His defining moment? He was too busy working and missed all the big events of his family, including the death of his wife. He's also a few weeks from retirement, and just from that last line, you know exactly what is going to happen to him.
You're going to die.
His purpose? To show Friend's reach and maliciousness. Those that get too close will get rejected. This may have been less of a cliche back in '99, and you could say knowing what's going to happen just increases the dread of the scene. For me, it does the opposite, as I sit there knowing exactly what's going to happen to this character after he finishes his exposition. As for the character building style in general, I really like it. It's effective at making a strong point with a personable base. It provides us with a reason to quickly relate and sympathize with a character. This is really a style thing. Urasawa uses this in a lot of his works, so if you're not a fan of it, then this will probably be a sticking point for you in his other series as well. Back to Ocho. He takes the unique spot as being the only one in the team with real combat experience. He's the badass, the loose cannon with nothing to lose. I don't mean that in a disparaging way at all. Ocho is a nice balance for the rest of the gang and their more comfortable workaday lives. He reinforces how important family is, and is probably a big reason why Kenji is so insistent on telling his friends to run away if things get too hot. We haven't really talked about the dynamic between the whole squad yet. For me, this is one of the most engaging aspects of this part of 20th Century Boys. Urasawa has done a great job of endearing us to this cast. We can feel and hopefully relate to these strong bonds between them, seeing both their past selves and their present. Some of the cast are still in need of some development, but Kenji is making up for that as a compelling protagonist. you may already have someone in the gang that you particularly relate to. If not, then there's a good chance you will before the end of the series. Already, Urasawa has got us to empathize with these characters and invest us in their journey. This bleeds through into the tone as well. The main draw of the series is the mystery around Friend. The clues we've been given painting a sinister plan that's underway. Our heroes feel constantly on the back foot, and even in the good times, there's still this fear that something is coming. But at least good times there are. The sinister tone is tempered with moments of actual joy. Kirion's wedding, some of the class reunion, meeting Yukiji again. It's important to have these moments of levity to break the tension. Seeing the characters hanging out and laughing shows what they have to lose. It also stops us from feeling like the story has become too oppressive. These chapters have got the balance down well. For every scene of building up the dread of this nuclear-powered robot, there's this almost slice-of-life interaction between two people. The absurd mixed together with the more down-to-earth. Now forgive me if this gets a bit too bougie, I'm typically a pretty simple Melvin when it comes to themes, but let's circle back to one of those previous comments. While there's this main plot around the discovery of Friend, concurrently runs this really interesting take on growing up. The main cast are young adults getting closer to that 30 milestone and struggling with their place in the world. Kinji is dealing with this fear of growing older. 30 is coming, then 40. When did he give up on his music? Much of these chapters are dealing with Kinji re-embracing his childhood hopefulness after casting aside the adult he became. There's this pessimism towards letting the simple act of growing old drain your passions. Is this an oversimplification? Yes, and I think by design. It's putting childhood up on this pedestal in these opening chapters. By the end of the series, we'll learn that the villain had taken an opposite path. He refused to grow up, still caught in the things of his childhood. The overall message turning into a synthesis of not forgetting your roots, but not being afraid to grow and move on. Welcome to a quick crash course in themes. Let's move to talking about the world. Obviously, this is set in the real world, kind of. We pull on real historical events like the Japan World Expo. There's nothing overtly different to the world that we live in. The major changes are, of course, what's happening with Friend, the biological weapon attack affecting the world, oof, and, well, of course, the magic. I don't mean Friend floating, that's mostly suggested as smoke and mirrors. I'm talking about the spoon bending, which is just magic. For those who don't know, spoon bending is a classic magician's trick. You make a spoon look like it's bending using some cheeky perspective and sleight of hand. In all accounts, you never actually bend the spoon, merely to give the perception that the spoon bends. In 20th century, boys, this is the state of the spoon bending. This is magic. You can't tell me that man sat down, arduously twisted these spoons, and the other people acted this surprised at the end. Clearly, man has learned some actual magic. The implication is that he learned from Friend. Friend also showed a spoon bending talent all those years ago. Likewise, we already get the hint of some psychic ability from Kana, Friend's daughter. From a world-building perspective, this is a bit worrying, particularly if it can be taught. If you can do this to a spoon, what else can you do? If someone stood up today in real life and could do this, it would be sensational, to say the least. In the series, this isn't explained yet, so we probably should reserve judgment until it is. Most likely, Urasawa has a good explanation for how this works and what the limits are, right? On top of this, we have God's clairvoyance. God can see the future. He's also the only person in the series so far who has this gift. Honestly, this is a much more reasonable addition to the world. There's two big reasons why I'd say this can work. One is that he's the only person to have it. It's a unique ability and the character is therefore unique in having it. Two is that it's out of his control. This isn't something he can use. It's something that affects him at its own whims. It's not a skill he can abuse. If he could, Kinji could just ask God to scry on Friend until he figures out his identity. Of course, we can also take the opposite approach. This time, let me refer to Joseph Anderson from his video on Fallout 4.
Whenever a story has to incorporate some sort of prophecy or a psychic fortune teller, then they are admitting defeat and are giving up on their own story making sense. Just think about it. For a prophecy to exist in a story, it means that the writer is now using their own story planning notes and inserting them into the world so they can come true. There's no longer any careful consideration of characters' motivations and how the plot can progress to make something interesting, and instead the writer shoves their hand up a character's ass to puppet them into rambling on the plan that they already wrote.
I mean, he has a point. Prophecy is a way for the writer to lazily let characters know information that they can't find a way to communicate otherwise. For 20th century boys, God thus far hasn't pushed Kinji into anything he wouldn't know without the prophecy aspect. i.e. you could take the prophecies out and the main plot beats remain the same. Its main role so far has been to push God into helping Kenji to go after Friend and adding to the mounting dread for the reader. So I'm not finding God's abilities a big issue. Moving on from the questionable magic use, the other big part of world building I want to talk about is with the friendship party. Politics is one of those things I don't like talking about, because people get strangely heated whenever it's mentioned. No matter what you say, you'll end up pissing someone off. Even not saying something can be seen as a statement, because when these topics come up, people look so deep for hidden conspiracies. This goes doubly so for those people in government. They are, by design, some of the most scrutinized people on the planet. How did the Friendship Party rise to power? We know Friend had a decent-sized following prior to the 3-year time skip, and somehow, in those 3 years, it was converted into a relatively powerful political party. Before you say it's not really important to the story, Friend's political power is the basis of the rest of the plot. Without the political power, Friend doesn't recreate the Expo or take control of Japan. He would become a celebrity rather than a leader. Someone who can be revered, but not put into a position of becoming world leader. The Friendship Party's rise is so important to the story, and it's completely skipped over. Now, time skips can do this, skip over important events that we know the conclusion of, or cut to a more engaging part of the story. We can assume a lot of what happened in the meantime. But like I said, politics is one of the most divisive things on the planet. Modern history is full of political conspiracies. So when we get moments like the bombing of the Diet Building, you cannot say by convenience the whole Friendship Party wasn't there. I don't know about y'all, but I live in the real world, and that is the most suspicious thing I have ever heard. In a free nation, if the political leaders were the victim of a bombing and only one political party wasn't there, they immediately become suspect number one. There could be stacks of evidence, alibis, whatever, proving their innocence. But for the rest of that faction's days, they will never get over that suspicion. For that faction to peacefully gain full control of a nation with massive approval after all of that is an extreme stretch. To make it worse, there are just some really simple ways to make this more digestible. Friend could have set up some patsy leaders of the party who he sacrificed in the Diet attack. Then, using the gap in the party, he'd be forced to take leadership, giving him some sympathy with the public. Okay, yes, 20th Century Boys isn't a political thriller. Maybe this all would have taken the focus away from what's really important. I think I take particular issue with it because I know Urasawa can write these inner political workings and make it interesting. He just did it in his previous series. Monster has this hugely compelling story around Franz Bonaparte, how he attempted to create super soldiers for failing communist regimes. The story barely scratches the surface of it, but even that scratch makes sense. It's explored in much more detail in The Secret. Another Monster explores how Bonaparte became this master of manipulation, using both those skills and the mere fact that he had them to gain political power and essentially grant himself a blank check to do whatever he wanted. Yes, you shouldn't need external content to understand a story, but Monster on its own shows you enough to be reasonable and consistent. Let's pull it back another layer. How did Friend amass such a following in the first place? Again, this is crucially important to the story. Friend himself does very little. He requests things and has such a network of willing people that see his orders out. Where did they all come from, and why are they so devoted? We see early on, Friend has enough support to fill the Budokan, which supports just over 14,000 people. It's never confirmed where these people came from. There are suggestions that Friend has been pulling from local cults, but that doesn't suggest this high a following. I actually do think it's okay to look past this. Communities can form and develop around anything, and we're jumping into Friends when it's already established. However, what I don't think it's okay to look past is the fanaticism of those followers. Having a large following is fine. Again, world building side, this happens in the real world, so no problem translating it into the story. But Friend's followers are weird. They take his word as scripture, they have strange artistic taste, they follow him like lambs to the slaughter. The series intentionally sets them up as peculiar. They're like a manic hive mind. When they fail the mission to get Kana, they immediately turn to burning someone alive. Actually, real quick side note, in the movies, Kenji and Yuki just sit there watching the man burn alive with the storm. At least in the manga, they'd fled already, but yikes, movie. Masuo is probably the best example of the fanatic follower. The boy is doing healing aerobics and listening to Friend CDs. He even becomes an assassin for Friend. How did he get to this point? Skipping ahead a bit, we see the followers during the Bloody New Year's Eve laughing at the carnage. Every single one we meet is unrepentant. They're full crazy and can't be reasoned with. Now there's two main explanations that I've seen. The first comes from the series itself. People were just so caught up in wanting to believe Friend that it became real for them. Those in higher positions genuinely looked up to Friend. We see this with Evil Cop right near the end. Friend told him that he was good enough after a lifetime of feeling second best, so he became ride or die for Friend. I'm not a huge fan of this. I like the concept, but I don't think it fully explains why his followers act like this. Burning your friends alive and laughing when someone points a gun at your head goes too far. Urasawa sets this up as something deeper and more nefarious, and then the rug is pulled out from under us with a, no, these are just normal people radicalized somehow by Friend. That's it. The other explanation is to do with Rainbow Kid, the drug introduced in Ocho's backstory. Ocho goes and shuts down the factory that makes it, which happens to be owned by Friend. The drug itself induces fear-related hallucinations in those that consume it. It's like the T from Batman Begins. It's generally perceived as pretty heavy stuff, tying into Friend's real-world counterpart who experimented with substances that bordered on brainwashing. Much like the diet-building example earlier, I think this is a fair connection, but not a reasonable one. The drugs induce fears in others. Friend uses this to manipulate his followers into believing in him. My first point would be that the state of the only person we definitely see on the drug is this, and the other followers act like this. There's no real similarities there. Secondly, is this a reasonable connection? It's a fair connection, it could work. Friend would need to have been consistently drugging several thousand people for a while, including policemen, with zero repercussions. I just don't think that's overly likely. If that is what the series is going for, then that's a bit too much of a leap for us as an audience to agree to. But if that was not the case, the addition of Rainbow Kid is a strange one. So much of this series follows through later down the line, so much remains relevant. Rainbow Kid's only role is to show Ocho's regret of his history, something which for every single other character is done with regular, non-drug related flashbacks. You might refute this by saying all Friend's followers are pretty psychotic. In the New Book of Prophecy, they're grinning while asking for permission to kill those rejected by Friend. By the end of the world, they're convinced aliens are coming and they run around in dumb uniforms. I'd counter that by saying in both of those other two scenarios, there are established reasons completely unrelated to this opening group why those people are so dedicated to Friend. To be honest, the best explanation for this is that it's a play on Friend's original inspiration, taking this real-world group to its extremes, which is a compelling idea, but without an in-world explanation in the story. But maybe I should just deal with expectations. Now, I am saving the big Friend talk at the end, but we've got to have a quick catch-up in these sections. If you're watching this video without having read 20th Century Boys and you ignored my warnings, let me now spoil the ending reveal for you real quick. This is Friend. Well, one of them at least. Well, actually, no, we're saving that for later. I really like Fukube's introduction. He's a character none of the main cast can remember. At the class reunion, he essentially pushes himself into the narrative by talking to Kenji about Friend. We learn later that this whole story, including his kids, was fabricated to get Fukube onto Kenji's side. For now, Fukube just seems like part of the gang. Well, right up until he supposedly dies. This whole starting section does not give you enough clues for us to give it yet, but all these actions still make sense. Friend is literally playing with Kenji, and in a perverse way, forcing himself into a friend group that he never got to be a part of. All through this starting section, we cut from things that were happening in Kenji's childhood to Friend using them in his meetings. Take the I am dead as an example. Most of this serves to confirm the connection, however there are a few other parts that start to look into Friend's character. The most telling is his I am Collins speech. Friend relates himself to Michael Collins, an astronaut on the Apollo 11 trip to the moon. While Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin got to walk on the moon, Collins did not. I am Collins. I was so close to the ground of the moon, and yet I returned without having trod on it. At the end, he's crying. I think this is a genuine moment from Friend, i.e. he's not putting on an act here. He was talking about the secret base just before, so the inference is that Friend is someone who got close to or wanted to join Kenji's group, but never could. This is clearly still something that Friend has never got past, still being emotional about that experience. Friend doesn't get a lot of spots of genuine character moments, but this is definitely the strongest so far. Urasawa has done a great job of making Friend a compelling mystery in these opening chapters. Not only do we want to know who he is, we want him stopped. But we don't want him stopped before we get those answers. By the end of this arc, the target is aimed purely at Sadakio being Friend. There are a few things which these chapters establish which don't come back up later on. Normally I wouldn't care about the smaller details like this, but since 20th Century Boys relies a lot on Kenji's past being important, these stand out. Things like Yamaguchi, one of Kenji's childhood crushes, shows up in a chapter and never heard from again. Or this guy from Kirion's wedding. He even shows up in a flashback but never gets named. Also never heard from again. I think this is one of only 2 characters who show up as part of Kenji's crew in flashbacks but never seen again. Is this nitpicking? Yes, absolutely.
This is nitpicky, but little gaps of continuity like this do contribute to a feeling of inauthenticity. Nitpicks are real and they do matter. You don't want nits, do you? If left unattended, they're gonna hatch into lice. Story lice.
That's Glidus, watch him for some spicy Game of Thrones videos. In a series where so much of Kenji's past is important, these sort of things feel out of place, especially when the final reveal is based around small details like this. I mainly want to bring these up as some forewarning for the rest of the video. There will be some things in this series that I bring.
Gledam nešto na drugom monitoru.
Igraš li što?
Ne, više vodim dijalog s vama. Treba spavati. Radio sam do 5 i... do 5, šta ću reći. Proizvodnju smo imali možda do... pola 5. Poslije trebalo samo popisati robu. Malo pospremiti. I tamo ovamo, dok sam došao kući. Obišao banku, pekar i tako dalje. 7 je bilo. Da sam imao kola da se teleportujem, mogu sam doći kući možda u 6 i 5, 6 i 10, ali ja nešto nisam lud za motornim vozilima posebno, tako da me boli kurac.
Limeton Pop. Welcome to my channel.
Baš. Ok. Sure. Whatever. Don't do drugs. Još nisi prešao tu igru, a? Znači nije kratka.
Atomic Heart?
Aha.
Predugačka igra.
Možda ti određeni zagonetki oduzimaju previše vremena.
Noć sam prokrvario dok sam onaj kanister dogurao do... Znači, brate mili, treba koristiš i mozak, i telekinezu, i 100 kuraca nekih. Znači, Ima levi shift daje neki boost kad skače.
Dobro.
Neko ubrzanje i onda moraš prvo da skočiš pa onda da stisneš levi shift da bi ti boostovo skok da preskočiš gdje hoćeš. Znači baš sam dok sam do onih platformi gore doskakao, prokrvario je. Ali prokrvario se. Tako, imaš sve na streamu. Mrzi pogledaj baš taj deo.
Pa hoću, možda ne trenutno, ali hoću. Pustio sam nešto na ovome YouTube. No. Nije više interesantno kad gledam glasnogovornika, kako pravi planove, da zaskoči nekog sa shotgunom i kako svaki jebeni put jebi ga, znaš, treba pomalo i nišanit, čak i sa shotgunom s kojim se ne nišani. A na Redditu sam video klip gdje jedan Nemac, mislim da igra na konzoli, na PlayStationu, Xboxu, i hip fire, znaš kako ti objasnim. Kad pucaš sa leveringom, pucaš s kuka, ne pucaš s ramena nego s kuka, da, hip fire, da. I uzeo da puca s leveringom u pčelu, znaš, i sad on kao pčela od njega na metar, hive. I on puca po njoj, razumeš, 1, 2, 3, 4, sve promašuje, a ispred njega. Jedan jedini pogodak. I one njega, razumeš, otruje i one pčele, razumeš, razvaljuju. Kako je bio kod nje, razumeš, na metar, a ona svake sekunde ti radi poison damage, Znači, razvalila ga, ubila ga. Ti oviče samo, a? Čekaj.
I rekao, nice!
Ne, Nemac je, znaš. Sad ću ti naći, čovjek bio izgubljen, kao šta se dešava? I onda kao na taj njegov post na Redditu imaš 15 objašnjenja kao normal Hunt gameplay.
Papo, šta me gledaš? Ženo bez prava, šta me gledaš? Zarakio, idem sad da jedem i da se onesvestim jedno 2 sata. A budala, nisam odnao ove kertridže na punjenje, samo fali da smo zapekli, sad moram kupiti nove od štampača. Ženo bez morala, šapo.
Where is it? Okay, so there is a way. If you get the fog in the healing basement, you know, it's annoying you cannot see anything. There is a way to fix it. You go to options, graphics, you go to lighting, you change to high, and you change to low again, and it's fixed. Here we go, man. Clip this, clip this. I need to kill this
Wow.
thing.
Pogledaj ovo, je. Evo, mislim, boli me kurac, ali... Čekaj, ovo će si svijet. Nidi još, stani! Pogledaj majke ti. Ja, otišao si već.
Nisam.
Pogledaj klip. Ali nisam ni ja znao.
Rakta!
Ne, samo pogledaj. Mislim, vidio si ovo već 100 puta, ovo je smeće od buga.
Raktaš.
Kaže ovaj lik, I never noticed it. Jesi ti normalni, ja? Kaže, nikad nije primetio. Slepi ljudi.
If you hear the fog in the basement, you have options. Bravo. Biće, bogo mi. Ej, odo da jedem i da se onaj sesti.
Džvane, ručak je gotov.
Aj, pa se čujemo posle.
Aj.
Može. Au!
these guys, they're just camping, dude. Crazy. I'll get impatient. I'm ready to go to bed, boys. I got all the patience in the world.
I thought you said that in all chat.
Should I say something in all chat? They know we're here. They're camping.
They do know we're here.
Hey, y'all boys feel free to stop camping at any fucking second and come out and fight.
Yeah, nah, mate, we're right.
Suck my dick, you American scum.
Mate, we don't own guns here, okay? So come out and fight us. We'll fist ya.
Alright, knife fight on the boss.
Deal.
On the battle bus?
On the bots? The boss?
You're
Yeah.
underneath the what's his name, aren't ya?
Huh?
You're above us, aren't you?
He jumped out, Eric.
Yeah, see you later.
Oh my.
GG, faggots.
Yeah,
GG.
see you later, mate. See you later. Aussies are better.
Actually trash. You guys suck.
Damn, they fucked us good, dude.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to today's video. This is going to be the very first developer update of the year. We hope you're all having a fantastic year so far. Purpose of this video is to go through a little bit of a rundown of the roadmap for the year ahead. We've had a great start to the year so far with our 5th anniversary, just coming to the end of it now. And it's been really awesome having you all around supporting us through our Twitch drops and everything that's been going on. So yeah, for this video, like I said, we want to talk about a bit of the roadmap for 2023. Before we get into that, I'd like to introduce my guest for this evening. This will be his first time joining us for one of the developer live videos. He has joined us on the gameplay streams, so maybe you have had a chance to check him out and ask him some questions when he's been on with the guys. If not, allow me to introduce the Hunt General Manager, David Fifield. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing great, Rick. Thanks for having me.
No problem at all. It's great to have you with us, and hopefully this won't be the first or this won't be the last video that we have you on. Of course, it will be the first. You're relatively new with us. Like I said, you've been on a couple of the gameplay streams, and you've answered some questions, and you've appeared recently in the anniversary video. But why don't you, so our community can kind of get to know you a bit, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. I've been making computer games and video games for about 25 years. Started on PC games back in the late 90s with MechWarrior 4 and did a bunch in that series. Went to Mech Assault on the consoles, and then the bulk of my work since then kind of stayed in that competitive PvP shooters. I've worked on a bunch of the Call of Duty titles, ranging from like Black Ops up through Advanced Warfare. Did a Call of Duty Online product in China. Then went over to Halo, did a lot of stuff with them around Halo 5 and what they were doing for their multiplayer live services. We think adds to the game well, and putting each of these updates about what those new weapon lines are, what he's trying to do with the whole meta progression, and what we see for use build for all the different guns and how they perform at different ranges. Having some
bring up as we go on that will be rather nitpicky. But like Glidus says, these can grow into storylines, and some of them do. Some of the final moments and reveals of the series are damaged simply from the fact that we've been reading closely. And I genuinely think the intention of the series is to read it closely. We're being presented a mystery and trying to find clues to the answers. Sometimes the difference between a nitpick and a subtle clue to the mystery is just whether or not it became relevant at the end. So while there might be things one person disregards while reading, it may be a sticking point for someone else. Now you might be thinking that besides some of those world-building missteps and some nitpicks, this whole section around the first 50 chapters has been mostly positive. And you'd be 100% correct. 20th Century Boys does have a really strong opening. Even in reviews from people who dislike this series, the consensus is that the start is still great. However, it's important to note that in a mystery, the clues and the threads that are opened are only as good as their conclusion. It's not overly difficult to add mystery to a series, but what is hard is paying that all off. In isolation, I think these first 50 chapters are excellent. The dynamic between our main cast is interesting, Kenji's arc is great, the time skip mechanic has worked well as the crew try to remember their past, tying it all together to what's happening in the main narrative. As set up for a longer mystery, there are a lot of clues that have been laid down. There's a lot that the rest of the series gets to and needs to pay off. Finishing this section, there are a number of questions we want to see answered by the rest of the series. How did the Friend Party rise to power? How is Friend controlling his followers? What did Donkey see in the science room that night? Though the biggest three are certainly, who is Friend? Why is Friend doing all of this? And of course, what happened on the bloody New Year's Eve? This saga starts with the changeover to our new hero, Kana. Kenji, at least in the modern day, will be completely absent from this whole section. Before this part even starts in earnest, that's a bold move. Changing a lead character is a tough jump to land. We've just spent 50 odd chapters getting invested in Kenji, only to have to start new on another character. That's a big ask for any series. Now Urasawa has used this again in Pluto and Billy Bat. Let's take Billy as our contrast. We're following Kevin Yamagata as he's tracking down the Momochi Scroll, a way to contact Billy directly. At the end of the Komori Village arc, about halfway through the series, we see Kevin is given a new sense of purpose to go to Spain, and that seems like the journey will end there. Then goons start arriving from the villains and things very quickly turn sinister, and then Kevin, quite abruptly, gets shot. Then it time jumps to our new hero, Kevin Goodman, who's the protagonist of the remaining half of the story. This works in Billy Bat because Kevin Goodman is just an amazing hero. He comes in with charisma and quickly introduces a significant plot that picks up from Kevin Yamagata's arcs. When I think of a series that does the complete opposite and handles this poorly, I think of Arrow. In the first episode of Arrow Season 3, Sarah Lance dies. Now, she's absolutely not the main character, but her role as the Black Canary is picked up by Laurel, and it was bad. This was around the time I stopped watching the show. The problem was, we'd spent so much of Season 2 building Sarah up as an interesting character. Part of this was done by pushing Laurel down. Sarah was out there helping Oliver, meanwhile Laurel is acting awful and self-destructive for most of the season. So when Laurel takes over from Sarah in the next season, we didn't want her. Here's this character that we made you not like. Now she's in the role of the character you do like. Please like her now. But no, that's not how this works. This is something that's seen in a lot of superhero media, when the new generation takes over the mantle of the old. Jane Foster becoming Thor, Wally West becoming the Flash, the Joker's daughter, there's a million examples. The main problem in those stories is that the fans are invested in the old character and don't want to start fresh on a new one. I think 20th Century Boys manages to protect itself from that by giving us the character change early. It's only 50 chapters before we've moved on to the new hero. Back to Kana. Does this change work? I would say yes. Kana as the new hero works. We quickly established her personality, she's rocking out, working hard, looking out for people, she's fearless walking into gunfire, and seems like those powers alluded to at the start have only gotten stronger. She has a deep love for her uncle, she hates the police for making him out to be a criminal. She's also quoted as being the top of her class at school, but picks fights over certain history lessons. We already know she's integral to the story, she's the daughter of Friend. Just by that alone, we want to know what happens between her and Friend. Our old main character Kenji
Looking for fun_bot_1. Welcome to my channel.
Used to say finds a way to keep him relevant in the story. While this character change is jarring, I don't think it's to the series' detriment. Us as readers quickly find ourselves on Kana's side because the starting chapters just set her up so well. We next meet Chono and are introduced to what's going to be the main plot for the first half of this section. Someone, reportedly in a cop uniform, killed someone else with a shotgun. Eventually, Chono and Kana meet, and Chono is sympathetic to her, immediately making us like him more too. He's also the grandson of Cho, the detective who was shockingly killed at the start. As the investigation continues, Kana learns that there was a witness to the shooting. The witness tells us that Mole Cop was the one that shot him, the victim only saying something about the assassination of the Pope before he was shot. Then we cut to this island prison, following a mangaka, Kakuta, who has been sent there. This is essentially going through the same steps as the first 50 chapters. We're widening the diamond, introducing more characters to follow and plot threads that are eventually going to weave themselves together. It's through this character that we learn more about the state of the world. Friend has taken basically dictatorial power over Japan. Kakuta's in here because he violated the youth protection guidelines, when really all he did was write a manga that was too close to what Friend was actually doing. For that, he gets life imprisonment. Friend is clearly running a harsh regime. The wardens in the prison also mention labor camps, which feels very, gulag-y. It's good to know how far Friend's power goes. We even learn a little later that the chief of police is the guy who killed Cho. Friend has obviously put his own people in positions of power. Again, reinforcing the evil government vibes. It's in this prison we see Ocho again. He was imprisoned shortly after the Bloody New Year's Eve and has been stuck in these isolated cells for the past 14 years. Kakuta ends up in the cell opposite him, and we learn Ocho is close to escaping. We also get this great character building offhand comment. The mangaka has been sent down here for 2 weeks. News around the prison says that's pretty common, but when you come back, you won't live long. Kakuta asks how often Ocho has tried to escape. Ocho replied, every 2 weeks for the past 14 years. Wow, he sure has been down here a long time. No, what he means is, he has tried to save every single person that has come down here, and hasn't been able to until now. It's moments like these that paint so much life into these characters. I also want to praise Urasawa for showing how dark this prison is without actually showing it. From the nail nearly being shoved into this guard's eye to Kakuta being in the off screen, this place feels awful, and Urasawa has only alluded to all of this. We never actually see any violence in the prison until the escape. It's now we break into another new character, Kazumi. She's the type to overreact and freak out and is mostly self-interested. Besides from her plot significance, Kazumi is here to bring some much needed levity to this part of the series. I can imagine her character being quite divisive among readers. I know for a lot of people, including myself once upon a time, find these types of characters incredibly annoying. The series is setting this darker tone as Friend has taken over the world, and there's not really a lot of hope left. Kazumi's character runs opposite to that, and she adds this joyful naivety to the mix. For me, I appreciate her inclusion. While the series can be bleak, there are still moments of joy to be found. Even when Kenji and crew were up against the ropes, there was still time to smile and joke about how Ocho made up the symbol. So far in this section, the series has needed something less serious to balance it all out, and Kazumi fits that role. Also, I need to quickly shout out Kazumi's actress in the live-action movies. She absolutely nails this character, one of my favorite parts of the second movie. Kazumi accidentally finds herself needing to do a report on the bloody New Year's Eve, which ends up with her meeting God. God then goes on to tell us what really happened that day as we flash back to it. Here are the cliff notes. The gang track down where the remote controlling the robot is. Fukube and Kenji get there. Fukube calls the guy controlling the robot Sadakio and then apologizes to him. He fights with the controller and then they both fall, presumably to their death. Fukube saying, "It's not Sadakio," before they go. The robot's still moving from a pilot on board. Kenji and Maro drive up to the robot, blasting 20th Century Boy as they go. Kenji climbs up to the pilot seat to find it empty. Friend rolls up on the Expo Monument. Meanwhile, the virus is attacking cities all over the globe. Man rocks up saying that they've got a vaccine ready to go, and then it cuts back. The robot exploded way back then, and the whole area became this big remembrance mural. We see who the UN were thanking in that opening shot. It was the Friend Party. Friend for stopping Kenji and delivering a vaccine that saved the world. The bloody New Year's Eve is such a great moment in this story. This was built to as the climax of the story, but now we're finally going to see what happened. It's full of action and tension, still balanced with these beautiful character moments of just the gang of friends. It builds to this showdown with Fukube and Kenji staring down the man in the mask. Fukube, i.e. Friend, starts building this story around the masked man being Sadakio. Then as he rips off the mask before falling says, "It's not Sadakio." As you're reading, you're essentially getting the same clues that Kenji gets. At this point, it seems like Sadakio is Friend. He wasn't the guy who fell with Fukube because Friend rolls up on Kenji later on. And then we see the heroes lose. We just watch them fight their best and then skip back to the future that actually happened. They're all dead or in hiding. Friend won. So who is the one behind the mask through this section? Your first answer might be Fukube, but I think that's wrong. This is the other Friend. He taunts Kenji with the "let's play" lines, and this falls more in line with Friend 2's character. Also, we see Fukube has 20th Century Boy the song set up in both his house and the truck. Something we'll learn much later means a lot more to Friend than it does Fukube. As for if it was both Fukube and Friend through this whole section, well, it's never fully cleared up. It seems most likely this was all Friend 2 during this time, and not Fukube though. Researching 20th Century Boys has been really interesting. Chapter 79 is the end of the flashback. Friend takes off his mask to Kenji and we don't see who it is. Then back in the current day, Kana takes out her tape player. Then the rest of the chapter is a flashback of Kenji singing. Actually, most of this chapter is just Kenji singing. It's the first time we hear Bob Lennon as well, arguably one of the most important plot points in the series. Originally, Urasawa said he was going to have this almost mecha-like showdown between the two robots as they crash through the city. But these chapters came out around September 11th, 2001. Urasawa didn't think it right to show that sort of destruction, so changed it to what we have now, Kenji singing. I think the way it is now is brilliant, cutting from all that hype and destruction to Kenji singing his song before everything went down. It's a perfect place to introduce this song that we see Kana listening to again and again. This song that becomes a pretty major plot point in the end. It's just a perfect point to open this thread. It's also a very emotional moment, the last song Kenji got to sing before he presumably died. All in all, just a great moment. Okay, let's talk about the world building again. I gave this series grief at the start because Friend's ascension wasn't supported well and the whole Friend party was just obviously sus to anyone with a brain. Now, the day the disease starts attacking the globe in force, the Friend party just happens to have a vaccine ready to go. This is so sketchy. And then we have Friend himself. He was reported to have rode the Expo Monument to go and confront the robot. Something that, to the general public, he had no preparation for. Then, the robot powered by a nuclear reactor, essentially a dirty bomb, explodes in front of him and he's fine in a few weeks, ready to rise to dominate Japan and be beloved by the world. Is there at least some explanation for how this works for the reader? Yes, at the end we get more details around it, but to the general public, that's the story they've been told. Somehow, a completely unprepared friend just ate this explosion while being in point-blank range, and the world just says, yeah, that makes sense. It's at this point in the story that I have to imagine Urasawa is saying, things are going to happen in the world, and we just need to accept them. Don't think about how Friend did all these miraculous things and why people let him. It's not going to be explained. And for readers like me, this, well, it sucks. This was such a big part of the mystery that I wanted solved. It wasn't just who is Friend, it was how is he doing this, why is he doing this. But now Urasawa has just crossed the how off. It's not important to the story he wants to tell, so he's not going to bother with it. Don't think this is me throwing stones at Urasawa or anything. You're absolutely allowed to do this in a story. Friend's rise to power doesn't contribute anything to the main mystery of his identity, nor does it give us chances for more of those brilliant character moments. In a series that is already over 250 chapters, I would rather this part of the world building be cut than moments with the characters. So no, for the rest of this review, I'm going to leave Friend's rise to power alone. If you're like me and this stuff bothers you, then it's going to continue to bother you. We never get strong explanations. There is some really good stuff here, don't get me wrong. The world within each time skip is compelling, but the core parts of Friend's rise to power, that most fundamental part of the world building, that's not part of the good stuff. Kazumi is researching Friend, and we learn a lot of sketchy things have been going down. After learning the truth from God, she's finding all these other killings that have happened over the years, all that have helped Friend rise to power. One of the big sketchy things going on is Tomodachi Land, or Friend Land if you will. It's almost like a theme park, but full of propaganda. And this is cool, we get to see what the public perception of the Kenji faction is. How the Friend Party has spun them into these unrepentant supervillains. We also learn that Tomodachi Land is really just one big brainwashing facility. If they can't nudge you in the right direction, they'll use force. We see one kid get drugged after trying to escape the facility. On the other side of the coin, you have those that respond overly well to the re-education. They get taken into this virtual attraction, which is a recreation of Friend's childhood memories. Now, this would be a good way to explain, and I'm assuming is the reason why there are all of these Friend people so grinning and eager to fulfill Friend's wishes. We see one kid who went through it, and he has the same stupid smile as all of these other drones.
Welcome to my channel.
It seems like the virtual attraction can be disastrous as well. If it doesn't brainwash you, it might kill you. We hear about another kid who chewed their wrists off while inside. I love the virtual attraction as an idea in this story. What Urasawa has done is provide a way for the characters to interact with the flashbacks, giving us a new spin on it. This is important because the flashbacks can't really serve as an effective plot push anymore. At the start it was, oh, I remember this thing, let's go investigate that. But now we've time skipped 14 years. That's so much time for the main cast to go through their memories of their childhood and pick out any clues they might have had on Friend. This is what we'd expect the characters to do, especially considering he's actively criminalized them and their friends, and they think he's going to do worse. This goes doubly so if the character has had little to do besides think for the past 14 years. I'm sure some of you know where I'm going with that, and yeah, we're gonna rip it to shreds when we get there. With the virtual attraction, it's no longer just remembering things. It's interacting with the history, talking to past versions of characters, seeing other perspectives on things that have happened. It's taking this original flashback concept and giving it new life, and it's genius. This is actually our first time seeing some of these characters. The only one to really note here is Konchi, who will become important later on, but notice that Fukube is here. This is one of the big moments of his character, so remember this. Actually, I will point this out as well, because Urasawa gets a bonus point through these flashbacks. I've already dropped the bombshell that Fukube is Friend, and a big part of his identity is that he was never noticed, never remembered. In these VA panels, you'll find Fukube pushed up out of frame or covered up by another character. He's also just absent from a lot of the shots too. I love this idea. It's a way for the medium itself, the images, to reinforce the idea of the character. A way to make you pay less attention to Fukube, just like all the kids do. Now, this first trip to the Hanging Hill isn't overly important to the plot. We set up a few clues that are going to get paid off later on, those being the two people under the Teru Bozu and what Kenji and Ocho saw upstairs. The attraction itself ends with a young, who we assume to be Friend, showing up on the school roof. Koizumi pulls off his mask to see Sadakio's face, and then gets taken out of the attraction. This is a weird moment, because the story at this point is trying to build up Sadakio as friend. However, Kazumi's trip into the VA ends with the idea that the other person under the Teru Teru Bozu is friend. It's not Sadakio, it's the one who was threatening him, which makes this whole moment on the roof a bit unclear. We don't get the reveal that it was Sadakio's face under the mask for a few more chapters yet. The problem is, on a reread already knowing that, this scene makes no sense. The person in the Hattori mask is supposedly Sada, or at least he has Sada's face. He's referred to as friend, and he even talks like he is friend. But we're led to believe that the kid in Sadakio's mask is Sada too, and the Hattori mask kid was the one threatening him under the Teru Teru Bozu. Why is the kid with Sada's face talking like he's friend? It's honestly just confusing. This whole part on the roof doesn't make any sense. We've essentially just been given confirmation that friend isn't Sadakio, and the real threat is this other pair of legs. Then, after we learn it was Sada's face under the Hattori mask, the series will try to play up Sada being friend for a few chapters when he comes to the school. But this scene has already undercut that by confirming friend isn't Sada. This whole scene on the roof is an interesting idea that doesn't really hold up. It only serves to confuse rather than to give smart clues. At this point, the story jumps back to Kana in chapter 90. We're 40 chapters deep into this section, and have you noticed that we don't really have a strong plot yet? I honestly struggle to put this into words. I've scripted this bit like 5 times and I still can't get my thoughts across well. My main point is this. We have an overarching drive through the whole series, finding out who friend is. Then we have arc-centric plots, stopping the bloody New Year's Eve, stopping the assassination, stopping the final virus release. The plot of this arc is saving the Pope, but we don't get the significance of this until right near the end. For the majority of the arc, this simply feels like lowered stakes. We're stopping something not overly important to Friend's overall power, because we don't understand why the Pope is important to Friend's plan. It's a weak basis to the longest arc of the series. As we'll learn about in a moment, this whole plot feels like the cart coming before the horse. Kana is enacting her plan to recruit the local mafias. She heads to a local casino and ends up cleaning house by using her psychic powers. She gives all the money away and asks for everyone to meet her tomorrow at the church so she can use them to defend the Pope. One of the other gamblers talks to her saying, "You've got something magical, better than ESP." Now this could be a broad allusion to her charisma or her fearless, headstrong nature, but with later revelations this doesn't seem true, but we're not going to talk about the magic yet. It's in the middle of this plan that we're finally presented with the new Book of Prophecy. In a flashback to 2002, we see Mon had been researching hard into Friend and came across the new book. It said someone anonymous sent it to him, and I guess that's the truth. There is no character in this series that would leak this information. The part we're concerned about now is in 2014 there will be a gathering at a church in Shinjuku. At that gathering, a savior of humanity will arise in the name of justice, but be assassinated. Let's talk about how this part of the prophecy doesn't really work. What are the prophecies in the new Book of Prophecy? In 2014, there will be a gathering at a church in Shinjuku, and then a nightmarish world will begin once more. At that gathering, a savior of humanity will arise in the name of justice, but be assassinated. Long live the Expo, long live the Expo, progress and harmony for mankind. The Holy Mother will descend. The world will be million for and not one vote against. The salesmen will drop their briefcases. The phone will ring and all the preparations are complete. And the world will fall into ruin. These last ones we won't actually learn about for a while yet at one time. The prophecies are all based on what the kids were thinking about at the time, based on things they knew or thought were cool. We see the original Book of Prophecy had places chosen simply because they were the names of cafes that Kenji knew. The new Book of Prophecy has the Japan Expo because it's a defining moment to Fukube. The world president is in a way the ultimate goal of Fukube's time as friend. But why the church in Shinjuku part? This part never gets an explanation. It's never a part of the kid's childhood, so why include it as a place? Every other mentioned place has an explanation, but not the church assassination. This is why it feels a bit like the cart before the horse. The other prophecies have historical reasons and are being recreated in the modern day. The assassination is the opposite. It has no historical reason, but is something that is happening in the modern day. It feels more like Urasawa putting this into the new Book of Prophecies to tie it in better rather than what the Fukube crew would have actually written back in the day. Nonetheless, still a cool moment, and the book itself finally brings that sinister edge back into the story. The plans go deeper than the bloody New Year's Eve, and they're about to get underway. We see Kana address the crowd and Mole Cop coming in to point the gun at her. Then Ocho smashes in through the stained glass window and body blocks like an absolute champ. Yeah, go on, we'll slap this into the iconic scenes list. Then the gunshot, and it's Mole Cop that falls down. He's the savior of humanity. Another prophecy that Friend has twisted to make the hero on his side. Turns out it was Masuo who shot him. He helicopters away with the ever so ominous next prophecy. The Holy Mother will descend, promising Kiriko's return. All along the way so far, we've also been getting some really nice character moments. Urasawa's characters are still the greatest strength in this story. Simple moments of two people talking to each other help put a lot of emotional weight behind the things that are happening. We weren't worried about Kana being shot just because we like her character. We know what she means to everyone else as well. She's seen as the last hope by the old gang. Their love for Kenji now resting on Kana, then through their interactions, that second-hand love turning into first-hand. Ocho at this point may well see Kana as a surrogate for the son that he no longer has. We know Yuki feels this way. The Shinjuku church scene ends with Yuki and Kana eating together. It's this peaceful moment after the chaos where Yuki just lays it bare, becoming my next favorite moment in the series. You are my daughter, a precious daughter that Kenji left me with. On the bloody New Year's Eve of 2000, he told us, please, just don't die. Now let's eat before the noodles get cold. This is why so much of the series works. I know I've bagged on the world building and the contrivances in the plot, and there will be more to come, but 20th Century Boys always comes back to this. Strong emotional moments between characters we care about and can relate to. I don't want to undersell how amazing these moments are. Jumping back in, it's time to finally meet Sadakio. At this point, we've been led to believe Sadakio is Friend, so this is a big deal. Sada comes in as Kazumi's new English teacher, and she passes out because it was his face she saw under the Friend mask in the VA. Shortly after, she meets Kana and fills her in on everything she's learned, both from Yosh and in Tomodachi Land. After school ends, Sada half kidnaps, half invites Kazumi back to his house. We already knew Sada was a bit strange. He's the kid who used to chant to aliens on the roof. Now we're learning the extent of that. He starts freaking out over classifications of Gundam or the fact that his car is getting wet. He yells out at a mother that's not there in his home. Sada even comes in with the mask on, asking if Kazumi thinks he is Friend. The whole situation changes when the school principal rings the house and Kazumi starts screaming to be saved. Sada finally decides to turn against Friend. He goes into the other room where this computer is talking to him real brainwashy-like. We actually learn later on the Friend party were drugging Sada as well, just to add more fuel to the sympathy we're starting to gain for this character. Sada calls the computer mother and smashes it to pieces, telling Kazumi he'll fight to get her out safe. Now this feels like a big character turn, and it is, so Urasawa immediately jumps back into Sada's backstory to get this to make sense. Sada was bullied pretty consistently. If he wasn't bullied, he was forgotten, not noticed by anyone, friends or teachers. Even when they went on a school field trip, there were no photos of Sadakio. This is supposed to be why his child model had his adult face on it in the attraction. Out of all of those photos, Sada didn't appear once, completely forgotten. When he came back to his old town to visit, no one recognized him. There was this rumor that he died after moving away. He tells us that he used to send mail to his old teacher, who was so supportive when Sada finally made a friend. Sada went on to become a teacher himself and swore that he would never forget a single student that he'd ever had. Kazumi says maybe that teacher will still remember him, so they flee to the teacher's rest home. When it seems like the teacher doesn't remember him after all, the teacher heads over to his drawers and pulls out a single photo. A photo of Sadakio from their field trip all those years ago. Sadakio was never forgotten. This is another one of my favorite moments in the series. I swear Naoki Urasawa can just take a few chapters and tell a more compelling character story than some other mangakas can do over the course of their whole series. Again, Urasawa is showing his absolute mastery of character, as this simple moment of giving someone a photograph of themselves as a child is so emotional. We just went from Sadakio as top friend suspect to this deeply troubled human being, manipulated and tortured by the friend party, whose only goal is to ensure that no student of his ever had to endure the pain of feeling invisible. But Urasawa is not done building up Sada's character. While all this is happening, Kana is being driven by her school principal to head towards Sada and Kazumi. The principal reveals that she's big team friend and thinks that she can curry favor from Kana, going on to blurt out the most important thing that she could. That friend is Kana's father. Kana blows up the car's bonnet, then chokes the lady with her mind. She also very might have just killed this lady with her psychic powers. The last shot we see is of the principal's glasses breaking from tension with a snap sound effect. Whoa, okay, this is a reaction. Kana just learned that her actual father is the one who killed her surrogate father, Kenji. Understandably, she's a bit pissed. Draw what conclusions you will. At this stage in the story, I don't think she does kill the principal. The principal doesn't show up again for the rest of the series, so this is another classic Urasawa leave it up to your interpretation. Kana has presumably not killed anyone yet, and her reaction afterwards feels more in line with finding out the truth of her parentage, and not that coupled with killing someone in a rage. She also bounces back a bit too quickly for if she just killed someone. In the end, it's Kenji's lessons that bring her back, listening to Bob Lennon in her head and feeling invincible once again. While she makes her way to Sada and Kazumi, Takazu is one step behind her. This is the crazy lady running Tomodachi Land. Also, I'm not sure if it's supposed to be Takasugi or Takasu, but we're going to be sticking to the latter. Anyways, she's surrounding the old folks' home and is prepared to kill everyone inside to make sure that Sada doesn't escape. Sadakio then gives us the final piece of his backstory. Mon came to see him back in 2003 while he was still investigating. Sada admits that he killed Mon to protect Friend's identity, but then gives Kazumi the memo of all the things Mon had learned. Yosh then helicopters in to save the day, but Sada runs back inside to buy them some time. He ends up being allowed to leave by holding a few of Friend's historical items hostage. This is some really key insight into Friend's character. The implication is if Takasu let Sada burn them, she'd be rejected as well. Friend still holds these pieces of his childhood as the most important things in the world. In fact, Sada was living in a replica of Friend's childhood home, which was why it was a big deal when he burned it down to escape. In this case, it doesn't seem to get Sada very far, as the next day the news shows his car burned out with a body inside, a seemingly pointed rejection for what he did to Friend's home. It's now that Kana begins the search for her mother. We haven't actually talked much about Kiriko yet. She gets development in the first 50 chapters. She's someone who has given up so much to protect her family. The only selfish thing she seemed to have done is leave Kana with Kenji, which is why Kenji was so willing to take care of her. She's also seemingly allied herself with Friend, not just from the letter, but the fact that she had his baby as well. So Kana follows her trail to a lab where the original virus was made. This lab also has the nice touch of showing Yamane's name despite us not actually knowing who that is yet. It's here that she figures out that her mother was part of the team that made the virus. The whole lab being a Friend installation before it officially became the Friend Party. It's here where we get another iconic moment. Kana pulls out the note written by her mother. I am Godzilla. I crushed 150,000 people under my feet. That's just such a strong and memorable metaphor. It's so good. It's also in this town that Kana comes across the videos of her mother. Kiriko talks about her plan to meet Yamane in 2002 to stop Friend, saying that if she fails, modern history will end in 2015. The final message she has is for Kana. Kana, whatever you do, please be happy. These are the moments that define 20th Century Boys for me. Kana has just learned that her father is Friend, that her mother was behind the virus that heralded the bloody New Year's Eve. Now she gets this little time capsule from her mother 12 years ago. She did the right thing, turned against Friend and tried to stop him, finally showing that she does care for her daughter. Kiriko got to leave one message for one person, and it's for Kana, a daughter that she loves but can never meet. The news starts reporting that another bloodletting virus has started attacking places around the world, linking Kana's newfound knowledge from the Mother Hunt back into the main plot. Kana also has her first prophecy about the robot returning in 2015 spelling trouble. now we have our deadline again. The first part was a build towards a New Year's Eve in 2000, now it's building towards the start of 2015. This also ties back into the first chapter. If you remember right at the start, we had that shot of Pana waking up to see the robot outside her window. Now we have an idea that Friend might just pull off another bloody New Year's Eve. The building continues with finally meeting Haru and seeing Maruo again. We've seen Haru on TV a handful of times already. He's probably the second most famous person in Japan right now, behind Friend of course. He wrote the Expo theme song and seems to have the support of Friend. So obviously he must be Team Friend, which makes it strange that Maruo is working as Haru's manager. Quickly we learn that Haru is not Team Friend at all. Maruo and Haru go to visit Friend one day, and Maruo has smuggled a chest full of...
Čekam, neće li se svima probuditi da ubacimo drva?
Kakva drva, čovječ? Sad ste uzeli drva?
Ne znam. Moji su nešto uzeli.
Koliko su uzeli naši?
Pitaš mene koliko metara smo uzeli?
Pitam, znaš.
Gomilu.
Znači jedno 10.
To je meni izgleda kao gomilu.
Jebike. Ja se kume razvalio sinoć i jutros. Znači, pa kao šta sam odradio sve naš. Jer sad sam završio sve što sam počeo sinoć. Izbačeno đubre kod koza naš. Izbačeno đubre. Bio kešo, izorali, isfrezirali. Puno.
Da stavimo ovo. Možda ovdje. Kad vas plaću jednom nedeljno, 2 puta u mjesecu, jednom mjesečno.
2 po mjesečno.
2 put.
Limeton Pop.
To je dobro.
Welcome to my channel.
Prvi dio ti je 52.000. Drugi dio ostatak, tako, sad zavisi 20, 30, 50.
Ne fali meni para, ne pitam te za to.
A šta ti, ne sviđa ti se vam Jesse, ili?
Rekao sam, ne fali meni para, ne pitam te zbog toga.
Nego zašto pitaš?
Pitam zbog tebe.
Ne, dobro je to, nego... Jebi ga, imam dugo akume, znaš? Imam slobodno 140.000 duga. Mislim ga bi mu sad vrnut 80, ali neću. Utorak mi je plata, pa... Začekat ću. Daću mu manje. Da ne bi mora jebi ga više tebe cimam, moga cimam onoga. Fali mi, razumiješ? Fali nešto si...
Nije rješenje da vratiš sve dugove i onda opet da pozamiš pare zato što više para nemaš.
Pa da. Pa nema već. Riješit će se. U najgore slučaju za 2 mjeseca sam na nulu. Šta je ovo jebot?
Šta?
A ne, uglavnom što te ne interesuje na Facebook. Most kako gotovi donosi jebot.
Kako donosi?
Baš tako kako sam rekao, ako te baš interesuje.
Puste ga helikopterom?
Ne, nego ga donesu. Evo ti u Discord, pa... Uzde Facebook, ali klikni pogledaj majke ti. Nevjerojatno. Prvo ga pripreme i poslije ga samo čočnu. I to nisam gledao život. Ne.
Teško ćeš i gledat u Srbiji šta toga. Teško ćeš u Srbiji vidjeti šta od toga.
A ima je toga. Da li šta bolje od ladnoga što se
Ima. Meč Hunt Showdowna. I ovo možda se drži na ovako kloc, ne?
Već vidio, majke? Pa nije kloc, ne.
Ne, nego jara.
Su ga donijeli nekim šinama, nešto ubačili. Ne, one kao stopice, one glupave, ali viš što je to. Mislim, viš ti to iz zemljorine sa strane, a naš proračunali su oni to, nisu ni oni naivni šošari. Tastaturu uzeti jednu s krštenim kablom.
Kako s krštenim? Uzmi bežičnu. Imaš bežičnu tastaturu, imaš...
Da.
Onako kako ti koristiš kompjuter, tebi ništa drugo ni ne pije vodu.
Da.
U ležećem položaju opušteno. Znači ne znam zašto bi uzimao opet žičanu tastaturu.
Pa stio sam.
Jedino da ti se ćerka ne šeta kroz kuću sa tastaturom i ništa. Jedino to. Ali inače ostalo...
A_OK. Welcome to my channel.
Majko. Cement mikser. Iron spring engine. Dobro. Onda razvalje. Ona bikarbona. Uf.
Drapsnat. Welcome to my channel.
Jesi gledao na što liče ovi banditi? Pokazivali su juče, ujutro je bio stream od ovih developera 7 Days. Prikazivali su na šta izgledaju banditi, mogu ti pokazati ko ćeš.
God, I'm slow. Need a little stamina.
Seven Days to Die Alpha 21. It's coming. It's coming real soon, guys. I think it'll be here in the next 2 months. I'm not entirely sure. There is no exact release date. The Fun Pimps never ever give release dates, so people who think that they're gonna get release dates, it's just not happening. There is no release date. They will release it when they feel like it's ready to be released. But luckily enough, the Fun Pimps have been releasing content for the new Alpha 21, so there's a whole lot of videos to go and watch and check out. They talk a hell of a long time about all sorts of things, and they've leaked a bunch of things. So we're going to get into a few of the things that I quite like about the new Alpha, and I'm looking forward to in the new Alpha. Again, if you showed off some of the gameplay, some of the new stuff that they've added, this is one of the prisons added to now. Anyway, yeah, that's looking forward to seeing more like that. I'm also looking forward to seeing mods where they will combine that flame where you can turn it into an actual trap for a Horde Night base. I think that'll be cool. I can see that. I can definitely see that being a more valuable, which is that's great news. Randomly generated worlds. Yes. Oh, this topic has been talked about like around and between the city, but like at a distance, like.
Ne znam, ja sam gledao oba streama, gledao sam stream prošli, gledao sam juče stream, reprizu. Juče ujutru gledao sam, kad se ustao.
Od ovih što su ovo izbačali, ja ne vidim sad. Izgleda dobro je.
Pa imaš...
Da, ovo je Unity 5, šta?
Da, to ti Unity 5.
A ovo sad što do sad bilo Unity 4, ne?
Ne, isto Unity 5, samo što, ono... Ne možeš tako preći odjednom na novi engine, razumiješ, moraš da... Znaš šta njih koči najviše? Najviše ih koči to što... Treba da podignu hardversku zahtevnost, znaš. Oni su sami sebe limitirali, recimo da igra možda radi na grafičku od
Gigabyte 2
Gigabyte 2 video memorije. Ne 4, nego Gigabyte 2. I onda moraju dosta stvari koje ti vidiš u igri su low res. To ti je ono od 720 piksela pa manje. Jako malo tekstura su ono baš high quality, ono 1080 piksela od 2K. Jako malo. I oni su radili čuda da kompresuju teksture, da ne znam, taj sistem kako učitava teksture, da brže pristupa sam engine tome. Kako oni to zovu? Texture Atlas. To ti je kao taj neka biblioteka tih tekstura koju on poziva dinamički kad ti treba. Na primjer, ti nikad nećeš vidjeti teksture recimo iz pustinje u urbanom naselju. ili iz onog mrtvog grada, teksture nikad neš vidjeti u normalnoj zoni. Ili nikad neš vidjeti sneg u pustinji.
Peculiarism.
Da, možda postoji
Welcome to
način
my
da
channel.
ga craftuješ kao blok nakon creative režima. Mislim, to rade modovi što ga tiče. Ali oni sami kod developeri su limitirali. Ja sam igrao par modova bio za Alpha 7 Days to Die, Alpha 18 ili 19 igrao sam i moderi su ono baš stavili ono i high quality teksture i custom ono modele oružja i čuda, razumiješ, jednostavno treba da stave igru da je gold. Da ako hoće da završe te bandite, da to urade ili ne urade, nebitno, da naprave nekakvu priču, nejednostavno i moguće, tipa da uradiš seriju questova, da isto kao većina tih igara, da radiš za ovog NPC-a, onog NPC-a i na kraju da pobegneš.
Vidiš kako izgleda, brate, NPC ova neka radionica, si vidio?
Jesam.
17
Znaš kako su...
minuta.
Znaš kako su radili ovo... Pa da, svaki trgovac izgleda... Pa dobro, da sad su ti trgovci, a bit će ti, ono, znaš, kao quest giver. Da je samo...
17 minuta.
Bob Salvage, vidim. Izgleda kao radionica. A imaš isto tako bolnicu, imaš prodavnicu, baš... Nema kao svaki prodavac, ono kao, ono, garaže i kućice.
Zemljište skaču na ovoga.
Got to do with art and the new changes to objects and whatnot. So you've got new chairs, new couches,
Imaš na 18. minut.
tanks, flags. There's just so much.
Kako su modelirali stvari.
As well as you can see at the very back of this image. So you got a whole
To
lot of
su
new
ono...
cool pictures to put up in your base, which I thought was really cool. You can kind of decorate your base a little bit. So that's how you're going to be able to collect water.
Imaš na 18.26 water collector.
There's a lot of things going on in this image. You guys can pause and take a look for yourself. But do all that stuff, guys. And I really like that. It's really cool.
Šator
By the way,
izgleda dobro.
just so I thought I'd mention that. But you're gonna add a new vehicle. At least try make it drivable, or try do this, because having one of these, like if you had to perk up into mechanics or something, and then you could repair one of these things and use them to dig. Oh my goodness, guys! So much potential wasted.
Da, i prikazali su bili na streamu par novih vozila, znaš. I onda su ih ono pitali vi na chatu kao pa da li mogu da se vozi. Ne, zato što da bi nešto moglo da se vozi, moraš da uradiš ono koliziju i moraš da radiš fiziku kretanja vozila, znaš. Što možda se uradi. I moraju da, što kaže objašnjava taj njihov developer, kaže moraš kaže da ga staviš na mjestu kako je logično. Znači ne ono tipa day, ono, dan prvi kao recimo uzmeš šleper i ono ne znam, hot wire još ga ono kao voziš. Boli te kurac, gaziš zombije, znaš.
Pa ješ.
Da, možeš, ali ono malo...
Ne baš tako prosto. Možeš i danas to da uradiš, ne možeš? I rle, znaš.
Pa ne možeš, moraš nas ključeve, šta akumulator prazan. Ako nisi vičan mehanici, nemaš pojma šta se dešava s motorom i tako.
As well, so you got the truck on the right, and they haven't. Or a mod can probably do it. Yes, please. So there's a lot going on at the bottom. Some of the new stuff that's coming to one of the traders. It's the forest trader.
Ivo!
Really excited. When I saw this image, I wanted to cry. Why? Because this is freaking awesome. That's why. They added like those palisade fencings. So, you guys know me, I like to build castles and stuff, and this, like in the POI editor and in the creative menu, gonna be able to spawn this in. I don't think you'll be able to craft it, but oh, that is so cool. Looking forward to getting on. Gonna look nice to put this down somewhere. But yeah, trader job. So yeah, this is already a 22-minute video or so. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna split it up into other videos below as well. I would consider subscribing and hitting the notifications on my channel to
dynamite in with him, intending to blow Friend up even at the cost of his own life. Haru notices this and says, if you find an opportunity, do it. This is brutal. Maruo is willing to blow himself up to take down Friend. He ends up not going through with it after seeing one of Friend's inner circle celebrating the birth of his son. Maruo won't let himself fall to their level, remembering what Kenji stood for. How quickly this scene sets up where Maruo is at, what his mental state is like, and how much of his life is still tied to Kenji and the bloody New Year's Eve. Again, Urasawa just keeps flexing his character work. We then jump back to Ocho and... oh, it's time for this scene. Okay. So Ocho has been investigating Dr. Yamane. As he's investigating, he suddenly remembers something important. Yamane had talked to him back in school about the new book of prophecy. He had hidden a secret message in a book at the library that no one would ever take out. Okay, this is one of those moments that I need to talk 100% from my own biases on, because I cannot explain how much this scene in particular frustrates me. I can understand Ocho not remembering this vital clue before the bloody New Year's Eve. He wasn't back in Japan too long before it all went down. But you're telling me, in the 14 years that Ocho spent in solitary confinement, where there is literally nothing to do besides think between escape attempts, not once in 14 years did Ocho think about Yamane. Yamane who talked to him about the new book of prophecy. Yamane who was the biggest science buff in his year level. Yamane who had a crush on Kiriko. Yamane who had the original idea of the global virus. But no, it's now in the search for Yamane that it all comes back to him and he gets the clue that he needs. That Yamane was going to show up in the science room that night. Show up in the science room with Friend invited that night. Ocho goes from trying to figure out where Yamane might have gone to remembering something vital that helped Ocho find him on the only possible day it could. I'm sorry, but this is contrived. Contrived, adjective, created or arranged in a way that seems artificial and unrealistic. Flashbacks pushing the narrative forward and giving the cast new clues as they start to remember things is a really great idea. At the start. For those first 50 chapters, this makes sense as they start to reconnect with their childhood friends and the memories that come with them. Then the virtual attraction is introduced in these chapters as a way to get new perspectives, to talk with characters that are no longer with us. It's a clever way to keep this flashback mechanic without it becoming too convenient. The first thing any normal person would do if they found out someone evil was reenacting plans from their childhood would be to sit down with those classmates and try to remember every single thing you could. So when we see characters suddenly remember something this important after a 14-year time skip, it makes us feel like we shouldn't take this mystery seriously. That the answers aren't going to be carefully built on old clues, the characters will just remember something new that gives them exactly what they need. You could defend this whole thing as, hey, sometimes these memories slip by the wayside, especially when, at the time, you never really paid that much attention to them. And honestly, considering how this series ends, I'd let you have that. But in this instance, coupled with how suspicious Ocho should have found Yamane already, and it just happening to be on the day of the science room meeting, it's just dumb. It's all way too convenient. Okay, rant done, let's keep going. So Ocho, by the grace of the author, makes his way to the science room, where he meets Yamane. Yamane says that Friend was born in this science room, which immediately makes us remember that Donkey saw something in here all those years ago. Then, Friend arrives. We haven't had Friend show up in person for a long time. The last time someone got this close to Friend was when Kenji tried to assassinate him at the start. Friend starts talking strangely, going back to those lines from the start as well. I am Collins. Look. Someone look at me. Someone be shocked. Someone scream, run around in terror. Yamane counters by talking about the lies of 1970 and 71, calling Friend a fraud, a trickster. We have actually heard a bit about these lies of 1970 and 71 already. They seem to be central to figuring out who Friend is. Well, immediately, Friend starts threatening. Soon, squads of Friend's men will be pouring into this room. Simultaneously running to the meeting in the science room are 4 other stories of the gang figuring out who Friend is. We first see Haru sketching down what Friend looks like from their meeting. Maruo, shocked, goes to this apartment. He talks to the child and mother, and apparently there are 2 other kids in this family. they still sometimes make that Ken-chan rice. The mother says that the friend party gave her a lot of money to let them do that. And if you've been paying attention, you know who Friend is. Yosh and Yuki talk about Fukube, who used to photograph them all during their time before the bloody New Year's Eve. Yosh saying that he couldn't remember who Fukube was until Kenji started talking about him. Then Yosh calls up their old teacher to learn who owned up to the spoon bending at the reunion. We then cut back to Kenji seeing Friend take off his mask in the bloody New Year's Eve, and Kana is remembering things from her infancy when Friend picked her up. It leads her to the school where Friend currently is, and just as she's remembering, she hears it. Yamane shoots Friend dead. At this point, the story has given you all the clues to figure out who Friend is. Ocho moves over and takes off the mask. And yes, it's Fukube. Now this is a nice space to stop before we get to the latter part of this arc. If you're thinking the death of Friend is a real anti-climax, yes, you're 100% correct, that's the point. It was too easy. It feels like something is wrong, and it is. There's this beautiful uneasiness that comes into these last chapters, and it pays off beautifully. Friend has a plan that uses his own death to his advantage, but no one knows what it is. Even Man and the Friend Party have no idea to add to the surprise. The reveal of Fukube as Friend is such a great moment. It's an immediate recontextualization of everything we've just read. Fukube never appeared in the character's flashbacks, though he did appear in the virtual attraction, which might have given you the impression that he was there the whole time. Yosh himself even wonders, why did they let Fukube into the team when no one could remember him? Then Yosh remembers Fukube's real name was Hattori. We knew Fukube was a nickname from when he was first introduced at the class reunion, but no one cared to call him by his real name, and presumably no one even remembered what it was. For context, Ocho is a nickname too, though he gets called by his real name, Ochai, more than once through this series. Once the gang remember that Fukube's real name was Hattori, the mask becomes so much more obvious. It's a Ninja Hattori mask from the anime manga of the same name. The name reveal, I think, is a mixed bag. It's a cool reveal of Friend's identity staring you in the face for the entire series, but the reader was never given this clue. Not once in the series is Fukube called Hattori to let us figure this out. For the characters, I want to say it's another one of those things that make you think, really? In 14 years you didn't name the Friend mask as the Hattori mask and remember this key piece of information? Though if I said that, I'd be wrong. As a political figure, Friend goes with the mask with the symbol on it. Only a handful of times does he go with the Hattori mask. The only time anyone besides Kenji would have seen this mask is if they could see Friend at the top of the Expo Monument during the bloody New Year's Eve. I'd think this unlikely since the only people close all survived a big explosion, so they were probably running for their lives, so it's most likely that the gang never actually saw this mask. It's this weird situation of the gang have half of the clue and us as the reader have the other half. Only now are they being put together. However, if you're a reader with some knowledge of Japanese kanji, I've been told that Fukube and Hattori are spelled with the same kanji, albeit a more non-standard use, meaning that you might have pieced this together a while back. We get a few chapters around the fallout of Friend's death. The world is mourning. Our heroes are celebrating. The mangaka who escaped prison with Ocho reunites with his friends, the Friend Party starts to implode, their only concrete plans at this point are to follow Friend's will, to stage a small funeral for him, and then, when public opinion forces them to do something bigger, stage the biggest funeral ever supported by thousands of volunteers. There's still this risk of the virus out there though, and the assassination of the Pope. The heroes are left wondering if the Friend Party are going to follow through on those prophecies. Also, Yamane had got shot after he killed Friend. We see on the news that the virus is still attacking more towns, but no big cities have been hit yet. Ocho tells Kana what Yamane had told him about her mother. Kiriko knew the last part of the new Book of Prophecy. The world president will be elected. 60 million votes for and not one vote against. Yamane had developed another virus, far more deadly than the original, and we learned the most key piece of information. For any virus, there will always be 1% of the population who naturally have immunity. If 60 million people elect the world president, where did the other 99% of the population go? So Ocho runs off to keep working against Friend. We then get to see two of these towns hit with the virus. This is a chance for Urasawa to flex on us with his character writing again, but it's also raising the personal stakes of what's about to happen. People are dying, people just like these ones. This young boy who is painstakingly burying every single person in his town. being the only survivor of the virus. This old couple, whose town has been isolated from the rest of Germany, wondering which of them should take the only single shot of vaccine that they have. It's through these stories that we see where Kiriko is. She's been running around America trying to mass produce a vaccine and giving out the little amount that she has to anyone who will take it. We also get to see Kirion again, who's been trying to make his soba big in the States. Kirion didn't come to help Kenji on the bloody New Year's Eve. He feels like he can't return to Japan without first justifying leaving in the first place by becoming a success. Then he runs into Kiriko's trail and decides to go and help her. Both of these won't really reach their full importance until the next section. Back with the gang, they're in desperate need for some fresh clues, so they decide to break back into the virtual attraction. This time, the attraction has changed to the real 1971. Last time, when it was just Kazumi, it was supposedly 1971, but the Hanging Hill incident happened in 1970. The series has been building up the importance of these lives, the lives of 1970 and 71. So this time, we get to actually see what one of these lives were. At the same time, in the real world, Takasu, Yuki, Ocho, and Manjo all think they see Friend walking around, suggesting that he's actually still alive. However, these are all short glimpses, so we're not too sure. It's still building on this tension of Friend's death being well too easy. Inside the attraction, we see what really happened in the science room when Donkey jumped out the window. Fukube had seemingly hung himself, with Yamane and this isn't actually Sarakio watching on. Tell everyone you know about this miracle. When Donkey doesn't believe it, Fukube gets the other two to reject him. Then Friend shows up, modern day Friend, masked and all. He starts hanging child Fukube for real before he's pulled out of the simulation. We're going to dig deeper into that moment in the Friend section, but for the keen-eyed reader, this is actually setting up a coming plot point. Urasawa isn't beating you over the head with it, but the clues are here, staring at you. Then we get these really nice character moments of Yosh and Kana finding their way out of the virtual attraction. Kana has a pep talk with Donkey that reignites her passion to stop Friend. Yosh gets another of my favorite moments in this series. He's been wondering what he was doing in the summer of 71. All his friends were busy with school or work. Their base was destroyed to build the bowling alley. No one knew where Yosh was. Then he finds his younger self building another secret base all on his own. This is another spot where I have to talk 100% out of my own biases. This breaks my heart. Seeing older Yoshitsune supporting his childhood self build a base that none of his friends actually care about anymore, spending his whole summer doing this, is so sweet. Every single time I have read this story, this scene has never failed to actually oof me. But let's keep going. So Friend's funeral has become this massive event. Just like Friendsville said, the world wouldn't sit idly by with a small funeral. Man learns that the Pope will come before Friend's body. This is when he figures out what Friend is going to do, and his faith is restored. We also get a strong clue when this kid seemingly gets grabbed by Friend while mourning. Though with the context of Friend being surrounded by loud flowers while people mourn in front of him, I can only imagine this was a psychic thing and not a literal grab. The rest of the gang are still working under the assumption that Friend had got Masuo prepped to kill the Pope. There's all this tension on the Pope's visit to Shinjuku. The setup from the earlier chapters finally paying off. Some of Friend's people are around with guns, but they all pop cyanide tablets before they can be questioned. All in all, the Pope gets out okay. Then he goes to Friend's funeral. Kana and Yuki go as well. Ocho and a few others have set up stations around the place to look for Masuo. The tension starts getting really high and it keeps building, and then we see Masuo peek out from the Expo Monument. But everyone's attention is elsewhere as Friend stands up. Then Masuo takes the shot and Friend body blocks for the Pope. As the world holds its breath thinking Friend has just died again, Friend struggles to center stage and raises his hand in the air. I love this moment. This is another iconic moment of 20th Century Boys. The clues for this are pretty clear on what's going to happen. Though if you're reading quickly, you might be in the same state as the main cast. You might still think this is about the assassination of the Pope, and then this comes as such a shock. Friend, just blessed by the highest ranked person of a faith based around someone who resurrected, seemingly resurrects himself to protect that person. Seeing the people cheer as Friend raises his hand is actually haunting. Seeing the world so willingly accept the show that's being presented to them. I think if you asked anyone who's read the whole series, what is the defining moment, they would say Friend's resurrection. That page of Friend standing in everyone's surprise after the bullet raising a bloody hand to the heavens, he became a god. I only wish it lasted longer in the manga. Now, it's a bit goofier in the movies because Friend doesn't actually get shot, but he still does the pose as if he was shot. But listen to the sound in this scene and just feel that dread sink in.
Jesi čuo za najnoviji skam kume?
Slušam.
Hoće moj drug Vlada da proda Nenadu hard disk po povoljnoj ceni.
Ivka.
Alo.
Što nisi javila, Ivo?
Je mi ugašan ton?
Da nije, da vidim kad ćeš kući.
Pa negdje oko 7.
A kad si pošla?
U 5.
Prije sat vremena. Malo prije si pošla, Ivo, pošto sam ja došao kad ću 5.
Da, 10 do 5. Već što sam išla, morala sam pre da stignem vama. Ajde, čao.
Nenadu da proda, a? Koliko para, Nenadu?
Da?
Za koliko para?
Koliko kinte ti je tražio?
4000.
Koliko?
Amik. Sigo.
Za 4000? Jer ti znaš da on to prodaje samo zato što je verovatno počeo da mu usporava, znaš? I da mu smanjuje prazan prostor.
Sivkom sam pričao, još rekla doći sa satom. Kako je bilo?
Idemo u vikend.
A ne,
Vraćemo otvoriti jednu malu kaficu na među da mogu... A čela je kao luda, da mogu ovako pravo kući biti.
Rungery. Welcome to my channel.
Sad imamo jednu malu kaficu na među... Ja ne vidim tebi što sam se ovako pravo.
Nenade. Nenade.
Sad ću dođem.
Čekaj, nemoj samo dođeš, stani sekund. Nenade.
Telefoniram, sad ću dođem.
Ajde, ko mi reći.
Znaš da je vreme novac.
Još? Pa nije to, kažem skidaj to. Skidaj to sve.
Znaš kad sam skutala? Kad ti otišao, ne znam, otišao, otim ovako krsnu ste, ti se stavila skidala krst, stala mi to.
Pa da. Pa ne možeš ovdje znaš, ovdje nije dobro to. Mora slušati.
Možda nije da njih neko to.
Pa ne interesujem ni čada da nosim njihovo pokletstvo, boli me kurac, nic sam im ja... Pardon, nic oni meni išta, nic ja njima ništa, tako da vidimo se. Kume, koliko je taj hard disk što je on njemu proda?
Ne, nego hoće da ga beka skamuje.
Koliki?
1 terabajt ili 500 gigabajt.
Ne. A 500 gigabajta beka hoće
1 terabajt ili 500 gigabajt. Tako nešto.
Kume, on kupuje 1 terabajt, on ima 500 gigabajta.
A onda obrnuto.
Gledaj, piše ovdje 1 terabajt, 10.000...
To sam ja stavio, ali ne znam koji je tačno model pitanja, to moraš nadati.
Kako si ti stavio kad piše on? Milan, Belada, Milan...
A ne vidim ja njegove postave, znaš što je plan.
A, pa ne veze, ali ja vidim šta je on izbacio. 10.918 dinara.
Šta je to, novi?
Novi Samsung, 1 terabajt 980...
A to on prezentuje dokaze da je on...
Da, on se čepuje. Ne, da se ne čepuje, razumiješ? A on nekom tada, znaš ga kako sam gubao kume za to čepanje toga. Znaš?
Ne, ja sam rekao ovako, on bi nekako hteo da potrošiš ti više para na on, tako da on ne bude u minusu, ne može nikad.
Da.
Znaš da se nađemo na pola puta, nema ništa od toga. Šta bi s hlađenjem?
Ma, pušti ga, pa on ga namjerno snimio. Jesi ti lud? Kome će on ništa dat za džabe, normalno. Ja sam očekivao to tako, znaš.
Gura si pričao da vidiš dok će da ide to ludilo.
Ma da, bre, pa puca mi kurac da ja sad mijenjam tu kuleru, lud, bre.
Igrao si njegovu igru dok nije sam sebe utjerao u laž.
Ne, dok je samo radio tačno ono
Što se od njega očekivalo. Nije nas iznadeo.
Onda nekome nešto da, kumuze, brate. Pa ne moje, brate. To ne može. To što je njegovo ti ćeš debelo da platiš, ali nema veze. Ko je Milena? Jaja. Da, nemam pojem posla. Tamo čuješ, imaš u hodnik, vidjet ćeš bijeli luk, crni luk. A ti vidi...
Genuinely gives me shivers. The movies don't do everything right, but they absolutely land the impact of the scene. Hearing the people shout, seeing them raise their hands and seeming submission, glorious. The final chapters of this section are the newly revived and deified friend learning where his plans are up to. Then the phone rings. The salesmen have reached their final destination. The briefcases are dropped, and the world fell into ruin. We open on Kinji, alive and well, picking up 3 years after...
Hoćeš da kupiš od njega.
Čepuješ se da kupiš. Možeš je bio malo stomašan, ne pričao da on tamo vario nikad. Nikad nešto bez pričao mi pa... Imaš 2 terabajta, Libek. Pa daj me da jedan onaj za džabe na 512, ajde. Pa im. Šta će ti 3 jebote? Samo sekundu.
Friend's resurrection. This is the final major time skip of the series. With Kinji teased, we actually just cut straight into Fukube's backstory. We'll get more into this in the Friends section, but here are the cliff notes. This backstory shows everything from Fukube's perspective. The lies of 1970 and 71, Fukube and Kenji's relationship. Most telling are the insights into...
Aj daj mi jedan čučuta M2, šta će ti 3 jebo, taj jedan sistemski okej. Ali ovaj će staviti 1 terabajt, šta će ti onaj drugi od 512? Šta će ti? Samo malo. Koliko tebi sad zauzeto na taj M2 od 512? Sve.
Šta ti to imaš? Hunt Showdown 3 puta instaliran.
Pa dobro, evo 500, šta će ti još 500 na ovaj drugi, šta je problem, bre? Nećeš da mi pokloniš, jeli?
Ne? To je to. To je to.
A, zašto ga ne nada da prodaješ?
To što ne nadplaća.
Pa.
Pare.
Opa, to da ti neće trebat. A nemoj da našedaš naprijed, Beka, nemoj, molim.
Sam dovoš čerom.
A nemoj, molim. A ti kažeš trebam. A ne, ti kažeš...
Trebaju ti pare.
Da, a čekaj, onda ti neće trebat. Ali će ubolažit će ti.
Ti kome ne plaćaš, to je problem. Da si rekao, Beka, evo ti 50 eura za taj hard disk.
Evo, Beka, da ti 3000 za njega.
Malo je.
Ajde, pokloni mi ga.
Drugarski, ajde Beka, drugarski. Budi drug.
Budi drug.
Evo kao kum. Kao ja.
Milena! Gdje je mama, Ana? Pepeljara mi treba, Anči! Evo majka će mi da ništa, Ana! Beka, budi drug, daj mi zube i jedan krug. Dao će ti mija kako trava prija. Beka, dajte mi taj od 512, dosta će biti. Moje Franciska. Nemam para da kupim, čuču, pozemljujem po 2000 od svaki dan jebot. Pa radim, Beka, ali ja hranim malo više usta nego što tebe hrane. Pa radit ću 2 posla, nije bitno, Beka, ali pojenta je nemam para, razumiješ? Ne, tebe se trpa, jedan.
Guzicu.
Trpa se i šakom i kapom. Dobre je moja Franciska. Ma da, pa znam, ne čepuješ se. Ali ti, Beka, isto kao što se obeća za kuler pa ga polomije. To što ti priča. A znam, ali ja nikome ne obećavam nešto i onda ga slomim. Bolje no da mu ga dam. Aj, Ma da.
Ajde, bar ništa nije rekao, znaš. Mogu je ništa da ne kaže.
Dobro si mi obećao to. Dobro si mi da to. Hvala ti. Dobro si čovjek.
Hvala ti još jednom.
Ne iz mrtve krave vadiš ovcu. Yes. Da, mislim.
Jel ti kad dao kum šta? Ajmo to pitanje.
Šta je kažeš kume?
Ne, ajde sad ovako pitanje. Jel ti kum dao šta kad džabe?
Evo, kaže kum, jel mi kum šta kad da džabe? Ne znam, kume, mislim, daš to ti džabe?
Jesam.
Ne znam, nisi.
Neku komponentu, sve sam uprodao, pa da.
Kum je sve naplatio, i grafičku, i slušalice, i miš, i tastaturu, i još jednu grafičku, i ne znam više šta mi još nije naplatio sve.
Ne znam od koga sam dobio onu grafičku, rekao mi da je prodavam, ja sam rekao, pa ću kuriti.
Od Rakule.
Da, ono kako ići.
Pa evo, moram sa staviti djeci jedan kompjuter kume, moram uzeti neki Ryzen 3, nešto tako. I sa stavim za sobu naša. To ću vidjeti.
Sam mogu da prodam isto kao guzic. Sam mogu da kažem. Uzet ću 50 evra od nekoga i to je to. I kupit ću nove patike i šta ja imam od toga?
I bit će mi super,
I šta ja imam od toga? Ništa.
Pa ne znam, meni to isto nije jasno. Ništa.
A jesu. Momci, ostavljam vas da tragi.
Kume, srećno. Srećno.
Da dajemo kume ne nas to, molim te.
A? Šta? Nisam čuo šta je rekao. Dobro, imao je Franciska. Nemam ja para, bik. Ne razumiješ? Neviđević. Moćeš ti bi uništio svijet samo da te bude dobro, da. To si lijepo izjavio. Znači ti se čepuješ, trošiš koliko imaš. Minimalni pro. Pa eto, znači čepuješ se. Ja se ne čepujem, ja bačam koliko god imam i koliko nemam, boli me kurac. Šta ćeš? Znam. Veli? A šta radi Boki? Bilo održava. A koliko para? Rockland tamo. Ti to nećeš, ali da?
Slično bi da trebu negdje, a?
Šta je to, Miki? Ima li ona jedna... Oje, daj mi to. Daj. Dajem neku kašekicu, Miki. Ne voliš da ti ne reći uvijek, a? Pa ti ne možeš pod pritiskom da radiš.
Ga Ilija. Što ne voliš kod doktora?
Po psihijatra.
Ja vidim ko snajper.
Pa on se profesionalno čepuje, da. A čižu čep. Neće da puši, neće da pije isto kao i ti, vrate, da ne bi potrošio. A za to što da ne potrošiš, važe. Pa kažem, da.
Ti ne veruješ nikom. A što? Pa nisu svi prevajanti ko ti Milane. Ba tebi nijedan Srbi ne valja.
Pa Bunjevci nisu Srbi, Nenade.
Jesu. Jesu.
Pa dobro, isti ću kao Srbi, šta sad?
Srbi iz Hrvatske.
Da, to je sve isto mi, Nenade.
Ti si dođeš Milane tu, to je njihova zemlja.
Nenade, ti si dođeš u Srbiju, Nenade.
Moji su došli 800 neke. 382. Jo, ma znaš kada je bio bitka na Kosovu?
Nenade, dođeš. I? Da.
Pilija je vode ga vodiš, a? I on to nije htio da radi. Milane. To nije neka nauka. A što to je? A što kradete sat vremena? 5 sati kradete. Aj, ti kurva bez se neke pevare, to oko nas ne bi moglo proći nikad. Jebote, Švajcarska bi prepala 5 puta sad ko kolo povajao. $200 kila možda. Plus minus. Da, nema šanse. I dok mu se jedno ne otvori stranice ko nas. 300 tona kao ukrao. Ukrao puna... Čekaj, ti kažem kao... Ukrao puna te šlepe. Da povučem lago. No.
Da idete sutra. Izvanredan dečko.
Kata. Welcome to my channel.
Ovo me duši dođe. Kaži? Po nas su gravci pojeli i jadu i nešto vagona žita. Da, ne volim da ti imam. Aha. Kaži? Šta znam? Ne bi ja mogu ni da spavam. Ne bi mogu ja ni da spavam. Ja bi ja ne treba te spavam. Svakome će to na vagu. Nema veze, svakom ide svoj na vagu. Kaži. Čujem. Dobro. Razlika neka. Prazni se. Kaži.
Znaš, ti je sada što guši. Jeste povlačiva.
Pa šta kad je bio usred ne žvači?
Ono od kokosa, znaš. Ja ne možem da dočekaj, kažem, sad će mi tam krompir i da ću ti mesa. I uz obročni uzam. I da mu, ja sam sad da pojede to kolač posle s krompira, on ne može da čeka da mu dodam tanjir. Ono znaš kako ono sitno. On ovako stiga. Kako se on zaleti ono.
Pa.
A kažu, niko ti neće da uzme. Idem u Pačku sam isto. Ako tebe gledajte. Šta je, šumica? Ako treba i došle se traži.
Mhm. Još. Ne oldu? Pratim, pratim. Pratim, ajde. Mhm.
Tensu underscore 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 underscore. Welcome to my channel. Katina. Welcome to my channel.
Kaži. Yes. Hı? Kaç? Kaži.
Limetum Pop. Welcome to
Nisam
my
pričao.
channel.
Što bi ti pričao? A? I one? Ja, ne, opasno. Nema laži, nema peva, ja. Gdje on je Ilija? Ilija! Javi se!
Jasmo. A što ćeš? Oraš.
La_Kaylee. Welcome to my channel.
Hmm?
Violets_TV. Welcome to my channel.
Ne, the cage.
other side, not so much. The outer carpet was totally fine. You open it up, it's like, how did anything fix that? What's so nice? Just because something looks like that to the naked eye doesn't mean that this plastic didn't go with wood. Right? Some did that somehow. Walked into that one. Find the motherboard first. 12-year-old AMD engineering sample with a neutral bit rate reduction. Let's go. So actually, yeah, we should definitely have to that's how it was. I've made it very clear. I expect my guests to monetize.
Kako to uvijek da nas napadnu? Joj. Ma davvero. Ništa. Budala. To ne znam. Mai imam ja one. Kaži. Ima 4-5 mjesta imaš po ovoj cijeni. Nije na jedno. Yeah. Kom hier. Kom hier.
Limetum Pop. Welcome to my channel.
Nope. It's white. Really, do you want to say second boss or exit? Okay, okay. Ci wanna exit? Let's help him. Maybe we will die. Let's help him. Come on, Gold. Come on. Will be fast.
Dobro večer.
Dobro večer.
A šta
Kako je
ima?
bolest?
Ima, bogo mi. Ko ništa ne govori, čutu filozof. Šta je ovo, šta se dešava? A?
Maybe he don't speak English.
O čemu se ovdje radi?
Scan.
Oh. Nenade, hoćemo rokat?
Mhm.
Sad,
Mora samo izađi spati. Ne znam.
Ohoho.
Ma je li moguće? Ma je li moguće? Milane Tilis. Milane Tilis je. Milane Tilis. Milane Tilis. Milane životinje. Pa nek ide život, jel? O. Znači tako uzdusi neki đaval, a?
Ne vidim što bi tu ili ukidamo.
Ja mislim da je Ili puca Đoka za to, znaš. Mislim da mu stvarno puca Đoka. Da ti... A? To ste opštini. Eto sad.
Kompjuter 2000, Milane, kompjuteri... Milane, a nije konfiguracije, nisu koštali toliko. To je možda u posljednjih 7-8 godina ponudila cena i to.
Vlada, Nenade, kupio sam ja, 2008. sam ja napravio sebi od skoro 2000 € kompjuter, znači... Moglo se i tad potrošiti.
Ali bespotrebno. Bespotrebno.
Limetum Pop. Welcome to my channel.
Prvi quad-core procesor koji se pojavio u Intelu. C2. Core 2 quad 6600. Asus ROG. Da. Asus ROG. Republic of Gamers ploča. Dve Radeonke 4750 je unutra. Znači, moglo se to potrošiti u Crossfire.
Ajde, boj se viči.
Da vi kuvam? Da vi kuvam, a? Jeste se ti i Nenad dogovorili o zajedničkom igranju? Da, ajde, ovo je zanimljivije od filma, jevi ga čekaj, evo vi kuvam. A to je, to je malo. Dobro, evo, vikuvao sam ju. Ej, javio mi se Macedonac.
Otišao je da spava, konačno posle 3 dana, debila.
Down. Down.
Ao bože, kakav frik, ja ne vjerujem. Stigo invite, ne. Antiću. Antiću, jav se, jav se. Antiću, jav se. A? Ne. To je sjaj. To je absolutely marvelous. It's absolutely marvelous. It's absolutely marvelous. Done. Teko, Nenad. It's absolutely absolute.
Da.
Aj, Nenade, prihvati invitacion. Pa, zato što je profesionalno. Zato
Gdje,
što je...
evo ti je Lio stupanje s njim, gdje je otišao on, ja ne znam.
Ajde, treću. Ovi ovaj moj crnja što ima trbušnjake, nadziru se ispod ove majice robovlasničke. A i fata Morgana. A Švaba. Hans Holz. Hans Holz. Kako? Ja mislio vežbom je. Znači ja bi trebao sad jedno 110% da smanjim sve. Kao goluba, jel? Evo ti, vidi Milana, evo ti sad slika od pre 10 godina kad niti sam vodio računa o istini, znači ždrao sam sve živo alkohola u neumerenim količinama i jeo sam sve što mi palo pod zub. I sve što mi je palo pod zub je. Ali sam išao na basket i vežbao sam onako malo svaki drugi dan. Gde si pajser? Pajser. Evo ti slika od pre 10 godina. Pogledaj. Evo ti na džiberu. 43. 80. Da.
Koliko si visok?
78.
Pa do, to je to. To je to.
Evo, a viš, znači tu sam...
Pa uvijek ste ne kad si dužen.
Pojeo Boga oca sam jeo tu štrao, znači... Katastrofa.
Nenad, ovo izgleda zarazno.
Počela ova partija, se posvetimo.
A ma se pitamo gdje si.
Milan se već zapitao da nisi krenuo putnovu sada za neki M2, ti si kaže, krenuo si, nema Boga.
Da. Šta kad vidim je ono?
Ja, Beograđanki kad vide novčanik, one se napale, tako oblaže, znači... Ma nebitno bre i da nemaš kurac ako imaš novčanik, jebi ga, one će reći i auto je veliki. Ne, mislit će na kurac. Ma to, ne tu da nas, ne da nas muči tu jebi ga bola. Turica. A molim? Jeste. Pa imao sam ja još veće sise kad sam intenzivnije vežu, znaš kakve sise sam imao, brate, se usereš, evo. A baš da se usereš, evo.
Oh, madre mia. Oh, madre mia.
Sad ćemo Reeves kvari. Kvarimo reku.
Pazi Milane.
Dosta si pogađao, ali ti su izuzetak.
Napolje je lik, pazi dete. Tu je jedan. Brate mili, odvali me lik.
Ko to nosi vetarli od vas?
Na nekom
Jedan tu,
pleku.
jedan desno.
Samo sam ja ovdje. Idi ka vama. Na vrate vam dolazi posjetiti.
A ovo brate isto maširove, dva
Još
put si
jedan
ga
je tu,
pukao.
pazi Milane.
Palim ovoga.
Ovdje iza, tu, iza.
Ima jedan ler u ubici Milana. Onako pomogu.
Jesi ga skenjao?
Jedan je tamo. Jedan je tamo. Na mom pingu. Što je bilo? Taj što je bio unutra i zašto to je bio ovaj. Što sam ti rekao da ide ka vama.
Jeli, što on se Milan krije?
Ovaj gori ovdje.
Da čujem.
Ovaj ne.
Ovoga sam ja zapalio.
Pa baci mu žicu Milane. Preko njega baci koncertinu bombu.
Ovdje negdje. Mada ne vidim.
Kakva je poenta, pun sprint u ambar i onda čučnjem polako.
Kapu sam ga pogodio.
U kapu?
Ovdje, iza beda.
Je li to glava ili kap?
Hitovan.
Čekajte, polako, malo lute.
Tu,
iza nas.
Milan vam se zapalio. Čekaj, što se kriješ Milane? Alo?
Pazi Milane. Čovjek ti tu dole.
Ne, sakrije se Milan, sve u redu.
Jedan je ovdje pobegao, ej, ljudi.
Tu dole kod tebe si išao.
Ništa ne brini, Nenade. Milan je zatvorio 2 ulaza.
Rekao sam ti.
Čuti.
Nije pored mene. Nije pored mene, na tebe je naleteo. A ja sam bio ovdje.
Sabom ga bio.
Tri čovjeka su ovamo, a jedan je tu gdje ti gadi.
Četvrti je pored Gradinočkog.
Petljamo ovoga Milane.
A nemoj to da radiš, neće moći Gradinočki da uđe unutra. Milan te komplet zatvorio, Boris.
Ja, ovaj beži čoveče, ovo je ludilo.
Ostavi ga ako bega.
Idi za njim. Idi za njim, možda ga ubiješ. Tu ga.
Molim!
Ubio sam ga.
Šta je, moj meč koji ne pogađaju ljudi uopšte.
Ti ne
strpi. I ovo treba prelazi kroz njega.
Iz čega pucaš? Iz vetarne, ili?
Pa da.
Gađi malo ispred njega.
Pazi.
Fukube's psyche. It seems like he's more concerned with perception and being important
Još
than
jedan,
anything
gore
else.
Milane, gore, pazi.
I should also point out that this is the first time we see Egghead as well. That will be important later on. We see in story that whole backstory was like a recreation of Fukube's memories being experienced by Friend, with this ominous shot of Kenji at the end. This friend does actually have prophecy powers, so this is honestly a bit vague as if it was all a vision or if it was part of the program. What we do know is that Friend has become the world president. Much like the opening at the very start, these are just the main clues before we jump into the actual plot of the arc. We meet two young kids, Katsuo and Sane. They're set up like Kenji and Shirika, with the impetuous younger brother and the more practical older sister. This is a cheeky way for Urasawa to get us on their side quickly, since we're already invested in Kenji and Kiriko. They're taking care of a wounded Ocho hiding out in their shed. It's through these two characters that we get caught up on what's happening in the world right now. Friend has taken complete control. He's introduced his own currency and remade the calendar to start from his resurrection. This is reinforcing the Jesus parallel, mimicking the idea of the Western calendar beginning with the birth of Christ. There's a new military developed called the Earth Defense Force, whose job it is to protect the world from aliens. Kenji himself has now been rebranded as being an alien all along. It seems like that has become the popular opinion of everyone who's left. The virus did manage to cut out large swaths of the population, but we get some details later that it probably wasn't to the extent of just 1% survival. Those left seem quietly
Zato što ima
content with
više
what
municije.
Friend is doing. Now, I did promise I would stop talking about the world building, but I actually quite like this. Most of the world's population has died. Friend has actively killed off all of those who expressed dissent, like Sane's old crush. The world has had 3 years to settle into this new regime and to fall into complacency. At this point, people as old as 17 have been receiving Friend's propaganda since birth. It makes so much more sense now, more than any other part in the series, that the world is so pro-Friend. Sane also talks about the Genji faction and the Ice Queen, two gangs still working against Friend, run by Yoshitsune and Kana respectively. Kana has even been planning an uprising on August 20th that the kids learn about after leaving their TV on for too long. Remember this point. The kids end up almost getting shot for listening to Kana's broadcast. Then they flee Ocho and meet God. Then God gives us the threat for this final arc. And when a kid gets all the toys he wants without difficulty until finally there's nothing left for him to want, what does he do next? Friend is about to close his toy box. The kids get sent out on a mission by Ocho, but that quickly changes when they see one of the people in the Genji faction get shot by the Earth Defense Force. Before he dies, the man says that Friend must have spies in both gangs, so Sane runs to tell the Ice Queen. She runs and does just that, meeting the Ice Queen herself, Kana. I love this introduction of Kana. The girl is broken at this point in the story. When she's first introduced, she's high energy, dancing in her room, smiling and feeding people at her job, running into gunfire to tell mobsters to knock it off. Now she's slower, she moves less, and possibly the part you'll notice first, she doesn't smile anymore. We see a big fake smile when she's encouraging her team, but besides that, she doesn't smile once until 21st Century Boys. If that wasn't enough, she gives Sane all the tapes she has of Kenji's songs, saying that she won't need them anymore. This is someone who has totally lost hope of surviving. She's about to throw herself and everyone following her at Friend and fully expects them to die. The idea of Sane coming here was to let Kana know that there is a spy in their ranks and Friend knows about the August 20th uprising. Plot-wise, it's a bit null. I mean, Kana, buddy, you're publicly broadcasting your plans on TV. Of course Friend knows that you're coming. The point, I guess, is to show Kana's cold kindness to the spy, giving him some money, sending him on his way.
Welcome to my channel.
Friend won't let him live long now anyway. Kana doesn't even try to protect him and just leaves him with a sigh, knowing that it's another person that's going to die for her. Sane hears Bob Lennon and realizes that she knows more than what was on the tapes. There was more of that song when it came on the radio. When she tells Ocho, this is when he realizes Kenji must still be alive. He tries to tell Kana about it, but she refuses to get involved. I can't cry anymore. This is sad for us as readers because the series gave us 120 chapters endearing us to Kana, only to see her in such a rough place. We get her story of how she got the vaccine. She got called in by the mobsters and they showed her this mountain of vaccine. They told her they had to all survive to do any good in the world and that they should all take it. Kana reluctantly agrees and takes the vaccine. Shortly after, she learns that what they all took was a placebo and they marched on Friend without her. Now, they're wiped out, either by Friend or the virus. All but her. This is when we get to my next favorite moment. Ocho refuses to let Kana kamikaze herself at Friend, losing yet another child. He starts running to the roof with a radio trying to find Kenji's song to play for her, to show he's still alive and there is hope. Kana follows, yelling at him. Ocho is pleading for Kenji to come through for her, and just as it seems like it won't happen, the radio quietly begins playing. Then Kana kneels down and hugs the radio. It's so good. Hope. Kana cancels the uprising and takes a walk with Ocho, and while your emotions are still high off that last moment, the gut punch hits you. Friend raids the base and captures, i.e. kills, all her comrades, with a helicopter telling her to surrender to save their lives, build them up and knock them down. A bit earlier, we caught up with Chono. He's become a wall guard in one of these walled communities. It seems like this is what Japan has become. A series of walled cities
Pa
or
i što se mene
communities,
tiče
each
isto,
run
ja,
by
ja
some
mislim.
friend sycophant.
Novac donosi
By this
sreću.
point, Kinji has made it to Chono's town, walking right
Jer
through
s
the
njim
gate.
možeš da kupiš
The
stvari
guards
koje
start
voliš,
mobilizing,
možeš da
thinking
ideš
that
na
he's
mjesto
an
koje
alien.
voliš.
This prompts Kinji to come out and play for them. And
A
here we
gdje
go,
ljudi donosi
another
sreću, Milane?
iconic moment.
Kad si
One of the
vidio-
guards shoots him. Kinji gets back up, walks right up to him, and brings him to his knees. You don't shoot someone when they're singing. Iconic. This crowd of people who have been following Kinji break down the town wall. They're following him like a band on tour. If you haven't picked up the Woodstock imagery, you will soon. The crowd manages to dissolve the situation, Kinji and Chono beginning their trip to the next town. They're starting a journey that will eventually lead them to Friend. Back with Kana, her and Ocho surrender to the new Friend faction. These guys are run by Man, who asks if Kana can assassinate Friend for him. Looks like he's not too keen on this new friend and wants him put down for good. He says this friend murmured, "If I were Fukube, what would I do?" Pretty much confirming that it is someone else. It's during this conversation that we learn about Fukube's history as Child A. Man tried to put him into essentially a kid's talent show with his spoon bending, but Fukube did something that caused the show to get cancelled. It suggested that he couldn't do the spoon bending during the practice, so the studio had to pull the plug. But it's not overly clear. It's after this that Fukube says one day he'll implement the Example Project. He'll kill everyone who calls him a liar or a fraud or teased him. He'll take over the world and kill the people. This is another point we'll circle back to in the friend discussion. Actually, something I should point out here, both in this scene and when Ocho figures out Kinji's alive, there's also been concurrent scenes with Haru and Maruo, who come to the same reveals, just by different means. This is a trick Urasawa uses pretty consistently through this series, having more than one group of characters learning about something at the same time. Take the friend reveal as an example. We had about 4 different stories of people figuring out Fukube was Friend before Yamane shoots him. It's a great way of providing more details to those reveals. In this case, Haru and Maruo are filling in the blanks of what it would be strange for Manjome to talk about. Us as the reader gets the whole story, and it feels very natural. Back with Kinji, he's making his way towards Friend. He does some fishing, heads through this town, makes it through the gate, then goes and has a showdown with the assassin guy. It's during this showdown that Kinji fills us in on what happened to him between the bloody New Year's Eve and now. Why has he taken this long to show up again? Well, Urasawa goes for one of the most despised tropes as his explanation.
I have amnesia!
Now, I am more forgiving to this because it isn't just, oh, he had amnesia as a convenient way to keep him out of the plot. It actually becomes a character choice. A while after the bloody New Year's Eve, he'd found his way back to Tokyo, only to find his memories returning to him. So he ran. His amnesia became a choice from then on, rather than just a cheap way for the writer to get what they want. If you look really closely, you'll understand why this is a big deal. One of the early defining Kana quotes is when she told Kinji, "My uncle said running away isn't an embarrassing thing to do, but he never,
ti pričam
ever
gdje su
ran
i
away."
pucam na njih.
Now we're learning the truth.
Nisam
He
mu uradio ništa.
absolutely ran away. Kana has at least in part built up an incorrect image of what Kinji stood for. This is so important for a later moment that might otherwise really make you dislike Kinji. When the World Fair opened in 2015 with Friend's Resurrection, Kinji got his memories back. This is still an amnesia plotline, and if you don't like this on principle, I totally understand. It's a really tired trope at this point. Kinji manages to talk the assassin guy down, and now it's full steam ahead back into Tokyo. Back with Maruo, he heads off to find Kiriko. She's holed up in a compound run by Kirion. And this is where we finally get Kirion's backstory. He was one of the old gang that didn't come to help Kinji on the bloody New Year's Eve. Turns out it was because he was too busy cheating on his wife. He also gives us the next clue about Friend's plot. Friends made flying saucers that will spread the final virus over all of the major cities. The world is done for. The big hope comes from Kiriko, who is here. She's made a new vaccine for the final virus and is testing it on herself. If she lives, humanity wins. While she waits to see if it works, she fills us in on more of her backstory, particularly with Fukube. Her learning that he was this secret cult leader and the revelations of how deep it went on the bloody New Year's Eve. But this does bring up the question, how did she keep Fukube's secret from her family? We see how important family is to her, particularly Kinji. When we see Friend start to seduce Kiriko, it's right after she turns down her ex-boyfriend's proposal. Why did she turn that guy down? She needed to look after her family. They're her top priority. Kiriko's character has been shown to us as the type to absolutely call her family and say, "Hey, I'm Preggers and this is the dad." I think this is another spot of the series fudging the world to get the result Urasawa wants. Again, if these things don't bother you, then sweet as, but I can equally understand that these things might build up on you to make this main plot feel too convenient. Kiriko always felt way too close to her family for them to not know who the parent of her child is. Let's break to talk about some praise though. We haven't really talked about the cast much. Let's take a moment to appreciate that Urasawa has taken a cast of characters through 4 different time skips. And you can still recognize from childhood to 1997 to 2000 to 2015, 2017, and now 18. You can still see clearly which character is which and their features coming through. It's also not a matter of moving on and then only drawing the characters one way from then on. We're cutting backwards and forwards, balancing multiple character designs. We see Kiriko as a child, we flash back to her in 2000, modern day. I can't imagine this is easy, particularly when you're trying to make a more realistic approach. It's great stuff. A little earlier, Kana and Ocho finally got to reunite with Yosh and Yuki. They spill the beans that they're going to go and assassinate Friend, and it's decided Yuki will join them. The squad heads out, locked and loaded, with Manjome's boys letting them through all the checkpoints. Then Kana dobs in the others for carrying weapons. They get taken away by Takasu, and Kana heads up to Friend alone, carrying nothing but a grenade. This hurts to see. We just saw Kana go through this moment of choosing not to throw her gang's life away, and now she's going to blow herself up with Friend if need be. This does make sense though. Kana's callousness mainly comes from seeing so many people die over the past 3 years, particularly with people dying specifically for her. Friend, by killing off her gang, has essentially sent her back to her original plan, to die alongside her squad. So she sits down and has a conversation with Friend. There's been this idea thrown around that Friend would never hurt Kana. She's still his daughter after all. But if this Friend isn't Fukube, then Kana won't be so safe. Wouldn't you know it, by the end of the conversation, Friend orders Kana rejected, confirming once again that this is someone else. Kana pulls her grenade to take him hostage, and we get a few choice cuts of dialogue here from Friend. He says, "Only the Expo will remain once all civilizations fall." And when asked about his name, Kenji knows who I am. And of course, he says the thing. I'm a 20th century boy. Then Kana manages to make it out alive. Meanwhile, Takasu has killed Manjome and tries to frame Ocho and Yuki for it, but they get away. They end up where the flying saucers are being held, and they meet Mabo. Mabo and Yanbo were originally Team Friend, choosing to dob Kenji in rather than come to his aid. Now they've gone against Friend and got Professor Shikishima to make another robot. They show it off to Yuki and Ocho. Their plan is to do like a reverse Bloody New Year's Eve. When the flying saucers come, have the giant robot shoot them down out of the sky to save the day. Speaking of which, the saucers have begun to fly around Japan, dropping paint as a test run to see their effectiveness. After the whole Friend assassination mission, we get another Yukiji Kana scene. In the church, Yuki scolds Kana for what she just did. 1 for essentially handing them over to Friend, but 2 for running off again without regard to her own safety. Yuki breaks down, saying that she could never face Kenji again if something happened to her. Then Kana shows Yuki the rest of Kenji's song. Just a good moment. Let's pick up with Friend's side again. We see Takasu is still crazy for Friend. She hears about these sources all over the globe and is happy things are proceeding as planned. She also fills us in on what Friend has been researching. Genetic research, clone research, brain transplantation. It looks like Takasu is pregnant with Friend's child. Friend has found a way to live forever. So this is a bit of a bombshell. Takasu has been horny for being the Holy Mother for a while now. It seems like she got her wish. Plus, Friend is looking for ways to become immortal and seems to have found it. From the way this is staged, Takasu might just mean that Friend has light immortality. He's made a baby, possibly a clone, that functionally keeps him alive. Though it could also refer to some heavy immortality as well, a way to keep his consciousness alive forever. This is an idea that we'll swing back to later on. Friend himself sends a message to the UN as world president. He prophesies that aliens are coming and the Mars Immigration Project is humanity's only chance at survival. We have been seeing a few references of this so far. Friend sending a rocket to Mars, claiming that they were the first colonists, using some cheeky CG to make it look like they arrived. In reality, they lost contact with the rocket. Like most of Friend's regime, it's image over substance. We get a flashback of Friend's childhood. We see another kid is running around with Sadakio's mask. He's part of Fukube's friend group and tries to add his own ideas into the new Book of Prophecy, though these are all shut down by Fukube. We also get to see the start of arguably the most important flashback. We see from the perspective of Friend inside his mask on the day Kenji took over the loudspeaker. He thinks, is this world needed? Am I needed? But that's all that we get for the moment. Then Friend makes another announcement to the world. This time, he straight up tells everyone that the virus, the sources, the bloody New Year's Eve was all him. He did everything. And just as God made the world in 1 week, Friend will destroy the world in 1 week. I'm not talking about the world building, I'm not talking about the world building. The gang figure out that the expo ground is the only place that the sources aren't flying. So now the goal is to find a way to gather as many people as they can to the expo grounds. They raid the broadcast facility where Friend sent his message out, only to find everyone dead inside. They also find Masuo and Conchi. Now these two have had this whole side plot throughout the End of the World chapters. Conchi has been the one playing Bob Lennon over the radio. Kenji ran into him a few years back and recorded the song for him. He's actually an original member of Kenji's gang, though we've barely seen him. So far, he's shown up in the house on the Hanging Hill, and that's it. Now he's getting some extra flashback moments to make him look like he was part of the gang all along. I honestly want to say it feels like a bit of an odd addition. This may be a hot take, but Conchi being a member of Kenji's gang doesn't really add much to the story, despite making all our heroes somehow related to Kenji. It's another instance of, oh, if Conchi was this important as part of the original gang, he really should have come up well before now. He even got a message in preparation for the bloody New Year's Eve. He's that core to the team. Now, there has been some mention of him right at the start of the series. Likewise, if you're paying close attention, you know that Friend told Kenji at the start to summon the 9 to fight
Lime
against
Pop.
the 9 people.
Welcome to my
Kenji
channel.
is one of the core gang. It's just a bit strange that when the crew are wondering which person from their past Friend could be, not once is Conchi's name mentioned. As for Masuo, he feels bad for having shot Friend, but believes the real one died in 2014. Now he's allied himself with Conchi to stop this Friend. We won't see him again until the final showdown. Conchi puts Kenji's song over the radio. We've seen Bob Lennon as the song of hope so far in this series. It's the rally cry for people living under the thumb of Friend. Sane has also mass-distributed Kenji's song based on the cassettes that she got from Kana. Kana herself remembers the Woodstock discussion that she had with Kenji and decides to announce a music festival. It will be held at the expo grounds and the singer of Bob Lennon will definitely be there. So please, just come. Kazumi goes and recruits the Ero Essems, Haro finds the old bassist from Kenji's band and they get ready for his return. Kiriko, meanwhile, is making moves to mass-produce her vaccine. Kirion and Maruo take the first batch into the city, picking up Sadakio along the way, who's alive and well. The trouble begins when a spy in Yosh's crew gets the remote for the new robot and gives it to Friend. Then the robot wakes up right in the heart of Yosh's gang. It starts walking out and Ocho jumps on board, climbing it just like Kenji did all those years ago. Meanwhile, Chono arrests Evil Cop. This is the guy that killed Cho at the start and became chief of police thanks to Friend. He says something really intriguing here. He says the current Friend was the previous one, before Fukube took over. Meaning, this Friend was doing things before Fukube became the main Friend. He also gives us a clue that something is inside the Tower of the Sun. A bit earlier on, Chono talked about seeing a child inside the same tower, saying, "Kenji-kun, let's play." With the robot running loose, Yosh's gang assaults the Friend base. We get this great moment of Yosh talking down the guards, and this got so close to being in my top 5. Damn it, Yosh, you're just the best. This results in Takazu fighting Yuki, saying that Friend told her everything. Kenji is not qualified to have the symbol of justice. We'll learn soon that this is actually crucial information to understanding this Friend. The people make their way to the expo ground and Kana passes out from overexertion. After seeing the plan finally working, she lets herself stop. We get a few key flashbacks here. We see Friend taking the Space Justice badge with Kenji watching. Then Kenji running away from Gigi Barber's shortly afterwards. Again, we'll soon learn that this is also crucial information. Kenji makes it to where the robot is just as Maruo does. There's a convenient truck there that they take to follow the robot. This is a Friend plant. Friend has set up this whole chase just for Kenji. Inside, Maruo sits on a Justice badge and Friend starts talking to them over a pre-tuned radio. Friend's directions end up taking them further away from the robot, into a recreation of their childhood neighborhood. The destination is the old school
Oh.
where Friend stands,
Oh.
controller in hand. Friend threatens Kana with the robot, saying Kenji is the evil one here, telling him to remember or he'll kill Kana. If you don't remember, I'll step on your little girl. But Kana herself wakes up, finally giving us the scene from the first chapter. We've been waiting for it, and here it is. It's important to understand what the robot symbolizes for Kana. It's the thing that took away her uncle, her closest family member. There's a good case that there's a lot of emotional trauma built around this robot for her. And seeing it again now evokes quite the reaction. She lets out a full-strength psychic scream which completely disables the robot. Kenji, meanwhile, apologizes to Friend. It's all over. Our game is over now. Friend starts freaking out. Why did you have to remember? Friend, mate, you just threatened to kill Kana.
Šta je Peđa radio za...
So Friend pulls out a remote control to send the flying saucers to kill all the gathered people at the expo. Except they were already kind of headed that way anyway. In the previous chapter, we saw that they were already flying to the expo. So this is really just an empty threat. Then Sada pops up and restrains Friend. We see Otto manage to take down 2 of the 3 saucers. Masuo gets the last one, a kamikaze attack which drops the saucer right on top of Sada and Friend. Cut ahead to the concert. Kenji arrives and says something drowned out by the crowd. He then jams with his old band, but he doesn't play Bob Lennon. This is actually a pretty bittersweet moment for Kenji. At this point, it's safe to assume Kenji knows who Friend is. Otherwise, this whole apology we just went through is completely disingenuous. But for now, Kenji gets to achieve both his childhood goals. He stopped Friend and saved the world, a defender of justice. Now he's playing his guitar to a crowd much bigger than the Budokan. They don't play Bob Lennon though. This always felt like a weird choice. There's certainly a statement in not playing that song, but it's not exactly clear what it is. Bob Lennon has always been the song of hope through this series. It's bonded people together, it's given them the strength to push on, to hope for a life better than the one they had under Friend. And perhaps that is the reason. Friend has been defeated, so it's time for people to look for their own hope. This is symbolized through Kenji playing the song to Friend while he dies, the song spiritually dying alongside him. Then again, maybe not. This is one of those ending threads that are left up to the reader's interpretation. There will be some more of these to come and are pretty part and parcel for Urasawa endings. I think it's important to point out the tone that this sets as well. Not playing Bob Lennon gives a feeling that this is unfinished, that things aren't quite settled yet. This isn't the happy ending. In the movies, they do play Bob Lennon here, and admittedly, it's pretty fun, seeing everyone getting hyped when Kenji breaks into... It's just a great moment, but it does feel a lot like the happy ending moment. Now in the movies this works because it doesn't go on through the whole 21st Century Boys plot. The only thing left after this is Kenji's final trip into the VA. For us in the manga, there's still a whole nother hurdle we have to overcome before we get to our ending. After the set ends, Kenji leaves the stage and gives his hand to Kana once again. This is mirroring the time he left her originally.
To nisam čuo za igru pre, vrate, a igra je već 5 godina, strašno.
Ništa nisi
Koliko
propustio.
marketing, alo, marketing imaju.
Imaju odličan marketing.
Pa ne.
Pre svakog novog peča izbace novu turu, DLC skinuo. Toliko im je dobar marketing. Jel' tako, Nenade?
Nemoj da mi pljujete.
Jesi primetio?
To je najbolja igra svih vremena.
Svaki put kad doći kažu, ubacit ćemo ovo, ubacit ćemo ono, posle tog developer streama imaš nedelju dana poslije, razumeš, kao spreman već novi DLC.
Mene ubio je.
Ready, pa se uneredi.
Marketing je odličan, ali samo takav da prodaju skinove. Što tiče toga...
Ćemo mi mali idemo ono gomne ili je.
Ajde.
Gomno? Ko je gomno igra?
Gumno. Ne znam, ali ima u Zrenjaninu naselje koje se zove Gradnulica Guvno. Ne znam šta je to guvno.
Što ga je žlazno, a?
Češ da vidiš na šta liči? Čekaj.
A šta je guvno? Pa nemam pojma.
Znači se mogu imam baš želim ovaj.
Ovo sam počeo, možda ima 10 sati, znaš.
A
Obrisao
dobro,
sam...
Crnogorci nikad i ne stoje, to je veliki napor za njih, jebi ga nije.
Obrisao sam komplet stari, sebi počet početka.
Znaš Milan, Crnogorci nikad i ne stoje, to je veliki napor za njih, to je. To što ti rekao, kad sede, to se podrazumeva, znači.
To je prirodno stanje.
Nećemo. Nećemo.
Ovo ti je sve izbetonirano, znaš, kod mene.
A što tako...
Pogledaj. Znači, iznad glave imaš betonski pod. Ovo je beton. I samo sam uzeo ovako. Iskopao podrum, baš podrum. Evo ti još.
I uštedao se vrijeme sebi.
Mada, i samo kopaš na dole.
To je bilo, Nenade, malo pre netbook, a?
Ne stano mi struje na sekundu.
Struje, a? Pa vidim da si nastoji s Steama, pa...
Osigurač želim iskočiti.
Nemaš ups.
Malo se kupi.
Viš kako Milan ima 2000 evra vredan računar, on je kupi ups. A da, nije. Zaboravio sam. Umro sam barem 50 puta u ovoj igri, znaš?
Kako se Džune beše kod tebe?
Na ovo? Moram ti pošaljem invite, stani.
Ajde. Baš da ne bude.
Inače ja ti stavim maksimalni nivo težine da dan traje sat i po ili 2, zaboravio sam. I loot je 150%, ali nivo težine je maksimalni, ono. Ne mogu imati više health od ovoga. Mogu jedino da trče ono non stop. Ovako imaš bar po danu predah. Po danu imaš 50-60% zombija hoda baš. Ono kao, hoda, ne trči. A noću svi trče. Noću je sexy time. Invite. Gdje je našao? Jesi ti online?
Jesam. Na onaj...
A kako se tamo zoveš?
Imam novog čovjek, isto dolazi. Imaš me?
Imam.
Evo sad ću ti ovo messenger.
Sam li ja offline ili si ti offline? Ko je sad nas djeci?
Sad ću ti nađem. A nije, evo, DDD. Ima ono košta, eto mi. Ispod toga.
Jetviš?
Kapel.
O, bać.
No are. Ja vala. A veliku nisam malo. Da. Veliku, da.
Sad će mi onda te ubije.
Asasino. Što je? A igra spet. Ako ćeš da igramo God of War na... Jesi ti neći odbiješ?
Da, imamo binđuj.
Binđuj mi, Milane. Binđuj.
Sačekaj jednu pol ure, sat. Ako udeš tu.
Kako ću ti samo pogledati?
Jel belo? Slušam te sad. Evo, idem do toga. Evo, dolazi.
Je li Pješke, šta, ti čekam, gdje si? Aha, ajde, ovo krećem ja. Ajde.
Evo pinđo.
Stepenicu nećemo zatvarati, a? Okej.
Kako na puno nas ubije mene, da?
Ovo ti je nivo težine insane, to ti je level 6. Znaš.
Jedan stamine.
Mnogo health imaju svi. Konkretno mobuju. Medved inače ima dosta health.
Ne nosim jer biti.
Kako može to?
A obično nastakuješ. Imaš modifajere koji rade bleed damage ili bonus
Ovo je
damage.
sve radi bolje nego neki puno.
Ovo ti je alfa 20.7 u odnosu na ono što si pre igrao. Sem toga ja pokrećem igru bez easy anti-cheata, znaš.
I šta je biće na stepenicama?
Vidim što je ovo neki zatvor, neki kule vidim.
Moraš prihvatiti ovdje ovo.
Bilo da si pinđovo nešto.
Ali nije ovdje u...
Evo, brate, pojedi komad stakla, verujem. I ubij si.
Daleko,
Ubij si. Nemoj stavljati krevet. Ozmi ti kažem, ubij si, 5 km. Znaš šta je to?
Stepenicu. Evo ih ovdje bače.
Hoću prvu.
Okej.
Preko noći, probaj.
Dobro, imaš to.
Možeš teleportiti kod tebe.
Nemam ja admin moći, ako si to pitao.
Uliram tu malo.
No čekaj, ovo igramo na tvom serveru ili?
Ja postao. To ti je kao dok sam sam, tretira me kao single player. I mogu kad pritisnem escape, pauzira se server. Čim se joinuje bar jedan igrač, postaje multiplayer sesija. Znaš, tako radi. Znači dok god si sam i nema nikog, to treba se kao single player sesija, sam si host i klijent i možda pauziraš server. A pošto si ti došao, ne mogu da pauziram više.
Šta je uzeo, auto opet?
Auto opet bače. Kram.
Ajde, umri više, majke.
On me zapalio, brat.
A ti si mene upalio.
Ubio me. Parks upalio me i onda si išao i poli me.
Eto.
Ide me ubiši me.
Nemaš problema, pa rekao sam ti ja da je teško. I da nađeš pištolj, bolje ti je da ne pucaš. To ti je moj savjet. Džaba trošiš municiju.
Nema.
Mnogo healtha imaju i nenormalni su. Opet 5 km, jesi ti to bacio krevet, blago meni?
Nisam ja uzeo, brate.
Jer je spawnuo se na krevet.
Nisam bacio krevet.
Opet je spawnuo isto mjesto.
Čuju se iza leđa.
Nije.
Volim! Pa... Oj ti kurac, vidim da sam tu jebote, šta vrištiš vi?
Kako izgleda? Ovo ti inače, ja mislim najveća veličina mape, 6000 sa 6000 metara. To je blokova.
Gdje?
Ili 8 sa 8000.
Koliko?
Jedan je tu
iznad,
jedan levo.
Kako dođu?
Ja, ovo je Tregovac, jest?
Jes.
Evo, našao sam Tregovac.
Odlično. Ja ne vidim gde si, koliko si daleko, znaš?
Nego, će ti isprave oni u grafikama sa ovim arbitrašima, a?
Slušaj me.
A jebem
Ajde
te u
praci s
dupe.
drugu sobu. Viš da momci igraju. Ajde. Neću Borisa prekidam dok jebe u dupu. Dakle, isti Unity engine koji pokreće Tarkov, pokreće ovo. Znaš šta je razlika? Ova igra koristi 1 do 2 GB VRAM-a. To je zato što je igra malo starija, jedno 10 godina starija. I oni nisu htjeli namjerno da dižu hardversku zahtevnost zato što igra, pošto je ono alfa, nisu htjeli da dižu hardversku zahtevnost jer ima tu ljudi, međutim mogu komotno dignu. Danas je standard kad kupiš novu grafičku karticu 4 GB RAM-a. To je manje više standard. Ako imaš manje znači da imaš stari kompjuter. Njima je hardverska zahtevnost i dalje ostala maltene ista. Oni bi trebali da prošire, da povećaju, razumeš. Jer ja sam gledao, developer stream sam gledao, imaš tamo u general chatu. Oni kad prave model oružja, ili model armora, ili model zombija, oni ga naprave u tom high poly. A high poly, to mi pričao i Lovrić. On je pravio, onaj model iz Hrvatske. On je pravio za Hunt Showdown, pravio je u tom high poly režimu lovca. I sad, kad ga ti napraviš i kad si se...
Sve baca ovo na isto mjesto.
Super. Ide ja do tebe bicikl. I kad ga napraviš u tom high poly, to je recimo 4K teksture. To izgleda odlično, kao IRL, razumeš?
Ne, sad ću dođem do tebe.
Teško.
Nemoj ti kod mene.
Vozim bicikl. U Tarkovu, ni Tarkov ti nije neoptimizam. U Tarkovu su sve teksture u tom kao high quality režimu. Sve su high definition. I to se vidi od rezolucije automobila do metalnih vrata, do nameštaja, do svih detalja. I vidi se da igra dosta zahtevna baš zbog toga. Ova igra je na onom drugom kraju spektra gde su developeri namjerno sebe ograničili na manju veličinu tekstura, na manje sve i zato igra izgleda kad neko gleda kao this game looks ugly. Da, s grafičke strane, ali ja ne tražim grafiku ovdje.
Evo, našao sam da sam malo pre.
Jedan je, ne znam koji sam gledao, review sam gledao, kaže this is like a Minecraft but on steroids. Aha, ovo je drugo mjesto. Imaš ti modove, ja sam skidao modove, gdje ljudi, razumeš, uzmu i reteksturišu tipa, razumeš, modele automobila ili armore u igri, samo karaktere. Ali ne mogu moderi da ništa konkretno urade zato što je igra u toj, kažemo, fazi kad oni pokušavaju da, ne znam, da definalizuju, da kažemo. Da ubace NPC skripte. U Alpha 22, mislim, pokazali su već, trebalo bi igra da dobije kao AI ovih bandita, kao skav AI, razumeš, u ome Tarkovu. Jer i kao u Rustu oni, kako se zovu, scientisti. Znači, kad sve finalizuju i ako nekako dođe do te goal, da kažem, verzije igre, onda, pošto igra već može da se moduje, onda ako ima, razumeš, modera koji još uvijek su ambiciozni, kad ubace, razumeš, možda sami developer da te opcije skineš neki high HD pak, kao što sam gledao za Fallout 4 sam gledao, imaš standardne teksture, 1080 piksela, imaš da skineš 4K teksture za Fallout 4. Znaš, to je malo drugačiji igra već. To je problem. Ti uđi samo u jednu zgradu ili u jednu kafanu ili jedan od ovih POI-a koji su oni napravili. Znači stvari izgledaju dosta logično, razumeš. Nijedna stvar ne izgleda kao da nije mjesto tu. Aj sad. Noć je uglavnom mračna. Ubacili su slajder a i zbog streamera i ako baš ne uživa svako, prvi ja ne uživam da gledam u crn ekran po mraku. I onda malo krenkujem brightness za jedno 20% jer mogu da vidim gdje idem uopšte. Noć je i dalje mračna, ali nije pitch black. Prošao sam pored Vuka na biciklu. Nije Vuk imao biciklu, nego ja. Ovo je inače fino mjesto ovdje, samo da znaš. Ogromno, ogromno. Ovdje možda i vredi napraviti bazu ako imate. A ubrat.
A eto u toj crvenoj kući.
Kakva crna kuća? Pa te kuće su ti sve od stiropora. Jedino da vredi napraviti kuću je ako imaš ili betonski pod ili ako je kuća, ima tu par, znaš ako su fino urađene, kao kuća je ono u izgradnji, razumeš? Ima podrum koji je nezavršen, ima gore vreće sa cementom i sa ovim šljunkom, imaš gomile drva, razumeš, to možeš sve da harvestuješ za gradnju. I ima velik podrum. I možeš da završiš podrum i da nadgradiš već ono prvi sprat i ono sam da napraviš kuću. Ima tako par lokacija koje mogu da se koriguju. Ili imaš, ja sam se jedno napravio u kući pored jezera, kao vikendici. Ima podrum, pod je od, sva je od ono, drveta bilo. Onda sam ja uzeo i potrošio sam dosta materijala da sve upgradeujem u beton. I onda sam počeo kopam na dole. A gornji sprat sam isto izbetonirao.
Upravo sam skočio bio na zombije.
Kad uradiš prvi taj, nebitno je koji nivo težine, kad uradiš prvi taj lanac tih questova, dati trader 3-4 nagrade i dati da biraš biciklo u jedne 3-4 nagrade. Sad dati paket kao oružje sa kao municijom ili ti da paket armora ili još nešto i kao dati biciklo. Sad, kako ko voli, ali ja oružje i armora u tom stadijumu već imam. I ništa mi ne znači random, ali više mi znači, viš ja sam sad stigao do tebe. 600 metara sam. 5 km sam prešao za 4-5 minuta. Znači ako ti treba realno da pređeš u igri 5 km nogama. Pa napadite na svaku ćošku.
Prvo te čim ja ih je tebi, ja sam prešao 2 km i jače. Što sam presjeti sam.
Ali ja sam prošao pored horde zombija.
Kurac.
I gotov si.
Kučeno bilo.
Naravno. Ovo je bitno. Ovo ti je ono, kako vi to zovete, azot. Imaš ti toga u apoteci. Nitrat. I azot, nitrat.
O, blizu sam se. Ja, sad sam na 500 metara.
Ćeš ja da kopam nitrat, da te sačekam ovdje.
Može.
Napravio sam, a nisam... Da.
Dođi do mene da vidiš ovo. Sada je ovo vojna baza još, ne znam.
Može biti.
ima neku kunu.
A imaš vojne kampove i čudo. Nešto sija u daljini crveno. Možda rangerska postaja. A ako u sred šume može biti ono kao rangerska stanica. Trebalo bi da ima vozilo parkirano kao kamion neki, čini mi se.
Ima. Pa ovo je sjajno za bazu, jel?
Ne.
Što?
Je li izbetonirano?
Jeste be.
Je li ti pod beton? Da li ima 5000 health?
Ne mogu da uđem unutra, ne mogu da obijem ovo.
Ili je cigla? Ja ću ti obiti, ja. Ti lutovi, ja obično imam pola pun inventar. Ja ću ti otvoriti vrat. A ovo je, aha. Ovo je rangerska stanica. A ovo ti je sve metal. Nije izbetonirano. Gdje se ne vidi?
To. Pa ne znam da ću da preskočim, a?
Stani malo.
Ili ti jebam.
Koliko se ja puta umro? 26 puta sam umro. Dok nisam nešto napravio od karaktera.
Pa ima i solarni panele.
To nisu solarni paneli, to ti je više... Penji se gore. Ovo ti je najlepši skill za na budžeti ovaj unarmed. Samo ne kreći dometima. Drži ovo. Ovo. Da si to izgubio. I drži ovo. Ako ti iskrvara, odmah se krpi. Nemoj bez veze da koristiš. Smeći. Ok, ovo sam naučio gratis.
O, steroidi.
Steroidi su dobri. Dođi gore. Marš u pičku materiju. Uda. Nemoj tuda. Ja da, ovaj noć svi trče. Marš. Unutra negdje. Šta je ovo?
Znači ovo je rangerski kamp.
A da. To ti je kao, kako oni to zovu, Fire Station ili Fire Watch. Oni to zovu Fire Watch.
To, pošto smo u šumi.
A da, kao tu, to ti je kao... Paziš da se ne...
Možete preskočiti.
A trebalo bi da može, ali ne tako lako. Može.
Ovo je PMT.
Od polovi greda fali.
Pravi nam nove ako imaš.
Evo, pravim. Čekaj. Stani, nazad, metar. Nazad. Pazi. Iš.
Leđa. Bio nešto korisno, ne?
Art of Mining, to sam pokupio. Diamond Tipped Blade Mods. To je bilo. Samo da vidim nešto. Moment.
Više nema nešto crkveno, ne?
A obično ima nekad gore.
Looky for fun _ bot _ master. Welcome to my channel.
Ajmo se popet gore, ali da ima bar gnezdo ptičje, tako nešto. Ne. Bila je tu dva.
Umio sam nogu.
Si skočio dole? Ili pao?
Pao sam. Pao sam.
Baš si slomio nogu, ne? Stani sekundu.
Čekaj, ja napravim sprint.
Jel imaš? Nemaš ti, treba ti izolit trak. Imam ja. Izolit trak je uvijek imam. Gdje ti je slomljena noga, smrtna presuda. Izvoli. Uzmi tutkalo. Evo ti. Od toga i od lepka možda napraviš izoliv traku. Možda napraviš onaj, kako se zove, imaš, ako staviš na izoliv traku i staviš kao recepte, imaš da praviš padded armor, treba ti klot i duct tape. Imaš padded gloves, padded hood u crafting meniju.
Ja ne mogu još uvijek da skačem, mora se zavleći nogu.
Koji ne moraš da skačeš, ko kaže. Evo ti. Izvoli, zađi napad. Inače čučiš, samo ti to kažem. Kad čučiš, još manje skačeš, samo da znaš. A karakter po defaultu neće sam da ustane. I to da ti kažem. E sada, ćeš li gore kod mene u jazbinu ili?
Idemo.
Ajmo onda. Ima jedno polje kukuruza koje bih htio da posjetim. A šta je meni s nogom, da mi je znat? Abrasion. Your max health is lowered. Super.
Šta ti se nogom?
Dovoljno je da onaj zombi koji puzi, znaš, dovoljno je da te raspali od ozdo, a kako ćeš ti njega da udariš? Dovoljno da te raspali po nozi, odmah imaš abrasion. Na to moraš da paziš, ili ga gađaš strelama, ili ga udaraš s oružjem koji ima domet, bokser nema domet. S bokserom je malo onako izazovno ubiti te zombije što puze. Sekira ili malj ili tako nešto, to još ima domet, a bokser nema nikakav domet. Point blank. Hoćeš biciklo da voziš za mnom?
Ma evo.
Ma evo ti samo, slušaj.
Neću.
Samo guraj polako. Ne moraš da, kad sprint držiš, on brzo okreće pedale. Samo drži napred, regularno. Neće tršiti s tim. Aha, stani. Evo ti.
A šta si mi ovdje žena?
Pa kad kreiraš karaktera, imaš tamo profile, znaš. Vjerojatno ti taj profil default, nisi ga menjao.
Menjao sam.
Aj što je žena nego što je crna kao ugalj. Crna ženo, prokleta bila.
Bilija, guj. Ilija.
Pađi, ideš u nju, skreni bar u stranu.
Ona na mene.
Maš u pičku materinu. Ne idi nikad pravolinijski, nećeš moći da se ovladaš u spon, znaš. Nego uvijek malo ukos.
Ne vidim gdje je bazir. Share lokaciju, ne? Share mapu.
Ali ne ideš tamo. Ideš sa mnom do polja kukuruz. To pokušavam ti kažem. Idemo vamo prvo. Evo ti. Imaju kukuruzi, ali pošto sam išao do tebe nisam teo da ih berem. Evo je kokoška. Kurac. Dao sam ti luk, nemam čime da je... Evo je, gotovo je.
Imaš misao, neđe daš ubiješ kukuruzu.
Pričao sam siguran da sam meso od medveda ubacio odmah u sanduk, jer ne volim da vučem takve stvari. Sad već svi hodaju, ne trče nego hodaju. Ovo je jako veliko mjesto, znaš?
Ne vidim.
Pa ovo da možemo peške ako hoćeš polako da pogledamo. Ili vozi, samo nemoj pun sprint. Uzet ću ove časopise. Zato što sam stavio loot, 100% dešava se da lootujem dve iste knjige, znaš, iz kontejnera. Ali jednom je pročitaš, sljedeću možeš ili da daš nekom, kao tebi, ili da je prodaš, ali da zauzima jedno mjesto u inventaru, da je zbog 100 novčića vučem, ne pada mi na pamet. Ovaj se inače jako teško ubije.
Evo ti, polje kukuruz.
Čekaj, nemoj lupat, ja ću. Zato što imam onaj... Ne, imam level 3 baštovan kao gardener. Da. I onda dobijam oko 3 do... Ovo je divlji kukuruz. Njega dobijam od 3 do 4. A ovaj domaći iz bašte dobijam po 5-6 nekad.
Evo ga vuk. Evo to jomet izvrateno je.
A, ima neki domet.
Pazi.
Izvoli, uzmi ovo odavde, iz toga kontejnera. Ja sam samo da lootujem. Znači ovdje loot radi po game stage-u. Što imaš veći game stage, imaš bolji loot. Mamu ti jebem. Helta nemam. Mrtav. Sreći. Nemam helta. Ne diraj mi stvari. Bijem za to. Pod broj 1, nešto ćeš ti meni nešto ukrasti, nego pod... kad pokupiš sanduk sa stvarima, automatski ti ekvipuje sve u slotove koji su bili pre nego što si umro, znaš? O tome se radi. Da kad pokupim taj...
Vidim u djebelu sam ispalio 20 stela, valjda.
Koji, onaj biker?
Ma ne be, ovaj drugi. Jedva umiram. Od bikera sam ispalio 2 i ormace.
Udario sam ga bokserom 2-3 puta u glavu. Čudi me kako... A ubije me jer si imao 30 health. Skinem jednim udarcem pola, drugim udarcem sve ostalo. Sjao. Tako me ubio.
Ovaj vuk nas pojeba.
Koji vuk? Skoči negdje na nešto. Možeš li da...
Našao sam pipe shotgun.
Znaš kako radi ovdje lootovanje? Moj kum...
Cooking pot.
Moj kum nema pojma. Ja mu objašnjavam. On zna stari sistem za lootovanje. Pre je bilo... Maksuješ taj skill za lootovanje i nalaziš kao... bolje stvari, više stvari. Sad ne radi tako. Sad maksuješ skill za lootovanje i nalaziš kvalitetnije stvari. Tipa, ako ja i ti počnemo u isto vrijeme da igramo i ti si maksovo skill za lootovanje, ti ćeš naći...
O, jelen.
Imaš luk i strelu. Gađi Google. Čučni.
Ma daj, kako preskočio u ogledu?
Da. Šta kako je preskočio? Šta životinje ne smije da skaču?
Znaš kako neki čudan način, zabadao se u ogledu i tako je preskočio.
A i tako skakući u ovoj igri. I zombi i...
Ovo te bačilo.
Ne, ja već trčim neko vreme. Nije me bačilo, nego ja nisam stavio checkpoint, znaš. Meni je onaj respawn tamo gdje sam postavio forge, gdje sam počeo kopam podrum. Nije to baza, to je lokacija pored tradera, ajde da zovem to tako. Nije baza, baš prava. Više sam tu napravio baštu i... Eto. Tu mi je trenutno stecište. Nadisao sam se jebene sode, bikarbone, razvaljuju mi pluće. Ne znam da li vi to imate u prodavnici kod vas.
Imam.
Šta, imate ili nemate?
Ma nemam već ono bikarbone. Ja hev.
Za životinje?
Ne. Nemam to.
Ili soda.
Pa što to stavlja u tjestenje?
A ide ti 600 grama u jedan zames. Tortilje. Natrium bikarbonat. Soda, jel tako?
Da.
Ti si na drugom delu grada, je.
Čuo sam da si umro.
Koristio sam ja bio pušku, znaš. Ali nemam, ima jedan metak. I ako nemaš trait za reloadovanje, dok reloaduješ usporen si, kao u Hunt Showdownu. Znaš da je u Hunt Showdownu bilo? Kad reloaduješ usporen si jedno 15-20%. Usporen si toliko da ne možeš pobeći nekom ko se krenuo na tebe da te recimo zakolje nožem. Ako ti je prazno oružje i ne izvadiš nož ili pištolj, gotov si. A sad gledam situaciju u Hunt Showdownu, tipu kao što je Milan. Opale iz shotguna, na primjer, ispromašuju se i pobegnu iza ćoška, reloaduju i ti trčiš za njim da ga, ne znam, udariš nožem ili da ga ti pogodiš. Ne možeš ga stići, to što...
Mislim da se našao svinje.
Nemaš debuff. Pre je bio debuff u Huntu za reload. To je najgluplja promjena koju sam vidio. Najgluplja. Da bar traži trait. Razumeš? Ti bar trait treba da bi mogu to da uradiš. Ma kak. Ima ih par, ali ta je jedna od jačih.
Našao sam ove naučene.
Za XP ili?
Da.
Sad bi to da te pitam, nisi slučajno lutao iz moje torbe?
Ne.
Dobro.
Pa smo rekli da ne dje. Zašto ti mene smatraš? Imat ćemo kemetinu za večer.
Divlja svinja, jel? Kako ćeš? Ili je stavi meni da isečem, imam... Sad ću ti reći. Sad ću ti reći. Imam Huntsman. 60% more research from animals using any blade weapon. Or tool. Imam vatrogasnu sekiru i moram ti reći izgleda dosta zabavno kad ubijem kokošku.
Vidiš dresem kad pokupiš što doći do mene.
A u istom smo mjestu tamo. Ovo je mjesto ogromno, znaš? Baš je ogromno. Stavio sam random world gen, još nisam vidio oko nešto. Igrao sam prethodne verzije, ali ovako veliku. To je kao neka kombinacija sela i kao manje grada. Ovdje ima i soliter. Evo, pičku mater.
Ima prazne šolje, da ti nešto je pogledati. Ona tam crvena vidje. Ćao i ono da leći.
Lako noć.
Njim bojler je, pa dobro, on je i najstariji. A ja sam menjala kad ti bojler mjesta. Se sećaš?
Da. Gdje ti sve ne? Pitam ono. Pa gdje ja pojao ga kamenu.
Dobro, ništa.
Gde sam otišao? Nisam nigdje otišao, još uvijek trčim kroz to selo. Stilero bolts, dobro. Ko gradski vodovod. Vidim. Ima dosta ovih leševa. Baš zbog ovih leševa. Nisam zbog životinja toliko. Jer te životinje znaju da budu retke. Ali imaš dosta ovih leševa koje možeš da isečeš za rotten meat. I to koristiš kao veštačko đubrivo. Turbo meso. Pre u igri postojao, kako se zove, gore blok. Možda još uvijek ima u kodu igre ako ga nisu izbacili. Svaki zombi koji umre, posle nekog vremena se kao raspadne i pretvori se kao blok mesa. I dešavalo se kad su velike noći, one kao horde, da ima stotine tih blokova.
I to je FPS.
Pa to je FPS, da. Znaš, i onda zbog tako, kao sam koncept bilo ok, na kraju razumeš Horde Nighta, uzmeš sekiru i fino isečeš zombije na komade i dobiješ masnoću i kao turlo meso. Ima koristi od toga, ali performans bilo jako loš.
Engine ne može izdržati.
Ne može. Ne može nijedan engine to izdržati. Na početku možda, ali kasnije kad mnogo zombija se spawnuje, znači po 50 do 100 blokova imaš kao zombi umiru i kako umiru tako samo gomilaju leševi jedan na drugi, na treći. Ne znam da li još uvijek ima negde u igri, ali donao sam ti inače čizme, ali ne znam da ti bacim čizme. Evo ti ovdje u vreću. I časopis, ne mogu ti vući ovo, pun mi ventar, nemam desni.
Pogledaj nas.
Morat ćemo da lutujemo nešto. Najviše, vratio mi je sve nazad. Evo ti još časopisa, izvoli. Evo šta je ovo.
Dođi prvo ovamo kod mene.
Čeo si ti?
Iza te kuće.
Ovdje ima i divlje svinje, znam šta je. U podrum? Pa ne ulazi se tuda.
U podrum sam ušao da iza.
Ne ulazi se tuda. Izaći.
Ne mogu da izađu.
Upao si u zamku, je li to? Ne ulazi se tuda, ulazi se kroz kavez. Ovdje je Grace, veliko prase ovdje. S ove strane si ušao, šta?
Ne, tu.
Ne, tu. Dođi za mnom, vidite. Evo ga prase.
Dođi on. Lutaj prvo Finči, da me ne stavi. Kako ovo ne stavi?
A ne može. Ako si ga ubio, to ima određeno vreme i to je to.
Evo me. Ali dobro, pazi, ima tu jedna svinja.
Ubije se malo.
Ima na stepenici na jedan.
Da vidim. Aha, vidim. Stani. Ne tako. Sad je gađi. Odi. To. To je bio headshot, čini mi se. Evo ti hrana. Odi gore. Uff. Evo voda. kuvalo. Odlično. Možda mogu nešto skuvam. Sad ćemo vidjeti. Vatru. Evo ti ja i slanina. Odi. Mrš.
Now bringing it full circle for when they reunite at last. Kana finally hugs Kenji and lets herself cry. Part relief, mostly grief. This is such a fleeting moment in the manga, so again let's see how the movies handle this. It goes on for a while, but this is another time of just the simple addition of hearing what's happening, elevating the material, giving it a lot more of the punch that a few panels can't quite achieve. The final part of 20th Century Boys is Kenji inside the virtual attraction, saying that he's got some more work to do to his younger self. Then we jump straight into 21st Century Boys. We see what happens when the saucer crashed. Sadakio miraculously survived and gets rushed to the hospital. Friend does not fare so well, being impaled. Kenji takes off his mask to confirm that he does look the exact same as Fukube. Friend asks for Kenji to play that song, so Kenji plays Bob Lennon as Friend dies for real this time. Flashback to Gigi Barber's. One of the Space Justice badges is missing. Barber is looking for the one who stole it and sees Friend walking around with it on. We see this past Friend tell Fukube that he had a dream where Yamane killed him. He goes on to say, the anti-proton bomb. And with that, the world will end. That's what adult me said in the dream anyway. So here's our final plot. There's an anti-proton bomb left behind that could destroy the world. With that threat, the UN comes in to formally depose Friend. We meet this profiler whose job it is to figure out Friend. He shows Kenji the final page of the new Book of Prophecy. Now Kenji needs to jump back into the VA to figure out where it's hiding. We get the romance story of Kenji and Yukiji, them being so close to getting together so many times. Urasawa, the absolute champ that he is, actually brings up Yamaguchi again, leaving my jaw dropped. I honestly thought this was a drop plot point, but alas, Urasawa has been keeping better track of the story than I'd given him credit for. We see the gang are celebrating the defeat of Friend, but Kenji isn't there with them. I guess a good parallel to make would actually be Frodo from Lord of the Rings. The journey broke him, took too much from him, that he can't return to the place he came from. Kenji is much the same. He can't connect back with his old group of friends. Too much has happened, and to a degree, Kenji feels responsible. Back inside the VA, Kenji sees Manjome. It looks like his consciousness ended up here after he died. Man talks about meeting this other friend. The ones who will take control are the imitations of the imitations. He imitates Fukube, who imitates Kenji. He also says that the bomb is at the expo. We then get one of the major flashbacks. We see Baba catching Friend and calling him a thief. Now, we know he's not. We saw him leave his prize ticket earlier, but now he's being called out with seemingly everyone watching, including Kenji. Fukube says that he just died, and this is probably where that rumor started. Back with Kana, she's with Chono at Sada's hospital bed. Kana tells him that Kenji said, "You didn't turn out like I'd hoped." Wow, okay, this hurts. Kana finally got to reconnect with her uncle, and he hits her with the old, "I'm not mad, just disappointed." Where is this coming from? Well, time and again, we're reminded that Kenji says, "If you get into trouble, just run. Please just stay alive." And Kana's been doing the exact opposite. Remember, she got the message wrong. She believed Kenji never ran away, so she's been doing the same.
Da.
Apart from Kenji did...
Pušaj poz. Ja sam upuhan.
Ništa. Tako mozak prespojen, pretpostavljam. Ne znam za drugu reč, kao što rekao. Nekad mi je srpski jezik puzla. Jesi čuo kad kažu hardwired? Tako su te licne spojene. Ako poznaješ mapu, možeš da napraviš sebi prčicu, kao što sam ja sad uradio.
Me ubio ili?
Ne, igrate drop pola. Ajmo da te nađemo. Ti je nestala struje, šta li? Wow.
Malo. Ja mogu da kažem moje, ali to... Kao da su ne znam šta, be. Sve koga jaša bojla i sam... Ne mogu se objasniti o mom ocu i moje majici, ali... Da su jebati mentalno zostali.
Ušao si na pogrešan profil. To jest, ne znam da li imaš na tom profilu igru uopšte.
A tu me ubacio ovaj stil. Sam sebi. Vidim, šedno sam ja IGC.
A ovdje ti je najbolji loot. Znaš šta je dobar u pičku materinu.
Ne valja ništa.
Ova ploča nije loša, armor rating plus 2 i to je to. To je sve što valja. Možeš da nastakuješ armor, od light armora da napraviš heavy ako imaš tih pločica.
Naćeš ponovno, više zim.
Šta je ovo? Sneaking over trash makes no sound. Very good. Nisam te vidio online, samo da vidim. Sad si online. Možda mogu i ovako.
Kako da skinem igru?
Invite to lobby. Aha, pokrećeš je preko virtualne mašine, si ozbiljan?
13 gigabit.
13 GB ukupna veličina igra nije se download, ja mislim toliko. Ja se sjećam kad je Hunt Showdown bio 20 GB. Ispočeli da šibaju...
Ja se sjećam kad je tako bio 8. Manje.
Ispočeli da šibaju taj skin i tako dalje, tako dalje. Imaš ovdje mapu bloga, možeš i ti da je pročitaš isto. I evo ga, mega prase. Super vepar. Nemam čime da gubim. To je sad problem. Pogledaj gdje sam ovo povukao.
Ja ćeš da mi te ustan. Nema čime da gubi. Malo ćeš ti da siđeš da ga ustreliš. Osam minuta.
Sad za download igre? Skuo sam ti bio hranu. Da ti kažem, skuo sam ti imaš crveni čaj, on ti je za varenje. Njega kad popiješ imaš 20% boost na hranu, ja mislim, kad jedeš. Baš mi treba ugled. 5 uglja. Baš. Ako duže vremena igraš i ne ubiju te, ne gubiš MMR, ne gubiš taj rank, taj game stage. I što ti je veći game stage, što ti je loot bolji. Tako radi loot u igri. I bukvalno igrač koji je veći level dobije bolji loot od onog koji je manji level. Mada to ne znači puno ako si level 100 i umro si 80 puta. I sam si sebi veštački oborio taj rank. I jeste igra ti je lakša, zombi nisu previše naporni za ubiti, ali ono... razvaljiti. Evo ga, super kukuruz. Super corn daje lepak. To znam. Može da se jede sirov. I to je to. Ne sjećam se da ima jedan recept za njega. Čudno, kao da je dupla kuća, ovo sam gledao, kao duplo domaćinstvo. Imaš dvoje glavnih vrata, dvoje stepenice koje vede na sprat. Ovdje imaš gomilu leševa koje možda iskasapiš.
Did run away and would have wanted Kana to choose being safe as well. It's about now that you'll realize Kana didn't actually do much in stopping Friend up to this point. But we'll circle back to that in the next section. The UN then arrive to talk to Sada. Kana says that she will get the answers that they need first. Then she gets a psychic message from the unconscious Sada. The switch is in the old secret base. Friend had recreated his whole old neighborhood, down to even having the secret base in a field. The UN guys are about to arrest Kana when the rest of the gang show up and free her by force. They even take the UN general hostage. Meanwhile, Kenji helps the young Friend inside the VA. It seems like this Friend is aware of what's going on in the outside world and is toying with Kenji. When he takes his mask off, it's the egghead underneath. Kenji then gets a message from Kana and manages to get Manjome to send one back, exchanging information about where the bomb and its switch are. Another thing that we're going to hit in the magic section. Then Manjome's consciousness starts to fade. He tries bending a spoon for a final time, only to be surprised when it does. Then he functionally dies. I mean, the spoon bending, you did this earlier, buddy. Come on, you're telling me you actually brought pre-bent spoons that match the diners with you and managed to sleight of hand exchange them without these two lawyers noticing? And I mean, you didn't really do it now. You're in a simulation, right? I get that this is trying to be an emotional note for Man to leave on, but it really doesn't land. These chapters have tried to sympathize Man, paint him up as more of a redeemed character. He regrets what he did, then turned against Friend, and now is helping to stop his final plans. This moment of the spoon bending being a nice send-off for a redeemed character. I don't buy it. Man has helped facilitate Friend's mass murdering of massive chunks of humanity. This wasn't a character we really wanted to see get a nice ending. and the nice ending that's built doesn't really work. Anyway, man is now gone. Outside, Kana and Yuki head to the base. It looks like our final villain is the daughter of Professor Shikishima. She's still Team Friend because apparently she's never learned what a sunk cost is. She restarts the robot and it begins heading towards the secret base. Kana uncovers the button. She realizes it's much too big for her to stop, having a mini meltdown because she can't do anything to stop the robot. She laments how futile her powers are to enact real change. We see her come back to this idea more than once, seeing her powers as just trivial tricks made manifest. Here's the quote from this scene as the robot heads towards her. "Why are my powers only good for bending spoons? What a pointless power." Kana, buddy, you remember when you might have killed this lady with your powers? When you blew up her car? When you sent psychic messages that got Kenji out of the VA? I don't understand why you keep calling your powers useless spoon bending when you know you can do more. You even stopped this exact robot with your powers some 20 chapters ago. What are you talking about? Honestly, I think this is just a bit of a ham-fisted way to set up this next line. You're everyone's special treasure, but that's not because you have any special powers. That's just because you are important to us. And yes, I guess that's the point. It's about the connection between the characters. Stop thinking about the powers. Then Kana uses her powers to get a vision of where the controller for the robot is. Yuki runs off to go kick ass, and again we'll leave the magic there until the end when we take a deeper dive into it. It's now that Kenji rides in to fight the robot. We get this great little montage of all the side characters reacting to what's happening. It's a nice way to get everyone we've met in the story and all these threads into this moment. Sane calls up the radio to put on Bob Lennon, and Kenji climbs up to the control room. He uses an old trick that Yuki taught him to essentially sweep the leg, and the robot comes crashing down. I'm in a bit of two minds about using Bob Lennon as the song here. Part of me says that it's a great choice, because it's essentially the song of hope in the story. It's what the people have rallied around, the song that literally got Kenji here to stop the robot. On the other hand, this whole moment is a repeat of the start, where we had 20th Century Boy going, the song that made Kenji feel invincible. It would have been cool to see that reincorporated into this showdown. Though perhaps there is an angle here that Kenji doesn't feel invincible anymore, having a better idea of what his role was in the creation of Friend. Either way, I do like the addition of some sort of musical accompaniment in this scene. We then cut to revisit the UN shot from the opening, that shot that built this whole series. This time, it's Kenji's crew coming out as the saviors of humanity. Yosh gets to give a speech, even Mabo and Yambo are there. But Kenji is not. He's gone back into the virtual attraction. He says he's got some past mistakes to correct. He gets young Kenji to do all the things he should have done back then. He says goodbye to Sadakio when he moves and asks to stay in touch. He tells Baba the truth about who stole the badge of justice. He apologizes to Friend and says that he'll tell everyone the truth. He kind of confesses to Yuki, all with older Kenji looking on nostalgically. It's sort of a catharsis for him, I guess, seeing at least some version of him correcting his mistakes. These things that seemed trivial at the time, but meant so much all these years later. I mean, the whole back end of the story has revolved around Friend getting revenge for Kenji's
Viš ovdje možda napraviš bazu.
It all comes back to this moment
Ovo je izbetonirano dole.
We then see Kana make her way to Africa with Chono and her grandmother in the search for Kiriko.
I ovo sa strane ti
Kiriko
je
is still traveling the world to spread the
cobblestone.
vaccine. Then mother
Cobblestone
and
ti
daughter
je
finally
između
get to
betona
meet.
I
And it's
drveta.
incredibly brief. Kiriko is still too busy helping people. Kana runs off to do what she can too, using her powers to help bring water to the village. Despite how short it is, even this short reaction still hits. The series has spent a long time building up this connection between mother and daughter. Just seeing them reunite is enough to get a reaction from us. Our last tale to follow is our
Kako god, što se mene lično tiče, ako ćeš da igraš sa mnom, mogu da ti napravim bazu ovdje. Nije problem tamo. Brzi me da vučem stvari, mogu da ti donesem nešto semena s drugog mjesta. Malo je daleko, znaš. Jedno 5 km daleko. To je problem. Nije pitanje upravljanje, više vredi 100 semena koje imam tamo nego sve ovo ovdje. Znaš? Znači ja biciklam. Što ga tiče nemaš problem. Imaš u kuhinji. Slušaj me sad. Popi prvo crveni sok. Imaš tamo na ringli, imaš onaj kamen ognjište. Ja sam postavio. Prvo popi crveni sok pa pojedi 2. Ne više od 2. Pojedi 2, one imaš bacon and eggs.
Yes.
Pa ako ti fali još hrane, pojedi ono zagorelo meso, ali toga ćeš biti žeden. Imaš ovdje stvari, ne znam, vjerojatno nisi ni pogledao. Gdje si ti?
Dole sam.
A gdje je dole? Penji se gore.
Pa imam ovdje još jedna svinja.
Najdobre. Doviđenja. Bila nekad. Pusti prasići, dođi vam da pojedeš nešto.
Pojeo sam te uzas.
A nisi... Šta bi? Puku si mene, a?
Nisam bi pukao.
Nešto eksplodira. Dođi vam. Moć obzervacije 0.
Bio sam tu, bio sam da.
Ovdje si bio. Ovdje.
Ovdje sam da jem i to.
Ovdje si bio. Ostavio sam ti pijuk i municiju ako hoćeš. Mene ne treba trenutno. Stalo je veliko praso pod rumu.
Moram naći prepuski ključ.
Za? Šta ti treba? Šta hoćeš za?
A da mogu ja da...
Ako nemaš bar jedan level, a ja nemam ni jedan, nažalost. Ako nemaš bar jedan level onoga... To ti je perception skill. Onda vidim. Perception skill. Salvage operation. Salvage operation na prvom levelu ti daje 20% više resursa. Spratu nema ništa. Otpad.
Ovo je baš veliko mjesto.
A velika kuća, vidim, velika kuća je dobra za možda nadograditi, ali nije dobra za braniti. Mnogo treba materijala da se ovo izbetonira.
Ispod nas ima isto nešto.
Ima. Pazi da ne uđeš kod velikog praseta, samo to ti kažem. Ako te dovati veliko debelo prase, gotov si. Grace. Ne znam si vidio onaj kavez nazad.
Yes.
Imaš prase koji žive tamo. Ja sam gore na krovu. A krov ti je... I drugi sprat je velika, imaš i treći. A pod drum, imaš egladni pod drum, imaš dole još kao ispod.
Limetum Pop. Welcome to my channel. Delazim. Welcome to my channel.
Ma daj, bre.
I svega još God of War.
100 godina u tebe da crknu.
A ne. Morat ćemo da ostavimo sutra. Ja sam dosta nepoznat po ovom pitanju, kao što rekao. Čuješ?
Dobro, da ideš. A ideš u posao,
ne idem nigde, nego ću da stupim računar bratu. Pa ako budeš tu za jedno... Kad ti ješ na spavanje?
Ne znam.
Inače kad ideš u 12...
1, 2.
Dobro. Do tad. Do tad ću se logovati opet. Ne, znaš kad radim? Utorak ujutro. Da. Tako da imam prostor. Čujemo se za jedno sat, dva. Do oko ponoći. A također možeš i da ti hostuješ ako hoćeš. Ako hoćeš tako. Znaš? Bolje ja da hostujem, a? Ajde, dobro. Ajde. Jesus. Izvolite. Pararam, pararam, pararam. Pararam, pararam, pararam. Jesi čitao? A jesi šipak. Nisi čitao, nešto vremena za to. Mogu ti dati lokaciju koja ćeš mobilno za malo. Možda animaciju od Berserka do One Piece-a. Mogu ti pokazati ako te zanima, ne znam. Možda skineš Evo ti imaš to. Kako zaključavaš Alt? Shift, ne Alt. Shift F2. Znaš. To se ne... Da, ima i gluposti. Recimo... Ustaješ da čitaš. Ima... Ali zlo. Where is your son, dude? Sto novi odmor. Se meni čini. A? Moguće. Ili se nešto isto... to je malo. Da, jest. Taj nisam gledao. Jesi to onaj Warrior set ili koji? Nemam pojma što se zove. Što svaki put pritisneš escape. Nije Dark Souls, znaš? Ako se to mislio. Aha, Powder za Warrior. Po 3 slota imaš za kamen. 3. Čitaju samo... Si mogao da ga upgradeš još? Ne, mrso se. Si otvorio ono što nisi mogao prije? Da je par njih puzlica. Da imaš kod one... Otvorene kuće, znaš? One vještice. One nju. Šta bi, muzika? Neko peva sirene, šta? Sad mi je prestala. Tamo kad sam pojačao, prestalo po sad 2 sekunde. Ali ima dobrih numera. Ovo je Conan Barbarian, no? Basil Polidaris, kako se zove.
Da.
Da se bukvalno sa svih stena. To je samo brodovi nasukani.
Ja nemam pojma.
Najgore neki selfie se vidi. Tamo da si ga otvorio.
Otvorio se.
Nemam pameti sam što.
Šta kažeš?
Daj mi jabuku. Desna ruka. Levi žet. Jes. Spasimo se. Ta mapa se ne menja, jel?
Why did you say Tear felt responsible?
Tamo stoji jezera, znaš?
Well, I can just tell you the story later.
Stoni ovo da je spustio još jednom, sve mi čini. A?
Da, jest.
Pa šta je ostalo od toga jezera? Slabo šta?
Znači, nema ništa.
Da na torku ovo god majke, sad se ne vidim. Šta mi? Še ti mi mir? Tako je.
Mimir, why did you say Tyr felt responsible for what Odin did to the giants?
There was an incident shortly after the forging of Mjolnir, when Tyr arranged a diplomatic meeting between Odin and the giant kings. This was when the Long War was young, when victory was still a thing dreamed of, and the Jotnar might have tipped the balance between Aesir and Vanir. Odin had persuaded Tyr that the hammer was merely a deterrent, a means to broker peace from a position of strength. Tyr was hopeful to convince all parties they would prosper best through peace. He knew the giants were deeply concerned about the hammer, a super weapon in hands they did not trust, but they trusted Tyr. Tyr always believed the best in people, and taking Odin at his word in his desire for peace, he brought the Raven King to Jotunheim.
Pa, nisu baš svi ono, znaš, u krvnom sodstvu, ali ono...
Kako ja sad znam...
From there, things unraveled quickly. The giants anticipated Odin's trickery and exposed his true...
Interesantno. Ali, Tyr je kao bog rata.
Agenda to spy and steal their secret wisdom. With magics, they expelled Odin from their realm and cursed him never to return. Frustrated, Odin visited his fury upon the giants.
Lord of Gallows.
Midgard. Thor unleashed Mjolnir's might upon any giant he could find. None could stand against the tide of slaughter that followed. And we'll pick this up later.
Što kao, njegova potraga kao za znanjem je kao... Opasno. Sad može se teleportiraš, no? Sad bre hidden chamber of Odin.
So Mimir,
zašto su ovo ostavili, jebote?
Or the Huldra brothers. Well, who doesn't? They're quite famous or infamous, depending on your point of view. They crafted Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, Aesir's greatest murder weapon, the bane of giant kind.
Doplosti magom. I treba vremena Pošto ovo igra za
Oh, I
podoba,
should say
šta je
not.
vremena,
But this was long
da
ago
učita,
when they were eager to make a
recimo,
name for
teksture
themselves.
od nivoa gde ideš
I
lice.
overdid it with that one,
Možda
methinks.
ta kuća da si krenuo sad, to nije možda toliko naporno. Znaš, možda se to brzo čitava. Da kaže Mimir, napravili su oni kovač to kuće. Viš.
Ne bilježi ona vrata na mapu, izgleda da nije.
To je taj džin, mrtav tamo, ne? Desno, gore. Ne? Si ga ti oladio?
Ne, inače. Olađen.
Nisi bio tamo. A gdje si ti bio da ti Chaos Blades negdje u podrumu, a?
That was difficult.
Crest of Cunning. Znači, kao da ima nešto dolje, znaš, to je stolica. Nisam siguran. Sve vode na isto mjesto te staze ili? A, bože. Jednu dvojicu nisi ubio. Kakve gluposti. Ja, super. Checkpoint i... može se čuti.
Treba vrata otvoriti. Ja puštam ovu uho. Mogu ga gasiti ako hoćeš, a? Kako želi? Halo? Samo koji to zna. Ne mogu, znaš. Pokušavam space, ali ne može samo blok. Znači, ne mogu uopšte roll.
Looking for fun_mod_1. Welcome to my channel.
Opet isto. Kako znaš gdje udaraš?
Can't believe it was next to Mother's garden this whole time. No wonder we can never get in there.
Imaš vampire, šta? Ali imaš prca health. To treba pogine, pa da krene iz početka. Kakav dizajn. Vrhunski.
Hang on. Lemire, you called Brock and Sindri the Holger brothers?
Aye.
But they're dwarves, aren't they?
Aye.
And Holger are sprites of the forest.
Aye. Beautiful, seductive sprites of the forest.
So why would you call Brock and Sindri the Holger brothers?
Oh, well, I now realize this would be a wholly inappropriate story for young and innocent ears.
Whatever.
No se na kilo tu. Čekaj, 100 health puni, majke. A? Moguće, mislim da je to armor. Ma nisam napravio. Ne znam, ima najmo što čini mi se punih health bombova.
Ma možeš iskoristiti šta je checkpoint da se ne healaš. To.
Ali nije ti zrelo, brate, šta? Ja se čekam da zrene, znači nos ne boli, razumiješ? Kada zrene, znači ovaj pogled.
Pola sata jurim i ubijem ispod udarca.
Što te ubilo?
Ma iz udarca, vidiš da devet.
Nije ti ne udario, nego...
Prdno.
Onaj AOE što on radi, neki oblak nečega, prašine, magične. Nekom tam šta, pređeš igru i kao onda kao dođeš ovdje kao da kompletiraš. Zašto? Zbog čega?
Yes, sir. I may want to write that down.
Lansiram ove na njega, znaš? Ove Revenant.
Možda ga probaš, ne znam kako pomažu ovaj Chaos Blades na njega. Vatro ne pržiš. Neke prašine koje možeš da gambluješ, da dobiješ random item. Sada mi stati. Opa. Opa još. To što?
Yes.
Runa za kao regen health, što? Jel imaš ti tako neko?
Ja. A šta s... Enchantment.
A to ti je ta kao runa kontam, jeli?
Gdje?
A ne znam, ili ljubiš
Nije
isto.
to.
Skoro dalje. Imaš i gore. Imaš i gore skroz, znaš? Još. Koliko imaš ti tih runa? Možda nas tako još 5 komada. Pa ne znam, ćeš nas 5 komada, ali dođe. Stvari?
Maja.
Atreus, here!
A možda pomognu u fajtu, ne znam koliko je to brzo da generišu health. To zdobim.
Hyper, kak ti viš. Pa dobro. Kore.
Ma to imaš kupljeno. Ono što ti je stalo, čini mi se taj Chaos Blade. Ako što ima.
I...
Možeš skillove da upgradeš, jel tako?
Ali zlo nikad ne smo zajedno.
Ne skillove, nego one enchantmente, ono kad kupuješ one specijale.
Šta kažeš?
Ma one specijale možda upgradeš, sjećaš se one pomele što li? Znaš što ide pomelo na 2 kamena. Fali jedan, skinuo si.
Frost. Moramo prodavat ove gumnarije.
Te plave. To je 5% resist na status. Taj rog bio za pokupitelj, za ukras.
Ne znam da li je bilo ovamo još nešto. Korselo.
So what do you think, Mimir? What does Baldur want with us?
Well, let's look at what we know. Baldur is Odin's finest tracker, bar none. If he wants you, you have to consider the possibility that Odin wants you. And as for what Odin wants, on this I have some expertise.
What could we have that Odin doesn't? He's like the king of gods.
Yes, your eye. But his reach is not unlimited. And where he cannot reach, he is preoccupied with going. He's certainly tortured me enough about it over the years.
Aj, ben ti ole ljut.
Šta?
Džumbir.
Tu se tuka patnjava džini, čini se.
Još ti iza tebe. A teglju sam nešto.
A vidite se. Ništa, to random kao nisi našao.
Da, nisam. Nisam bio živ.
We are done here.
Sad bilo kako ponovo vratiš to.
Vrata su malo čudno.
Nije baš jasno da su to vrata, ali tako? Izgleda kao zide koji se treba. Si onda negdje sreo onoga kolača.
Should we be in here?
Ovo sam normaš. Mada nije neka šteta.
Ready yourself.
Su level 4.
Možda ima neki dungeon ili nešto. A? Ovo je lost on, nije pare.
Dobro, ovo je početak. To je to. Moguće da nisu obilježili, vrate.
Šta?
Čekaj da vidim.
Šta te zanima?
Goals. Zanima me... Vrata, čekaj, gdje bi to moglo biti? Ne mogu ja to da obilježim. Što sam nalazio?
Portale, šta?
Vrata ova, što...
A, ne.
Znaš.
To što ne možda nisi mogu da interaktuješ s njima, znaš.
Pa, u suštini ja sam ih...
Dotakao.
Dotakao.
A nisi... Ih otvoriš onda ih...
Ma i onda ti ne prikažu. Ovdje sam otvorio i nije mi prikazao. Otvorio sam ovaj ovdje i što nije prikazao.
A ništa, ide redom.
So, Odin wants to go where he can't reach. Are you saying he's trying to get to Jotunheim too?
Aye, it ranks among his foremost obsessions.
But that doesn't make any sense from you.
Oh? When did I stop making sense?
You're saying he's gonna track us down and find Jotunheim. But that was before we knew Jotunheim is where we needed to go. That's crazy.
Except for one thing. You are headed for Jotunheim, so he was right. Well then, clearly you've been listening.
Ovo ti inače random, znaš. Zavisi ti od toga koliko ta vremena da učitam. Tad sam vidio. Vrata su ti se plavila random, samo znaš, tad sam gledao. Kada čita sve, onda ti kao izbači vrata ispred tebe. Moga si da stojiš umjesto izbači biti vrata možda 5 metara ispred tebe, znaš. Možda testiraš tu teoriju slobodno. Znaš uopšte da se pomeneš, možda samo stojiš tamo dok ne učitaj, samo malo pomeriš napred i to je to. Evo gdje si sreo kovač prvi put, tako? Čujem. Možeš je strelom dobačiti.
Nije ono pticu, ono ništa.
Sigurno. Ovo nije ono pticu. Ono je... Kako se dolazi da je? A?
Više ne znam.
To work it is. You take care now.
Na strength. To sam ti tada reći, možda da upgradeš sa tim XP-om što imaš, znaš? Te skillove možeš. Sproba to. Dokle ima mnogo damage. Koliki je cooldown? 30 sekundi. Jel ne?
Sure, I'm open.
September.
Good to see you sweating the details.
Ali možeš da kupiš, samo da vidim. Mislim, ja sam vidio da možeš da kupiš one crafting materijale, znaš?
Good deal.
Si vidio? Šta dići? Što? Ima neđe da se trampiš za te...
What the fuck ever.
Skill da aktiviraš.
Gdje bi još onaj krten? Evo ga.
Dolje neći. Moraš sići.
Ja sam ovdje bio, kako su on spawnovao nas.
Svaki. Znaš?
Focus up.
Gdje su ostali? Nema spava.
Možda sam i prošao prije, a nisam.
Shoulder behind you!
Mislim da ništa ne rade te lightning strele, gleda sam sad htjel nešto. Sad bombardam. Došto je kao ekspozala, znaš? Otvoreno me to jezde, onda sam vješina s tim Spartan reći.
Udovolio sam odbati.
Ba. Ali ti da onaj quick time event opet ti ga buca kada Satan. Ja se sjećam, onda su bili neki vikinzi, neki lopovi, ne znam pojma što. Moraš njega da podigneš gore.
Mislim sam ga već dizao, pa je on spuštio lanac.
Da je malo... Mislim da je on nekog ubio nožem, sjećaš što je bio skenjan. Ja znam, sjećaš toga. A ugađaš u to je samo ukras.
Ubišao sam krug.
Fuller smoke a lot. Welcome to my channel. Fuller 16 Smoky, Fuller 16 Smoky, Fuller 16 Smoky.
Ja da se sjeća.
Ajmo nazad.
Samo prosipati taj džimbir. Stani, ne gledaj.
Again, how Odin knew we were going to
Kad
Jotunheim
se
before
čekaj.
we did.
On ne može.
Odin is extremely
Čekaj,
clever.
15.
Nearly as clever as he thinks he is. And he's a collector of prophecies. If it's about the future, he adds it to his collection. Helps him style himself as all-seeing and all-knowing. But of course, the idea is control of the future, control of his fate. He'd control every realm of every land in every world if he could. Every potential pocket of resistance, he seeks to eliminate. Even if you've never posed a threat before, he may think one day you might. So you see, it's not important how he knew before you did. It's important that he was right.
Znaš, nelogično. Ja opet nije sve čitao, sad sam vidio
I
kad je
can't
dosta
translate this
tako
without the whole cipher.
Imaš onaj Black Cipher, samo ne znam gdje ga nosiš.
Šta imam?
Black Cipher. Kao treasury room. Pećaš se ono runu kao da dešifruje.
A Black Room. Pa dobro, to je glavni quest da. Ja znam da je ovdje neđe ostao fight, znači. To je kula pored. Da.
So what happened after Odin was cast out of Jotunheim?
And at last, it seems, with Tyr's aid, they retreated. The tower appeared. No giants could be found in Midgard, and no man nor god has set foot in Jotunheim since.
Šta je to vizic onoga zmaja, ili je pobjegao tamo?
Glo.
Nekoliko tih peći.
Nešto ne pokazuje dobro, totalno zbunjuje ova mapa i sve.
Moramo gledat mapu, ono, usloni se na vizualnu memoriju. Ja nisam igrao 15 minuta ovo. Zapamtio sam onaj layout manje više. Mislim, nisam sve zapamtio sam da svaki ćošak imaš po jedan tower, to sam primetio. Imaš one 100 roomove, one gluposti, neka dungeone imaš sa strane, svako malo imaš dungeon neki jedan. Imaš hidden oblasti koje nisu hidden. Jedna stijena. Tu si već bio. Tu si bio Nikoloci. Sećaš se?
I dalje se čuju. Čuje nešto se čuje kao da breži.
Sad si respawnao levelom. Drugo.
To je ovdje.
Tamo se ruša kroz ona vrat. Imaš tamo vrat, tamo je bilo vlako gore, znaš? Kad se teleporteš gore, ima tamo gore checkpoint. Da možeš i... Da se možeš teleportat gore, tamo imaju vrate, onda ideš okolo. Tamo imaš tu tajnu, definitivno.
Ja bre, sad bio na ovaj toranj.
Ne bi jesi.
Ali to nije na toranj, nego ne znam da li mogu kroz... Ili mogu kroz toranj, možda mi je vrat, možda nisam vidio vrat.
Možda, ne znam. Gdje ćeš okolo, možeš tu izaći. Ima radim lift.
Ovo je sigurno. Mislim da ovamo imaju neka vrata isto.
Znači što se pogubiš kad 15 puta se voda spustala i svaki put se otvori neka druga pračica ili se neka vrata pomere nešto. Same ubigoš. Evo ti je checkpoint onaj, a desno je... Ima već nešto. Ne može, jel?
Da, mogu sam kroz toranj.
I see some loot up there.
Mislim da si ovdje...
Ovdje mi treba onaj da stavim, ali to dobijam, ne znam kako se to dobija, random nekako. Onaj kao ključ.
Ključ?
Kockasti kao. Mislim da je to ovdje, ili to ili ona vrata. Jeste to. To se nekako dobija, ili je to, ne znam.
Jesi našao?
Što?
Pa ono pećinu. Jesi vrata, ono da otvoriš. Probaj levo da ideš. Ne desno nego levo. Kad zađeš tu naprijed. Desno te vraća u jezero, a levo imaš još jednu pećinu, čini mi se. To ti ne je hram istine. Samo ne tamo da imaš nešto drugo.
I onaj Buri Lake tu, čekaj.
Hickory. Welcome to my channel. Lurking old man.
Imam nešto ovdje, to znam. Feet of the God of Gods. To je ispod neke statue.
Baš si rešio da ih poništiš. Ne mislim da je ovo... Yes, yes. Ali ima puta, ne? Treba ovdje da se spustiš tamo.
Ima.
I see something down there.
Si vidi za tih statua? A?
Za koju statue?
Ti statue, vidiš? Tu dole, tebi. Što ti tamo?
Tamo sam išao.
Pa jesi tu istražio, jesi?
Tu imaš, da.
Šta je tamo van quest?
A bio je. Ju?
A? Šta je? Kale, pliva kroz vodu, no? Au? Šta je bio?
znam što se dešava, zemlja je tako tako na tebi. Jer nisam...
There it was again. It's there and then it's not. What does it mean?
Kažemo, pa imaš tamo, jesi zapalio po korijenu?
Nisam.
To je tu ne zalijevo, znaš? Ima iđe korijen. Tu nedaleko od tih vrata, to su prava vrata koje si otvorio, znaš? Kad si ono prvi put ovdje malo istočio. Kod onoga točka gdje si ono, tamo se isto vidio korijen u sanduk neki. Jao, vidio sam. Ništa.
Okay, brother.
Bravo, sigurno čiko opet, gledaj.
Koliko traje ovaj zaveslaj?
Podsjeća me na onoga, kako se zove, Margot, znaš? Pazi, bio si tačno kako si u stavu poziciju, tako ti je, zaletio si instant na tebe, znaš? Instant se zaletio, znači nisi se pomerio milimetar, znam, bam! Opet stiska naprijed, stopno.
isn't it?
To je to kao armor shard.
Found it.
Čest. Kako nađi to majke?
Traži, znam da je bio tu.
Kako ću se si ga već uzeo? Ja, ti si došao gdje po blago, ali nisi mogao da uzmeš s ovi silađi. Tamo sino reka, vidimo se. Prošli put, vidimo se. A nisi ni proba taj Rampage of Furies.
Sam dobio za... Koji sam dobio? Nemam pojma što sam dobio.
Legendary neki. Age of the Titans, ja mislim, znaš? Taj. Kako aktiviraš to?
Koje?
A imaš neki potez. Tu je neka vrata i neka prostorija s 2-3 vlage, da se sjećaš. Ajde mali, paramiraj. Nećeš nikad biti nordijski polubog. Jer zapravo se stalno na ranu.
Ne iđu.
Skoči onim svinjarima što te naš one-shotuju, skoči na leđe i kao nešto ga bode, znaš. Kao on njega drži. A ovaj tu udari jednom, ono, pa mrtvo, znaš. Kao ono, wow, kao ima logike, znaš. 100% ima logike. Možda da aktiviraš eksploziv, možda će ući, znaš?
Da, možda ući.
Mislim, ne izgleda avarično, ono, pa wow. I sad ne može skočiti. primijetio kad on dođe. Prosto dugotrajevi kombo udarci. Ono znaš, ono umjesto šlepu.
Ono je rok. Kako bre, jeli bre, kako bre. S koje strane sebe ovo nalazi?
A s gornje strane, pogledaj.
Neke strane jesu.
S druge strane. Možda nešto tada eksplodiraš sam. Ono što iz... No pameti. Ne vidi mehanizam, ne vidi ništa. Nema logike. Ne vidim ulaz, izlaz.
Vrata su tu, znači moguće da je s ove strane
Znaš šta probaj?
Mehanizam
Slušaj,
zahtjeva.
znaš šta ono, stani, sad vidi nešto. Prođi kroz ona vrata. Kroz ono rešetku prođi. Čuješ?
Gdje?
Nazad.
A?
Tuda. Imaš točak.
A bravo, moguće, jesu. Gdje onaj točak? A?
Eno ga, prošla si pored njega. Oči. To, spušti to. Teško. A kad ima logično, ako imaš pečicu ovuda da se vratiš. Znači, nema pojma. Se mogu uzeti pištolj. Ja nisam probao šta radi. Ako nema ništa, znaš kako ono kaže Sherlock Holmes? Kaže, ako nema drugog rješenja, onda ono što je naš.
Logično.
Activate immediately, šta kaže? After being hit to recover faster. Increase timing window on parries and greatly increase defense when blocking. O, još. Apsolutno ne još. Ima 4 upgrade, si vidio? Našla si to sad, bože se čuje. Šta po igre.
Ovo je još interesantno. Kad i gađe šekiru.
To je to.
To.
Sve kaže što nema ni zvuk.
Imam dragu, ali zlo. Nikad nismo zajedno. Mislim, totalno je nepraktično i sad ja treba da boljam, da tražim ta vrata.
I'm sure it's nothing. He just said the voice seemed familiar to him.
Ne kažem za ovo, nego za ta vrata vodinova.
Unless,
Što
perhaps,
sam dobio
he
bodež.
refers to something yet to be. It is said that when Jormungandr and Thor battle at Ragnarok, Their clash so violently shakes the tree of life that it splinters, casting the serpent backward through time, even before his own birth.
What?
That is madness.
Well, I did say not to concern yourself.
Че? Prvo se vrata pored tebe.
Ready and wait. Wolver!
Flash. Šta bi ovo? Jesi vidio šta bi?
Ovo sam...
You were harder than I thought. Father, over there.
Another one here.
Ah, you know this one, don't you?
It's Thamur, the giant stonemason. Is he building a wall around Jotunheim?
It was to be his masterwork. He only wanted to protect his people.
Too bad the first part got burned.
To random dobijaš XP svaki put kad čuješ neku priču nešto. Ne znam čini, neće sve. Šta vidi? Počeo si neki kombo lansira se kilo vazih i vatija kao puš. Četiri nedelje. Nije čudo što imaš tih relikvija kad svaki sam ti daje
A Valkyrie.
ili
We
pare
have to save her.
ili
Think
kao
before you
relikviju.
act. Are we prepared to face such a powerful foe?
Ready if you are.
Aye, same here. If that counts for anything. Consider a tactical retreat.
Tamo sam prebačio oružje.
Šta si za mene ima šekiru? No razno si bio, sam kio zbrojno. Kombo neki potezi glupi. Kad dva put se dešaj na tebe i skine ti po health. To je dva put uzastopca.
Pokušavam ovo, ono, uhvatim.
Više si health izgubio, pokušavajući da hvatiš to nego što bi dobio, znaš?
Ta što znam, zapela ovo za mene.
Malo nervira autorska kuća non stop, no?
Živo.
Samo džite, pročite. Nadivno polje. To znam. Treba to spletno.
Povilenilo nešto. Produžile komba. Definitivno treba si jači, ali ajde.
Šta?
A ne znam, brzinke ovako da uhvatim. Iz pičke mu.
Šta je to udarilo?
Gdje je otišao? Gdje je otišao?
hoću da skočim. Pobjegneš u stranu.
Ono prvi put ako držiš blok, ja te udari preko bloka, kao vidio ja.
Nakon.
I mislim da ne možeš onda ništa.
Ne možeš i cover da radiš, možeš da dođeš u stranu.
Pa probao sam ono. Što si prekinuo je prvi blok? Što si kako...
Znaš šta, probaj, kad uđeš, probaj da je odmah zapališ sa onim Chaos Bladeom. Prego što se transformiš. Postoji način da vidiš iz kog ugla dolaze ti udarci krilima kad si tako blizu. Ne vidim. To što
Ima.
To se te reći aktiviraj to.
Nam dvije ove zadnje CT popizit. Možda bi trebalo da se čuvam rage, ako mogu da tad.
A to da, pred kraj. Pred kraj je
Još i siđu.
možeš ili da pobjegneš ili da... Previše su mali ti health pick-upovi, znaš. Dobiješ tipa 10 health bara, imaš ono za onaj peri, znaš, ono run.
Ne mogu.
Ne, 3 puta udarila da smo kupio health pick-up, znaš? 3 puta.
Ne mogu, ono kad me ovako knockbackuje, nema šansu, samo čekam giljoti. Zašto neće nikad ukove zove?
Продолжит воздух.
Шайзе, 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 шандализе, шандализе.
prekinuo. A vidio sam si mora da ključiš ili si, da nisi ključio reč.
Bilo bi na... Kako pališ kad ne treba iz prve, majku ti jebe.
A kako se aktivira? Q, šta?
To što je srednji klik lock, a stisneš shift za trčanje, a to dvoje aktivira to. Eto.
Kombinacija neka tastava, šta za to?
Ne mogu da stignem, palio sam onaj combo, Fury...
Ne možeš da ga prekineš.
Ne možeš da ga prekineš, znači... Bez ove te hitove jebene koji kako meni?
Previše agresivno. Bilo koji kombo da počneš da radiš, ako ona skoči nazad, uvatit će te u pola komba, ubit će te. Znaš. Primetio sam da ima taj recovery neki u zadnjem satu. Skoči nazad, a ti si recimo nazad.
Klepetatim krilima, osjeću ti ta krila jebem ti.
Kako ima egzekuciju u tebi baš, kad ga dokreći?
Ne znam, uzimaš od njih one kacige kao.
A kacige?
Ne mogu da naći.
Malo odsjek da su ti default i keybindovi malo retardirani. Dođi nazad, ali mi je zapala guzica u njemu. Blok.
Peri.
A ne može peri na to.
Ma može na žuto.
Na to s krilima.
Može, može. Kad je žuto ono onda možeš peri.
Nisam primetio. Hvala se Da. Ovo ti je cheat, znaš.
Kao da je brži, znaš, poremeti mi tačno za peri, poremeti mi timing. Čini se da brže izvodi.
Nije samo to, damage resist dobije. Znaš na koliko inače brzo skidaš kill, znaš. To je kada se skidaš kill. Znači kad padne na dvije kocke, kad ono kao rage uključiš, da li? Kad se svaki, bukvalno, prima manje damage resist. Tak, te dvije kocke ispadat na četiri.
Thank you for releasing my physical form. I have only.
I have been cursed.
Why were you trapped?
I
have
am
been trapped.
uncertain. My mind still fragmented. The rock still of Valkyrs. It is the last thing I remember.
The what?
Valhalla awaits. I must return.
Sad, kad si ga skidao u glavu. I kome nosiš te kacige?
The Luke stole of Valkyr.
What is that, Mimir?
It's a council chamber of sorts, hidden away in Midgard. The Valkyries would often need a place to confer outside of Odin's prying eyes. They thought themselves properly concealed, but the All-Father sees all, so the saying goes.
Where is it?
Remember the room with the 8 thrones?
I think so. We've been to
Slightly increase.
It's to the left
Strength
of the
and
two
speed.
horsemen
It's not
statues.
obvious.
I didn't call it out for what it was at the time. I didn't know for sure.
Think we'll find out why the Valkyries are like this?
That chamber held a special significance for them. We'll find something there, I'm certain of it.
Father, I'm going to destroy a planet.
Limetum Pop. Welcome to my channel.
A to si dobio od onoga kovača, 100% taj kamen, za to kao možda skačeš, kao to je kao objašnjenje kao. Ali to objašnjenje se
He's convinced the giants hold the key to changing his fate when Ragnarok comes. They are the Aesir's oldest enemies after all, and it's their army that's supposed to do him in the end. But more than that, he covets their gifts of prophecy. He wants to know what they know and see what they see. So much suffering could have been avoided if his insatiable curiosity was not so much stronger than his wisdom. Ah, remind me to tell you why they call him the Lord of the Hanged.
Brock are kind of famous.
Well, you're half right.
You made Thor's hammer.
Oh. Yes, we did do that. Mjolnir put us on the map. It was a legendary run. Gods and kings knew our brand. We really did make quite a team.
So what happened?
Oh, well, that's a long story. Things happened that made it difficult.
Perfect as Guardian Steel.
Find that certain spark, you know? Inspiration is a fickle mistress.
Huh?
Oh, enough distractions. You see the mess I have to clean up around here?
Gdje imaš da kupuješ te... kod njega čini mi se, na Buy, da nisam u treću kategoriju.
Šta?
Imaš negdje da kupuješ te, viš, ne to, to vidiš. A to Frozen Flame ti je samo kao nisi pokupio upgrade za kao Sekiro, tako ispada. Što je chilling list of new kind.
Oh, nothing. Okay.
Ide sam baš odavno bio, mislim da ovdje nema ništa.
Gdje je to uopšte?
Ovo je neka pećina i ovdje sam nešto išao.
Jesi bio oba prati?
Mislim za ovdje, da. Onaj priču pratio quest za onaj bodež.
Evo, da si to rešio.
Da. Yes. Dobro, ostalo nešto. Mislim da sam ovo sad zatvorio. Da, došao sam s druge strane.
Neku upravljati.
Sa druge strane... ja ću kako...
There sure is a lot to see here.
Stani, pogledaj kostore, ili imaš interakt neki? Čuno mi se.
Imam ovaj interakt. Klepim. Pogledaj.
A šta si dobio od toga? Ti si našao taj redstone?
Ma quest, ne znam. Da li mi je nabuđio neko, da li mi je dao nešto.
Šta je on, Dark Souls 2?
tu se odigrala bitka. Ovi su izdali njega, on je ubio oca, ali je ubio oca zato što je otac njega ubio džeda.
I onda nekada je ponosan na sine, kao, tako sam ja kad sam bio momak. A?
Ludilo. A nije u suštini ovaj čale bio ogorčen, samo što nije znao pravi razlog. A ovaj mali bio kao uz džeda stalno, a ovaj mu ubio džeda kao... A kao da bi se dokazao klanu da... Je on jak, on zajeban. Ovdje se sobiš.
Šta, ne možda izađeš?
Mogu.
Što je to? Neki prdež?
No to sam ovdje pustio. Još ovo sad zatvorim. Ovdje je bio, sjećam se, jedan treasury sam našao.
Svako svoju sudbu čeka. Ili ispadne kad požuti. Šta kad ne mogu. Da se igrati noć. Da zbog tebe protiv.
Interesting.
Dole. Vidi lutni ovog ti nije dobro.
Da li ću uspjeti tebe da dignem?
Old man returns.
Oho, ileš.
Da.
Oh yeah.
Pa desi leš. A možeš da me digneš. Ajde, šta je to za tebe? Trk do mene i od.
Čut, može da me ubije kroz zid.
My young bro was playing God of War.
Baci mu dole nešto, imaš neki dajnik.
Awesome. Sometime it's fun to just watch.
Wow.
스마일.
TNX for support. Agreed.
Jesus Christ. Simple.
Always my friend.
How do we do this?
Desi li ja šta ima? Desi li ja šta ima?
Šta ima?
Ima.
Borzu sam dao da igra s mog akaunta God of War. Ne bi se to svidjelo, definitivno.
God of War i meni glupa igra.
Nije baš.
Nije glupa igra, ali dizajn nivoa je.
Ne znam.
Level design in God of War
is...
is...
to na PlayStation 2, moj burazer je to
It's
igrao.
fun game, but...
Oh, brate.
The fuck.
Besomučno ideš i lupaš ništa.
lupaš ništa.
A samo ideš i udaraš ko ovi glupi Assassin's Creed i eto, to sve retardirane igre.
Pa, ovaj zadnji i predzadnji deo, oni su onako... Ima... Kratos je... Znaš, ne priča puno, zato njegov sin priča.
A jebem li ti milu majku, isti lik, znači, isti lik kroz zid, treći put, kako?
Kako?
Kako to, kako može to?
Au.
Da imaš drugo oružje. Pax. Ko da je zacementirao na mene, jebote, nišan.
Ne, ovo ima jedan sam. Opet ništa od kill.
Encumbered.
Jebote, komarci počeli već, jebote, ne verujem.
Atomski komarci.
Brate mili, ali ono zakomplikovano, sad kad sam izašao iz bunkera tamo u Atomic Heart, ono je... Oho, rešili su.
Znači, ipak su tamo nisu. Šta? On to otišao dignao, tako?
To je izgled.
Ja sam njega koncentrirao. Mi tu su.
Digo ga.
Ja. Mislim sam su obojice tamo.
God of War, ne znam, Burazir je tu igrao taj prvi deo, se sećam, drugi na PlayStation 2, samo ide i lupa maljev, ide i lupa i izlupa celu Valhalu.
Samo... Ne, u trećem delu i dalje si u grčkoj mitologiji.
Nešto mi se ne sviđa. Ček da pitam ovog Milkija, jel može sad?
Only two.
I demand
That's the
3 more.
newest though. I'll wait for that. Hey, everyone.
Are they stronger?
Yeah.
Oh.
50s.
What were the other ones?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Let's go! You're gonna be fucked up.
can't wait.
So you got 100 milligrams.
Yeah.
That's 100 milligrams. Oh, dude, you're about to be fucked up here a little bit.
Wait. How you doing, Drone? Snake. Flipper. Doing a loud beep noise. Oh, Roman.
Akiri, I'm gonna be honest, we might not be playing here anything.
Živi svećenik.
I'm pretty sure that's pretty fucking strong.
It sure is. Hey, Snake, it's pretty fun.
Dude, I wanna come to your house. Dude, I'll bring some weed. Well, I know how I figured out how we can get you high, Akiri.
Yeah, probably
The gas mask. You ever seen with that?
I've seen that. I've seen it.
Yeah, it's got the bong or a bowl in the end of it. You just light it and it's got all the smoke in the mouth.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, you just bring that to your nose or something.
Oh, let's go see the girl.
You'll get fucking fried.
Put the max thing. A gooch. And a smoke in my ass.
Oi, boys.
Yep. I'm not sure how that worked, but
That's some picky shit.
I'm not sure how that worked, but she was doing it.
Your game isn't listed.
Thanks to see
I
the
feel
internet.
it.
Sure isn't.
That sounds fucking crazy.
Oh no, it's wrong.
Sure isn't.
Smile.
I'm kind of waiting to see how you're talking.
It is 7 days to die.
God damn, 100 milligrams? Dude, you gonna be fucked up. I'm being honest, I doubt you play anything tonight.
Don't doubt me, bro. Alright. You still got some, you got some, Starburst stuff? Come on, man, I sit in one spot.
I get it.
Can't see the whole room. Either one. Give me a couple.
Oh, you got help tonight.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, Tina.
Jebate, kako brzo
Alright,
prolazi dan.
relax.
Slobodno.
Yeah. See this one, Russ? Yeah, I
Bilo
can't
mi
play
3 dana sam slobodan po
7
najvećem
days to die.
narkotičnom prazniku trave, jebe mi majke.
I'm playing,
Letelo, znači sva nula.
Ček, koliko ti dana te?
No, I'll be on top.
Od 20. do 28.
The BTV.
20. je zvanično, to je prvi dan, ali ga drže do 28. Onda svi slobodnom voljom drogiraju, napušavaju, jedu žvakaće gume od trave se ukusu lubenice, znaš, gamis.
All night at the PlayStation. You know, I'm doing the morning.
Ja u Pevkuhoriju imaš...
I did too, yeah.
To što ja radim za ovdje. Ja kad sam liku ispričao Vlatkovu, on se oduševio, je. Zašto sve ima, bre, papuh, trave, je.
Znam, da.
Kupio ja jednu Pevkuhoriju, mater, 12,5 evra, smotani džoks, je.
You fight people by doing like
12,5. Smotan je, Vigrić. I to je kao nešto 0,8 grama. Daj. Imam negdje sliku, poslaću ti, sliku sam. Ja poslao sinu, jebi ga, daj doneci kao. Puši kurac, me prelazim granicu, ti normalan. Boli me dup, bre, iza tebe. Testi, idem sa ribom i 2 drugara, idemo za Crnu Goru. U Kotor. I dolazimo na crnogorsku granicu. I ovo troje, svi se uzmuvali, uzjebali nešto, guljaju šapuću. Drugo, a vam je koji kurac je? Evo, ne znamo kao gde da sklonimo travu i speed. Jebaću vam mater, znači vašu, ja vozim, ubiću vas sad, ako marš napolje prelazite peške granice. Voli me kurac. Mrtvi ladni pred granicu, oni meni kažu da imaju trave i speeda i to poneli za nelju dana, jebote. Pa jebem li vam sve po speedu.
A kad su hteli da ti kažu?
Nisu ni hteli da mi kažu, nego se uzjebali nešto, motaju po džepovima, trpaju, premeštaju se, ovaj skida shorts, Zorica skida patike, ja ne znam šta se dešava. Šta vam je koji kurac, šta ste se uzjebali? Kaže, ne znamo gde da sakrijemo travu i speed.
Yeah, mushrooms.
Vi niste normalni, ono.
Progutaš pa ako pukne kesa s time, umreš od overdose.
Znači, već koje su to budale? išli
Gosh.
u onaj klub Stop Kill na otvoreno, onaj najbolji light show.
I don't think I would do
Ono baš
shrooms.
top
You want
fan.
do shrooms?
Parkiram ja auto,
What I mean, you
oni
get?
vade speed na haumu i šprču svima.
I don't know. They say they have a weird taste to
I
it.
don't know.
Bojim se ti imaš jako zanimljivu.
A pazi, ovo tad, Boban i ovaj
Yeah, Russ, you gotta,
Igor.
Probably didn't get to get
Nisu
hit.
narkomani, nego su narkomani.
Fortnite one
Ale,
day.
kad imaju, daj da se
Join me
počaste.
and
A i
Jerry.
ova Zorica je isto tako, to sam
There's a
poslao.
Fortnite.
Znači,
Teško oni ti ljojke.
educiraju se stalno, nego kad se ima para, daj da se počastimo.
Ne znam, ja kad imam para kupim čokoladu. Ili sladoled.
Njima je ta šmrkavica čokolada, jevi. Kaže, prvo se nasprče speedom da nas digne, pa onda s pravom da nas spusti.
Da, da.
Lepo su vam ne kombinacije. Šta rekao, vratiš se na istu i
shoot, I can be
pare.
I can't do both.
Ne kapiram.
Yeah.
Nema efekt.
Yep.
A ima, imaš manje para na učeniku. Samo izvolite.
Oh, I know.
Alice Har.
Sada im dan, dakle, učim ploču, dakle ruke, ja idem tu.
Da.
Faktorija?
Mhm.
Ja.
Evo igem neki online.
Majke, ti jebem.
Oh, whatever. Just whenever people want to jump in.
Aj, ovaj zapalio.
I'm starting at 5, but Jared don't get on till around 6:30ish, and that's when we usually hop on it. And I don't just, we're just gonna wing it.
Dolazi desno, ej.
Da, znam, pingu.
Ovdje.
Aha. Ovdje je jedan. Fuck, sam ja povuku haj. Bravo.
Yeah, I know, man.
Iza ovog bregića.
Yep. When I need to cook up a night. Humans. Yeah, I started that the other day. That's hard. It's hard on
Daj, ne seri s leđa neko, ej.
Yeah. Alrighty. Oh yeah, hit me up. Oh yeah. Alright, thank you, Russ. I'm back. Dead by Poppy. Step, Poppy.
Not anymore.
Oh damn,
They just didn't want to be together anymore.
That happens.
Wasn't getting along. It happens though. I mean, they're still friends and shit. I mean, they still sort of kind of talk every.
That's good.
Not like.
Yeah. Rivals. Thank you, Ron. I got stuck on a tree.
Man. Yeah.